had a fish. He brings fish for it.
I'd like to add in. Okay, so you guys have raised some amazing points and positions, but the micro identities of groups from MAGA is a group that runs on what? They use
it's illegal. Like this shit is
for their agendas. And people surrender what they need to know and what they need to learn as this is the moral code. Because you can see how many divisions of Christianity are there, as well as other religions. How many divisions of parties are there but really get hurt? So when John says, as if he's a person who doesn't believe in religion and says, I want to use science, okay, well, science is an applied evaluation. You know, it's testing whether theories and facts and how a fact tells a proper narrative and how conclusive it is. But see, the problem is that when people misrepresent something and then use it for their agenda, are they really speaking in the way that it's intended? You were saying something, Marshall?
What is that? I don't know. I was really into this.
Well, where I'm going with that is we run on systems that lead sheep to wolves. That's basically it. There's more rewards created out of religion than any other thing in the world. Like, who grew up in the 80s? Who was taught about communism, right? And it was they're savages, they're zealots, they're gonna destroy what's wholesome and ethical. To go into the 90s, you have Gulf War. Well, we've got to hate the Muslims, and we've got to do these agenda things, and we've got to participate. We've got to ally with things that will attack our sovereignty here. But it's like at the end of the day, it's usually rooted in business ideas that cover themselves in rhetoric of religion or political identity. Just are we really attacking the issue? Is MAGA really the problem or just a symptom?
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, right? Like, maximize profit is the problem, right? Religion is used to galvanize people that feel more than think. But the problem is maximize profit.
Well, I want to be careful because I don't think religion is the only group that does that. As I think, am I the only black person on this stage? Science.
One person who happens to have melatonin density.
Advanced extremely damaging philosophies about different groups throughout history. I think I want to be careful not to limit this and simplify it down to religion being the source of this, as much as greed, as much as any force that can unify or can be wielded into a cudgel has the
cudgel folks.
And as a society, we have the responsibility to each other to limit that as much as possible. And I think what we're seeing in our present age is there are no limits, right? Like there are absolutely no limits to the greed and the extraction that we are willing to allow to happen. And so whether it's religion, whether it's been science, whether it's been business, whether it's been technology is its own kind of idol that has been raised up, that has the capacity to create harm, because you're just supposed to say AI is amazing. You're not supposed to question it, right? You're not supposed to challenge it. You're just supposed to swallow it whole. We have this notion of sheep and wolves is the problem. And these tools, they vary across industries and sectors and all kinds, but the central problem, I think, is unfettered, unlimited greed.
And I'm really good at these. I mean, Nazis in the 30s had the best of science and technology. They were the most advanced culture on the planet, and it created unbelievable So that's where I disagree with my different. I think I don't think religion is the problem. I think institutionalism is the problem. I mean, I think communal authority is the problem. But there's no way around it, right? I mean, on some level, you need these kinds of things to have a society. If you want to send your kids to school, or you want to go to Starbucks, or these kinds of things.
I'm just gonna say like one thing, and then I want Christina to like have 5 minutes, right? You're right that science was used by the Nazis as part of their propaganda, part of their machine. That's how we get eugenics, right? The eugenics, I think, was an American idea. That came from Germany. Yeah, and so, but the innovation of the Nazis was that they used both. They used both eugenics and science, and they used religion, Catholicism in particular. So I mean, Denise is right that these tools can be used as weapons, and often are, depending on what the situation is. Currently, science is used as a weapon in terms of technology, right? The AI system that targeted the girls' school in Iran was that. But then a lot of people in the military are being told that they're fighting a holy war. And so again, it's the use of both with people whose only purpose is maximizing profit.
I want to flatten this for a second so that we can then unfold it, unfurl it, and part of that is like
Allah belanı versin. Allah belanı versin. Çocukların yetim yurda düşsün, ana orospu olsun, baban kapat olsun. Hemen teröriste eskisi.
I think you wanted to think.
So back to what I was attempting to say is I think like power, in order to have power, any flavor of it, you have to break the continuum of hierarchy. As soon as you've got hierarchy, then you can start to control, exploit, extract from it. And then you can create systems that perpetuate this, whether they are formal, like government, education, etc., or whether they're cultural and narrative of who belongs in which boxes, or whether they are even through the powers of science and determining that we must categorize them according to species, phylum, family, genus. I don't know what I'm talking about, but this kind of thing. And when we start to categorize and rank things in this way, we forget about the relationships between things, because it's easier to control and to value what is important and what is important, whose voice, what animal, what plant is valid, which one is invalid, except that there is no CEO of the jungle, there is no CEO of the planet. It is this interwoven, multi-layered, multi-dimensional, feedback looping, living organism made up of many internal organisms and systems within systems within systems, and so on. I'm getting feedback somewhere. And so this with power, in order to facilitate what it does, it tells us that humans are only this way. We must have higher thought of how the fractal existence of the planet, right? Systems within systems, our bodies between one another, within the ecosystem of the desert, the mountains, whatever, and then the ecosystem of the planet. That is fractal scaling that does not require a linear hierarchy in order to scale, in order to exist. It doesn't have to have someone at the top operating it, but that's what power tells us. This is default human, us versus them, right? This is mega. This is this group. It's this person to blame. When like if you break it all fractally down, the element of like we've internalized the beliefs that power has told us to believe, and we perpetuate them the lens we see everything else through. When we are it's self and peer perpetuating of the power stories that continue to hold it in place, right? When it's really fragile, because you cannot co-opt the planet. You cannot co-opt the natural ecosystems because they're resilient and adaptive because of their fractal existence. But you can do it with power.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Shai.
Thank you. I think that on the topic of religions, religions come from a lot of things in religion are very civilizational, right? We're talking about these things that what we call religions today, but in many ways they were societal. Like the Jews had the religion of the Jewish tribe, the Zoroastrians were like that was the religion of the Persians, right, of the community. So they carry with them like what we call ancient wisdom, proverbs, things like this to run the society. And Pastor Scott is right that you can't really like have function in a society without a set of rules and a set of traditions that sort of like teach people, the next generation, how to organize themselves and how to operate and how to get along and to give them aspirations and hope. Um, I know that today people have always done it, but board between tribes, but I think it's part of nature to create a collection of people, to create tribal systems where you can trust people, other people, and that is the way in which people have historically done it. Today we have in modern society, nation states, we have we have what we call secular philosophy, and all of these things. A lot of is abstracted from religions, right? Maybe that's the way early humans just sort of organized themselves to civilize, quote unquote, civilize themselves. And there are people who are trying to live out historical realities today, historical religious aspects today. As far as hierarchies go, I think that even in institutions or countries like the Soviet Union, where they try to destroy religion, also in China, modern day China, where they limit religion significantly, they still have hierarchical systems. A lot of it is based on intelligence, who can take these particular tests, who the government deems as worthy of certain things. Um, it's about a lot of control. They only have one party, at least as far as the Chinese government goes. Um, so I think that these are still things that you can try to minimize, but as long as there are people who have any sort of hope or desires of their own, it will come up. I guess the question is how to maximize the amount of cooperation between humans and minimize the amount of dissatisfaction between humans.
I think that's really interesting, and both what you said and what Christina said has me sitting here thinking about this notion of talking about MAGA as a group, talking about a group of people as a source of harm, and does that limit or advance the conversation? I don't know. I'm thinking about that.
Can you say that again?
I mean, I think there's this desire. I'm personally torn. On one hand, there's like, listen, you need to not be afraid to name an agent of harm, right? And if you see there is this group of people that is creating this kind of reality, navigating this space in this way that has this outcome, then it is entirely appropriate to address them in that way. And then also the other side of, by putting people in a bucket, by labeling them, are we advancing the problem? Are we codifying or solidifying the problem and making it worse? I don't know. I'm sitting here really, really kind of thinking about that. We have no problem saying the KKK is the KKK and it creates harm. At the time, the KKK had a contemporary experience with people, and they weren't. Somebody would have said at that time, well, you shouldn't lump them all in the same bucket. That's what they would have said at the time, because the harm was justified by quite a few people. So is there value in naming, or are we harming the conversation by you're demonizing?
Well, there's an inherent
because I know in the UK that we have a Muslim problem. Well, what actually does that mean? I mean, not all Muslims are bad people, but and it becomes lazy and they
Their fruits. Know them by their fruits. Their actions tell you who they are.
I think it's really important, like what Denise said, is it's right at the heart of what just makes me want to rip what remaining hair I have on my head out of it when I listen to so many people, even on MSNBC and others, kind of treating things as if we are in a business as usual kind of a thing, normalizing MAGA, making this insane situation, and it is. We have to at least be willing to stand up and say, this is insane. The person that we have leading this country is clearly a sociopath who gives not a shit about America. Nobody with a functioning neuron in their brain can fail to see that. And yet 30%, 40% of Americans fail to see that. Somebody needs to stand up and say, somebody in a position of power, the news media, whatever, needs to stand up and say, this is fucking insane. You don't just stand around saying, oh, well, the next midterm will take care of it. Don't you see what the fuck is happening? Did anybody read the news this week? Even in here, I hear people saying the Democrats are going to win the election. Of course they'll win the election. That isn't the question. The question is, will they take power? And of course they won't. Come on, wake the fuck up.
But John, the Democrats have won special elections. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I think fundamentally, we precipice. But I do think the crazy thing is there are people vote for Trump for reasons, right? And I think some of it's identitarianism, some of it's, he's put together a coalition. Some of it's taxes, some of it's energy interests, some of it's, I don't think, I think it's a messier story than you're narrating. And I don't know. And I don't know what the options. Is the evolution, John? Are you like we should violently revolt, like January 6th?
So I do think that this will come to bloodshed. I really, really do think that you will see. I have been on this message now for a year and a half, if not more. And as far as I can see, every brick I have predicted is falling into place. It's very clear the Republicans have no intention of giving up power, and it's very clear why. They cannot ever again not be in power. Imagine the bloodbath of convictions and sentences that will happen if the Republicans are ever again not in power. And that means that they will do whatever it takes, and they have the power to do whatever it takes. Trump has his SS. He has it in place. It's massively funded. I do believe that that if there is any resistance to what they intend to do, certainly in 2028, if not in 2026, and I suspect in 2026 as well, they can't afford to lose a House of Congress. I do believe that if there's any resistance to what they do, it will lead to bloodshed. And so, do I advocate violence? No, but I don't see any way back to normalcy that happens just because we say, oh, there's elections coming. Just come on, wake up.
So I just want to say structurally, I think it's not as sinister as you've laid out, John. I think structurally, the demographics of the country. I think we have a system with the Electoral College and the Senate, where we have tier tyranny of the minority. So we have a system where minorities politically can run the country. You can have not the majority of public opinion, but you can have a structural majority. I think the future, politically for the near future, looks like Democrats take the House, and we can perpetually get the House. And longer and longer in the future, we can't take the Senate, which is where the real power happens, right? Or the presidency, because we can't get the Electoral College. So I think if this was a simple majority sort of system in the Westminster parliamentary system, the left would win, and we would stop all of this. But we don't have that kind of system. We live in a system that the founders set up. There's all these weird checks and balances, and enables states. Montana has no people, right? It's 750,000 people or something. And their senator has as much power as a senator from California. So we don't really live. We do live in a republic that has elections. And I do believe our elections are free and fair. But,
just quickly this, and then I'll shut up for a while. I think, so you make me think, okay, what am I advocating? What I'm advocating is getting people prepared for the bloodshed that I think is inevitable. This is going to come to bloodshed, and the longer we resist talking about how fucking insane the situation we're in is, the harder it's going to be to get people up for the violence that is in our future.
So I actually agree with John. I think that the passive nature of the center left is going to kill the center left, and I think that because as far as somebody who's looking at politics, I think that America has a problem in that it has four parties, and it doesn't really know that it has four parties. It has MAGA, it has the Republicans, people that used to be normal Republicans, it has normal Democrats, and then you have the far left, who are sort of eating. They have two factions within the Democratic Party that are basically fighting for resources and priorities. And I think that John is right. The more that as time goes by, the MAGA people, whoever's running the show back there, they are working to weaken the civil liberties of America and the electoral system, and all of these things that make America America, and people won't have any power. I think the solution is, because I don't think it's too late. I do think the solution is that people need to start actually engaging with people on the opposite side, on the street, not just in the House and the Senate. I mean, the Americans need to American again, right? They need to understand what their rights are, who they're fighting for, and Black and white people of different whatever backgrounds, whatever factions they come from, need to all come to the table and say we need to become Americans again.
Well, in order to get to that, no, hold on, I was waiting. I think that it keeps going back and forth to the same teeter-totter. You don't find balance. I agree with some parts of what Shai said, is how do you get a population to be able to evaluate people over party, right? Religion, moral ethics versus, what is within the realm of the Constitution. Parts of the Constitution is being shown how it's broken. It needs to be reformed in some people's lives and not in others. But it's like I elect somebody, like I'm in California, right? There's 62 people running for me, and only 8 are being seen based on party funding and a viewability on commercials that outwardly lie. And then you get MAGA, where you have a president who lies so freaking much. But then there's some things I agree that he did that, yeah, you broke it on purpose. You showed how it was broken. But we just looking in the mirror. I can't go forward with parties because they don't represent always the points of view. It's like, well, if you don't vote for one, this is the last election, as people say. Well, see what you get. You got to decide, can Kamala and Trump, were they the most adequate people? No, they weren't. They were the ones who were being funded and to be able to promote underpin ethics that might lead the whole country. See, I look at somebody who I like to, how can you look at the other person on the other side and not just grandstand and wait till you get power? That leads us into demise. Plato wrote about that in the Republic, but do people teach about that? No, you got to go look for it on your own. I'll stop there.
Well,
John,
David, let's let David have a chance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. Yeah, no worries. Well, if we look at the outcome that happened in the great state of Indiana, 5 of 7 incumbents were primaried out by Donald Trump because they didn't want to take his marching orders and gerrymander the state, and so he found candidates that would do that. And I heard a piece on this whole scenario. These were small town voting markets where in some of these areas, these districts, you're talking about 20,000 voters. And they pumped $13 million in to primary these guys. So, this is what we're up against. This was not any form of the playbook that the Constitution envisioned or, the amount of money that gets poured into these things. So if they're able to do that in Indiana, well, Republicans around the country are seeing the outcome of this. And so, Trump got 5 victories. He didn't get the pro tem guy out of the state house, but he got 5. And so, and $13 million, and bought him a lot of power there. So that's what's happening in this country with Trump at the helm. And we saw what he did with Texas, and that's a big state, right? My state had to respond in kind, and it's a train wreck. We're headed toward a political
Your
system.
state did not have to respond in kind. Just because my state alienated its Democratic voters doesn't mean your state needs to alienate its Republican voters.
Well, at least they let them vote on it. The
That's true.
voted on it.
Thank you.
Texas, they just did it, and
Right.
But this is the challenge, right? Like, it's so asymmetric. We grade Democrats on a curve. We grade Republicans on a curve. I mean, it's like you're just supposed to stand and take a beating when the other side is cheating. And only one side seems to be perpetually evaluated on their behavior and their course of action. And that makes me insane. It's like, listen, you have to have a consistent value set that everybody is graded on, right? Swalwell got, they identified that he was being sexually inappropriate. He was gone in hours.
Al Franken.
Right? Like, Al Franken. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't have one side that has to operate under the rules. One of the most poignant memory I have of the election was when Donald Trump said that the immigrants that were in Ohio were eating the cats and dogs. And I don't think I'll ever forget that, because it was like, here is this blatant lie that led to so much harm. They had to close schools. They had to, literally, HBCUs got death threats and it was crazy, the consequence of that lie. And there was absolutely no penalty. There was nothing that ever happened. These are the people that are in charge of us. And if there's no requirement, if we're not going to hold people accountable when they do even, it's the most basic creation of clear harm, then how can you expect anybody to trust you? And how do we create future citizens that believe in the rule of law and that believe in character? I'm not saying that, I'm looking for saints, but we cannot continue to elevate sinners. and put the worst of us in charge and the worst of us on the covers of magazines. You know, we look at the names that we're seeing as the most influential, the Joe Rogans, the Andrew Tates, the Elon Musk. Like, we have a character problem here. Like, to literally, I heard somebody say the other day, well, even if Trump is a pedophile, it's not a big deal. My grandmother was married at 14. And I was like, what are we doing? That's the problem. Like, it can't be about party. It has to be about fundamental care.
And Denise, I'm fundamentally with you here, but when this happened with Clinton, when there was serial abuse, I mean, Clinton had rape charges and things that came out, and we circled the wagons. I mean, Maureen down. I mean, we top public opinion.
I agree 1,000%. You're not going to hear me, like, you know, people always say, well, what if Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files? Tar and feather him, put him under the jail and set him on fire. I do not care. I don't feel like that. And that's not how I think about this. I think that you have to decide that what kind of country you're going to have. And we can't be happy of what we're having right now.
But we allow Bill Clinton to be in public life and to be in, you know, run around at TED conferences and to be, you know.
You're not disagreeing with anything I said. I agree 100%.
I'm just saying. So how do we excise Bill Clinton from public life?
I don't think Bill Clinton is a decision maker that we need to be worried about right now.
Oh my God! No, I mean,
listen to me. Listen to what I just said. I think he needs to be gone. That's we agree 100%. I don't think Bill Clinton has a chainsaw on stage cutting a U.S. aid and killing 1 million people. That's not what. Like, I you're right, but it's like, let's keep the topic at hand. We have an emergency situation. And so I think it's great to talk about Bill Clinton. Okay, I agree. So how does that help us with what we need to be doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Denise. Yeah, what we need to be doing right now, I mean, look, I mean, I don't know what we do right now, because I think fundamentally the revolutionary perspective is interesting. I think the Democrats take the midterms. I think that will just be attrition. I mean, we will lose a war of attrition. What will happen is we'll get in, and we won't have the Senate, and we won't have the presidency. So there's very limited things you can do. You can hold a lot of hearings, and I think that's basically what the win in the midterms will lead to. It's just hearings.
I mean, I think that we're kind of doing what we're supposed to be doing, right? I think that, you know, engaging in the political process as the public, as the fourth wall of government, as I believe the public is to engage in the political process and to encourage more Americans to engage with the political process more. Also, like, this is part of our job.
Well, when we had serious crises of the decision making, like this Iran thing could go ugly really fast. And when we went down to Southeast Asia and started cowboying against the Vietnamese, it took the conscription of everybody's child, the threat of that, the upper and middle class kids, for people to really get out there and change and march and force the agenda to change. We're at a point now where our voting doesn't help. Our elected Democratic officials can't check this guy. The Supreme Court, 6 people in robes masquerading as decision makers and policy makers, not deciders of law, are also against it. So we have a hugely stacked deck against all the process things that our founding fathers put in place. And I've never seen it this bad. And unless Americans really take to the streets, not show up to work, economic boycotts, these are some of the things that the civil rights movement leveraged down in the Deep South to really cripple. When black folks didn't show up to work and didn't ride those buses and stuff, that had serious impact on those policymakers. And we're coming to a point now where, and violence isn't the answer. Violence is not the answer. Violence will only further destabilize, create reactionary, the full weight of the federal military power on our streets. We don't want that. It will not work. There's no civil war that's going to happen the way the was fought out. That's not ever going to happen again. You might have these flare-ups, but for the most part, I mean, we're just sitting here waiting out the clock until we can go punch a voting ballot to try to excise this cancer. And then the midterms might take it down from stage 4 to stage 3. But when you still have stage 3 cancer, it's pretty bad. You can still die from that. So, I don't know. I just think that, a lot of us that are immune to the gas prices, immune to these big decision making, these big Iranian blowbacks, a lot of Americans can't handle it. They're not handling it very well. They're choosing between gas and groceries, and now grocery prices are going up.
And medicine.
And this is not. Forget what the Democrat. Forget that we voted for Kamala. The MAGA people didn't vote for this. And if it were not for the fact that they identify, you and I talked about this, Scott. They go with identity over their pocketbook. They're like in church saying, "Oh, Jesus is going to come again and save us." Well, he's not going to save you. It's like the old theory, the old story where the preacher says, "I sent you a boat." The guy's drowning in the river. He sends a boat. He sends a helicopter. And then the guy finally drowns. He says, "Wait for you to save me, God. I sent you all these things, and you didn't take it."
Yeah, Dave, you and I have talked about this incessantly, but I think if it's identity versus ideas, identity wins every time. Because I don't think ideas are that compelling. I think once in a while, if you're in crisis, an idea will win. But in general, identity trumps ideas every single time. And I
don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
So I think that we should encourage people to identify as Americans and have a conversation about what America is or
exactly. My identity, I don't want people in West Virginia to be starving or to be on meth and have to choose between their food and their diabetes medicine. It doesn't matter that I don't live in West Virginia, right? I don't feel like that at all.
No, but it's more pernicious than that, right? In that, Pew has done studies on this, and people's political identity now matters to them more than their racial identity or their gender identity. That's the number one thing. What team are you on? And so when we think about political ideas, we don't think about ideas, right? I mean, let's take school choice, for instance. It's the one idea my mind was changed on. I've been a leftist my whole life. But I was hired to do public policy research on something, and I read all of the literature. I read all of the literature. Oh yeah, mute up, David. So I read everything on the issue, and I was just fundamentally wrong. I mean, I realized that I was on the wrong side of the argument, but that's a tough thing. I mean, I don't think most people can do that. I think most people, identity wins over ideas 95% of the time, because
I think that's the biggest challenge that the Democrats have, is that they have to be a bigger tent because there's actual diversity in the party. And so there's compromises that have to be made all the time that are even against your personal pet issue in order to advance this kind of bigger tent application. So I just disagree. I don't think that's true. I think that yes, people are very, very committed and very keenly connected to their identity. Of course, but I just don't think that's.
What's the last big idea you changed your mind on? Like something that was against your tribe. I mean, like for me, one of them was nuclear power. The other was school choice. I think I've looked at ideologically my own ideological toolbox and changed my mind a few times. I don't think most people do that, and I've done it maybe twice in my life. I think in general we're tribal people, and I think part of the reason we're losing is that identity wins over ideas every time, every single time.
I think you can change tribes, though. I think that's part of the issue, right? And I'm a Black American who I think that part of the issue is looking in some ways, an outsider, and because of my current location. But I think that part of the issue is that people that, as far as this racial politics go in America, I think Black and white people need to start to talk together. And I think that people need to start talking to the ex-MAGA people, right? There are a lot of ex-MAGA people out there who are leaving the fold of MAGA, and I think there are a lot more people who want to but have nowhere to go. And I think people really need to engage with those people and see who they are and what they really want to happen. Like I think that in 2026. The world is a lot less racist than it was 40 years ago or 60 years ago for sure. And I think that people really need to start like engaging with it and not stay out of their silos and become the Americans instead of like being overly fixated on like maintaining a particular racial type of purity.
Yeah, well, something happened to this country. I hate to take us back there, but something happened when Barack Obama became president. On the one hand, he broke the barrier, but it's how he broke the barrier that needs to be talked about. And one of the ways he broke the barrier was he didn't shame white voters for the sins of racism, the sins of slavery. He didn't throw that in their face every time he was on the campaign trail. But once he got into office, once white folks saw, well, we got a black man in charge, then you saw the warts, you saw the history, you saw all the racism that these settlers, that these descendants of the settler class, the white settler class that came to this country, you saw that those memories, that hatred, that deep-seated disdain for black leadership at that level. And it came out in all sorts of ways. And Kamala Harris, unfortunately, had to message around all this shit, all of this history, and try to sell her ideas and message. But she still was a black woman telling white racist Americans, not everybody in America is racist, so don't take my words and twist them. But she had to say, I need your vote in order to keep a guy like Donald Trump from getting back into the White House. And all these folks said, oh, by the way, no, we don't. You're going to throw trans issues down our throat. You're going to throw welfare issues down our throat. You're going to throw women's rights to some extent. I don't want my wife, whatever the case may be. And instead, we're going to pick this grifter to run the country again. Not only that, we're going to give him 75 million votes. That's the state of our nation, unfortunately. And that was identity. It all came down to identity on some level. And let's say you take out a third, you say maybe it was about taxes, maybe it was about the economy, and the rest was about, all these other issues. But they couldn't trust that Kamala Harris wasn't going to somehow use her power and ram these other issues down their throat, which is the talking points and the fear that the campaign sowed under Trump.
Ultimately, that's not why she lost. She lost because she tied herself. She lost because she tied herself as a candidate of the status quo, where Trump, despite the fact that he lied about it, tied himself as a candidate in the future. When Barack Obama won over John McCain was the status quo. That's what he represented. Nobody wanted John McCain because it meant more Bush, right? And so the former president had this idea of being the hope and change candidate that would bring essentially a new prosperity for Americans, and that sold. I think the racial issue definitely played into it, but not differing from Joe Biden really, I think, cost her. Now, at the same time, she was the vice president, so you don't stab your boss in the back. That's just kind of bad form. But I think that hampered her in a way that very few people talk about.
I think it's funny. Mike Pence isn't even his VP because people at his behest threaten to kill him and hang him. Like the comparisons that we make, these tickets and these people are. I'm with John on this one. It feels insane. It feels absolutely insane to me. But Christina, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, this idea that Barack broke something or that this is a recent thing, like this is the origin and the lifeblood of the nation is identity, right? The quote unquote escape from religious persecution was because of wanting to express religion in a particular way that was harmful. And then you have a mixture of people who want to have that kind of religious persecution, the colonists over the people who were here before us, First Nations, or whether that's white people over black people, and this perception, this continual, right? Who's valid and invalid? There was overt shit, obviously, in the history, but then it was learned. Well, let's sanitize it a little bit. Let's clean it up a little bit. Well, now we're not racist anymore because we aren't doing X, Y, Z. Except racism is still at the base and the undercurrents of everything. It's denied of that, and it's easy to say, oh well, Barack Obama broke something, except that no, he was another sanitizing of the actual lifeblood of the country without actually recognizing what's happening. And then we want to say that this is identity when identity is a malleable thing, and when from a systems perspective, all of us shape and move our identity through life from the things that we were either conditioned in as children or conditioned in through adulthood, and when the environment is one of power that shapes and conditions us to believe that these things are inevitable, that humans are only organized in this way, that identity is at the root of it, then there is no room for anything else because power is the proper way, right? That this is an inevitability, or this is only the way humans do things. When if we actually look at the relationships between things and they aren't hierarchical in nature, then it opens up a variety of things that can be done rather than the rigid ways that power has blinded us because it's sanitized and it makes it a little bit more palatable than the atrocities that are supposedly in the past. They're not, right? The very fact that the Civil Rights Voting Act was struck down shows us that this has never been about the past, right? There's even various books that talk about how language was used and shifted to describe what was being done to make it easier, more palatable, and whether it's sexism, misogyny, or whether it's racism. But we're not a part of that because that's everybody else, not us.
But you can't flatten the system, right? You can't in order to do that, you have to actually destroy it and then start over. And I think that is problematic because it can cause a civil war, it can cause a lot of things. And quite honestly, as a person who's as a descendant of slavery in America, I don't think that we should forget about the history. But I think that eventually, as America moves on, then sometimes some of the things of the past we are going to have to let sort of go adrift, right? And I'm not saying again not to forget about the past, but not allow it to affect our emotions about the future of the country. which I do think a lot of people try to hold on to. And you know,
can I ask you a question about that?
Yes,
Move on. So, do you think the taking down of the Voting Rights Act, for example, or extreme gerrymandering to disenfranchise people, do you see that as the past being resolved, or do you see that as a current, present day harm?
No, I see that particular thing as a current present day harm, right? And I see the issue of like slavery as the past. It could be the future, right? Anything could be the future. A lot of things can change, but we want to have positive changes instead of negative change. I do think, as a Black American, I do think that more Black Americans really should get involved in law and the legal field, and because gerrymandering is part of the political system, and that is a way to protect, defend against it can be used in both ways, right? It's not just like a tool of the Republicans or any one particular party or race of people. But it can be, modified and played with. People game the legal system all the time, but in order to do it, you have to be in the game. But anyway, what I was effectively saying was that, we can't continue, like, at the time that America had slavery, like, everywhere else in the world also has slavery. Not trying to diminish what happened in America. I'm trying to say that was an unfortunate norm or reality of the world. America, the Americans in the future of America needs to, like, be American. Which sounds like a non-statement, but that's.
Yeah, well, we didn't transition well from a slave owning class owning economy in the South to letting black slaves become free and just let them integrate society. One of the big mistakes that the nation did was, obviously Lincoln was assassinated. He was probably the better of the two people to transition into Reconstruction. Johnson.
Yeah, you should have kept Thaddeus Stevens.
No, it wasn't Thaddeus. They didn't want to get Thaddeus Stevens. They didn't want to support Thaddeus Stevens' ideas. They kept shooting him down. He was the one. He was one of the lone voices that was saying we gotta make these reparations stick. But the Deep South was like when they let the slaves go free. What I read was this has been argued, and I'm not saying they deserve compensation because they made untold wealth off of the backs of these slaves, these poor Africans they brought over. But it was the equivalent of $80,000 a slave, a healthy slave. That was the equivalent of what they lost when those slaves walked off their plantations and to fight for their freedom at that point. $80,000 per slave, and if you multiply how many were let go under the freedom of the end of the war and emancipation, they weren't compensated. In fact, the Deep South was rocked by depression level economy contraction, and so those white folks are angry. They're very angry at what the North did to them or forced upon them, and we've been paying for that horrible transition ever since that happened. And maybe there was no other.
Yeah, if we'd only finished Reconstruction. If we'd only finished Reconstruction and kept the promises, we'd be in an entirely different place today.
And we don't even. I guess this is a good conversation, but we don't even have to go back that far. Like the Voting Rights Act was struck down a couple days ago. That's what I'm saying. Like it's happening. It's happening right now, right? It's happening right now where we are experiencing intentional harm, like gerrymandering. To me, ridiculous. Just stop it. Just cut it out. They put up a bill to eliminate gerrymandering. All the Democrats voted for it. All the Republicans voted against it. Like another thing that I think is sort of in the undercurrents of this conversation is that we no longer have a shared perception of reality, right? You could have
one group of people go outside and look up and say, the sky is blue, and another group of people will say, well, clearly the sky is green. Because they said the sky is blue, it is definitely green. Or you'll have someone, a demagogue, piss and say it's rain, and the cult of personality that follows him will stand there under the piss and say, wow, it's such a nice rain out today. I don't know how we remedy that. I don't know how. I heard someone say earlier, oh, speak to people who are, on the opposite of you. I'm probably by most metrics what one person called here far left. And even within sort of my group of politically active folks who are, organizing, getting out into our communities, having conversations with people, and to put my credentials out there. In 2012, I was one of the folks who was out there canvassing for Barack Obama, right? I've moved significantly to the left since then, but I have to say there is it is difficult to have conversations with people who are on the opposite end of the spectrum because we no longer share reality. We can blame it on AI, we can blame it on our news sources, whatever we choose to blame it on. It remains the case that we are in a reality that we don't have shared sources of data, we don't have shared experts, we don't share what makes a good argument anymore. It feels like every time we are in conversation with one another, one side is in that conversation with their arm tied behind their back, and the other side is just laying on the ground and throwing a tantrum. And we must signify both ends of this conversation as though they are equally reasonable participants in the project of the human exchange of ideas, and just isn't true. The other thing to raise here is that the further afield, and I'll say it, the further afield the right gets from what is just plainly correct, right? Now we have folks who are talking about taking ivermectin to protect yourself from the hantavirus. We don't have any such research that says ivermectin is an effective cure for hantavirus. Who's studying that anyway? Correct.
It's the virus. Coronavirus.
And it is somehow the responsibility of the left to guide them. And I don't think that's going to work. I think what needs to happen is the left, the Democrats, need to turn to the people who are to the left of them and see what they can do to get that voting bloc to work with, right? You're not going to get people who don't believe that vitamin K shots can prevent the death of babies. You're not going to get them to agree that we need to set some standards in line with the rest of what you call the Western world, where healthcare is concerned, where education is concerned, where immigration is concerned. There is basic common sense, and the right is far afield for now. So this conversation consists of mockery from one side and just absolute dawning gibberish from the other. Like at this point, we're that far. I can respect that there are people who believe that there are the Liz Cheneys of the world, the bulwark listeners who might, may have voted for Trump in 2016 or may have voted for Trump in 2020 and have somehow come to reality. I personally don't believe that if you heard a man say that he sexually assaults women and you voted for him anyway, there's anything that you have to say. But
you got nothing.
Those are all
you got no opinion, and you don't exist. I am morally and ethically more superior to you. How dare you for even existing?
I appreciate it. give me something to chew on.
The shared fact pattern thing is just, you know, I can't believe we're talking about measles in 2026. I can't process it. And you know, my daughter just got married, and she came in here a little while ago, and she had waited. She was waiting to do her honeymoon, and she's like, I don't think I'm going to be able to go anywhere. FIFA is coming to the United States this summer, and if like it will most assuredly be a super spreader event. And these are the people that are in charge. And I couldn't argue with her. I couldn't say, no, it'll be fine. It's gonna be okay. Like I just, to me, we have to have like some kind of independent fact pattern, and it's really hard to get to it. So I mean, a lot of you know, like, this is kind of what I do for a living, and so
I come on the internet and I talk a bunch of bullshit, and I call a living.
Like, I'm invited in, and that's a very important factor. But it's debunking. It's pulling research. It's wait a minute. He didn't say that. Yes, he did. And pulling it up. It's so much, like, that's the most exhausting part of this work. And I don't know how we do that at scale. And it's very...
It's called AI. Apparently you ain't never heard of it.
You know, Denise, there's people in this country that could filter out and do a deep dive into the agendas and understand. I mean, there are different levels of education, political exposure. There's a lot of us in here that understand the history of this country in a way that others have lived it personally and have felt it and understand from that perspective. But we have a whole lot of Americans that are just not armed for the gunfight. They're just not intellectually armed for this kind of gunfight. And they get very offended. I want to acknowledge that is a very offensive thing to say. Absolutely. Here in Boston, I've run a couple of guys that were when I tease out their actual political positions. I'm able to understand.
He's teasing guys at the bar over their political positions.
Take down Donald Trump right in front of you, but I just want to understand their mindset and where that mindset comes from, and how they support that mindset. And it's interesting. It's interesting that it's like DNA. It's like you know. And I mean, I say one wrong word, and our conversation's over. And I'm not able to reach that guy.
Stop teasing me.
And I've done it on several occasions. And,
You're just teasing me.
I've been around all types of cultures in my upbringing. I grew up in the San Joaquin Valley. White Okies from the Deep South, from Texas, Arkansas, came over, integrated with the Mexicanos in the fields and worked in the pores. So I've been around all the racist mentalities, you know. Not just racist, but the cultural, what's the word I'm trying to use? The identities that pockmark, the word wetback. I grew up around that word. Right?
Wetback?
Never use it, but I grew up around it. And my last name is of Spanish origin. So,
he's a
conquistador. In these settings, you're not able to have a conversation. Like Bill Clinton, you know, say what you want about that guy. Harvard or Yale educated, Oxford, Arkansas boy. He understood culture stuff. He understood the American landscape.
Let's be careful. He's a creep.
Well, he was a creep. No, I'm not saying, but he was a creep. I'm not saying he wasn't. But he could speak to everybody in a way. He could go on Arsenio Hall and play the saxophone, you know, and speak to black community with that. Not necessarily he was impressing or the other words. Can't remember the word. But anyway, my point is that we don't have candidates like that anymore. We have a candidate like Donald Trump, and that's the what do you call it? That's the new standard by which Republican candidates have to measure up to.
Other displays.
And I don't know how we take that now. I don't.
What is fucking other display?
With the Project 2025, with the forces that are really behind him. Unfortunately, there's power structures in this country that are absolutely terrified of seeing a multiracial country ran and governed and wielded in a way that represents
evil interpretation of the Jewish rabbis.
They're absolutely terrified of handing over the reins in a way that from our military. We saw what ISAF did to the established, seasoned military officers that came from different cultural perspectives and backgrounds that rose through the ranks. They took them right out, took them completely off the board. And that's emblematic, in my opinion, of everything else that they're trying to do or going after.
And I have to tell you, that's the hard part of reconciliation. That's the number one complaint. I kind of go around preaching like we have to find a way back together, and the biggest was in charge. J.D. Vance as the ultimate DEI placement at Yale because he was a veteran. Now gets to decry the very thing that got him his education. Like people don't want to be in community with people that are like this. And I don't know what to say when I'm just being really transparent. Like that's a very hard thing to minimize. I have no desire to. There's been real harm. The number varies. What's the number? Black women last year lost their jobs. Depending on how you think about it, if you include whose businesses went under because of Trump's policies, 800,000 Black women targeted specifically because we're the most fastest growing and most educated. We tend to pursue higher education more than any group in the United States of America. So it's hard for me to tell people that were wiped out by policies that were created specifically to attack them and say, the people that co-signed that and stood by and let that happen, you should go over there and be friends with them. It's a hard sell. I just wait, hold on, excuse me, hold on 1 second. Devin just said, I don't sound very educated. Devin, do you want to come up on stage? I don't see your hand raised.
Hello?
Okay, all right, go ahead.
What do you think of this photo?
I just
I don't know who is it.
wanted to say I don't think that
That's you?
I think Trump, like he and his MAGA people, they use information to scare people, right? And I don't think that the majority of people that actually may have voted for him are actually MAGA people. I think that there's a hard core of those people that do exist. But other people voted for him for various other reasons, right? They didn't like Harris for various reasons. They had whatever sort of other personal issues, and some of those things had to do with the far left. I was hesitant to say, but even like some of the policies, for example, with trans issues, people who I know who would normally vote Democrat, they either abstained to vote or whatever because they felt that the left were taking the trans issues too far in their opinion, right? Like they said, oh, they can't.
I don't care about that. I don't care about the border. I care about trans rights.
Having a common language.
I am a woman, and you will call me as such.
In some ways affirm some people's identity, in some ways to invalidate other people's identity. It becomes, that is the same sort of tactic that I believe the far right uses.
People are using information and facts to cause fear.
Someone who talks about grabbing women by their genitals because you don't like trans issues. I'm with all due respect, I don't know where you live. I live in Texas. And Marshall, I don't know, you tell me, Marshall also lives in Texas. And there's this thing we say all the time. Well, most people didn't they had other reasons. And I actually live and interact with these people all the time.
These people?
And
you mean your neighbors?
Just firsthand knowledge. There aren't that many reasons. This was a conscious decision. And these are not children. These are adults.
The top two decisions.
It was conscious? And it's adults? Oh my god! I thought it was unconscious children!
The economy was mostly number one, followed by immigration. But there were a staunch set of people who I talked to that had immigration over the economy. And so you're right, there aren't very many reasons. It's like immigration, economy, and maybe one or two other things, and that's about it. My top two were those, though. I knocked on about 6,000 doors, talked about 2,000 people myself.
Can I ask a question? I'll go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're the
Oh, my quick question was for Shay. Even about the transphobic push that the right was making. Do you believe in evolution? That's the start of my question. Do you believe in evolution as a actual thing?
Was the question first?
Oh, yes, for you. Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah, I believe
kind of being like
I'm not sure exactly what the STU would be.
Well, it's because when you stated about the trans situation and people making that more of their call to not vote for Harris or the left, I look at that as like the evolution of racism. The evolution of hating a group of people you know nothing about. Hating a group of people that
a bunch of cross-dressers
you want to be inferior over. You want them to be under you. It feels kind of like they weaponized it in a way to force those people that believe that gays, LGBTQIA, are terrible people because not they're having.
Are they the deplorable people?
They're getting more things.
Are they part of the deplorables?
We look past the fact that the right weaponized that. I don't know whose mic is on. I think we look past that point way more often than we should. That the right has learned how to weaponize the way into win. It was gays. It was black people. It was Somalians now. It was Hispanics or immigrants or people coming from south of the border for refuge. And until this country decides that they're not doing as bad as they're being told, same goes for what Marshall stated with the economy. The economy wasn't doing that bad coming out of COVID. But if people look past COVID and say, well, I'm not doing it, we were getting checks and now we're not getting checks and now I have to pay bills and I have to go back to work, then we'll continue to find somebody to blame for the situations we're in. I'm not saying that as...
Mind you, it's 12:41 p.m. CST on Thursday, I think?
Somehow, the right has found a way to weaponize every single thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of Americans who don't get more informed with these type of situations fall victim to saying, yeah, they're right. It is the gays. It is the Somalians. It is the Haitians eating the dogs and the cats. It is the immigrants taking our jobs, even though nobody wants to go work in those fields or get on top of these roofs. Like they pushed our immigrants, still haven't had this mass job creation. And that's kind of what they preached to the people during the election. So, I mean, I'll leave it there, but like, I'm watching the evolution of racism in different manners, in different ways. And they weaponize the transgender community as the new people that we can step on. When they really wasn't doing much. Like I said, playing some sports, maybe they do need to regulate some sports, but it wasn't worth enough for as many people. Because you're right, a lot of people went to the polls saying, keep girls out of schools. Tim Walz are letting boys go in girls' bathrooms. Those were a real speaking point for the right. And that weaponization kind of put us in the position we're in now.
Yeah, actually, I follow some people.
That's because at least in the Tim Walz instance, Tim Walz signed a bill to put tampons in fourth grader young boys' bathrooms. I still totally acceptable, right? Like, yes, everybody should have free access to reproductive care. But like sticking it in elementary school in a bathroom when at night you hit puberty.
Oh boy! Can't administrate, Marshall!
That's crazy. If we let them have power, they may do other crazy stuff. I'm not saying it's right because I don't think it is, but I think that's at least the political play that is made.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that, Chris, I just wanted to reply to Chris real quick. Address me. That's it. I just wanted to.
Been trying to get in.
Go ahead, Shai. Wait, go ahead. Let him respond.
It's very quick. I just wanted to say that the people that I follow a lot of people on Instagram or whatever, and yes, a lot of the people that I saw who are LGBT, right? I mean, or LGB, I guess, they were people who were influencers or whatever who voted for Trump because they said that the not just trans people, but like making them call someone a particular sex and that they felt was not true. Like that was a deal breaker for them. And these are gay people who felt a particular way. And yes, it was weaponized. And you know, they have all of our data, right? They buy our data. They know who people are. They can tell what people are interested in, what they will vote for. It's easy to break someone's vote now. And the far left, a lot of people are playing the same or similar game, right? So they use our phones. They know what we think.
Okay, real quick, I want to.
Wait, Chris, let's let Ashton get back in. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I just want to debunk the Tim Walz thing. On August 16, 2024, CNN did a fact check, and they actually stated that Tim Walz did not sign a bill to put tampons in boys' bathrooms.
Oh, I read an article on it. No, I read.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I got it.
Okay. I don't want to talk about 0.001% of the population. Shola, you wanted to say?
Yeah. So I think a couple of things have been said, and I'm trying to organize my thoughts while I speak, so forgive me in advance. So a couple of things. One, I think that the average American voter is a bit of a bigot, and that's not necessarily a pejorative. I think like as human beings, we're always growing, we're always trying to be a better version of ourselves. Ceding the ground to the bigots is a mistake. There are children in elementary school with tampons. I don't know about the specifics about what was or was not signed, but the idea that you get to have your boxers in a twist in Texas because the governor of Minnesota made a decision that was in line with the dignity of all human persons, point blank, period. I think that there are ways in which you message your values because that is what motivates people to get up out of the couch. I also was one of the people who was organizing in 2024, and I was organizing from a left perspective. I was one of the people who was actually I was one of the uncommitted as a one issue voter on the issue of genocide. I was still working to help get her swing voters. And in each and all of these instances in which we reached out to folks in swing states, doing things like, oh, let's swap your votes with people in safe states such that you vote for her in this state. Other people will register their discontent with the Democratic Party in other state on your behalf. Like there were these issues that were going on, and the DNC paid us absolutely buckets. We reached out to specific political strategists, and we said, hey, we know for sure our communities are not going to vote for her the way that you're currently working. And they instead said, there are enough this chain constituents out there that we can use to shore up the bleeding from young people who have watched you defenestrate their friends on campuses, who have watched you antagonize them for saying, I'm seeing you use my tax money to decimate children, and that's not okay. So I do think that there are ways in which the left can be, and I'm putting quotes around the left here because, again, who was it? I think it was Julius Nyerere who said, The United States also has a single party, but in true American extravagance, they have two of them. Something like that. I'm mangling that quote.
Rebuttal Shalom.
Democracy for them to preserve their power.
I wonder if they're an expat, because it seems like that might be. Seems odd for a foreigner to write that as opposed to.
Oh, he's an American.
Who's lived here.
Oh, he's an American. Yeah, he also was affiliated with I want to say oh gosh, what's that very elite university in Maryland?
He went to the University of Virginia, Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Johns Hopkins. Yeah, I think he's, for whatever reason, it appears he didn't go the route of full professorship. I think he has a PhD, but for whatever reason, he's not, he didn't go that sort of hardcore full professor. He's clearly a scholar, he's an academic, but he's not, on that sort of tenure track, it appears. But I think some of his ideas are really interesting. I'm looking forward to reading the book.
Yeah, interesting. He's a former congressional staffer, speechwriter in the U.S. Army and the Reserves as a reconnaissance scout, and he lives in Denmark now. His focus of study was colonial and revolutionary America.
There you go. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to the.
Rebuttal Shalom.
I just can't stand the moralizing.
She can't stand morals. Oh no. Whatever will she do?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given undone, sacred thee of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white By the song I invoke. My hand is my sword of revenge. Strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By thy body I invoke thee. The clouds beshine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triumph, will reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lion I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the eternal. By my crown I invoke thee. 2,000 years European saga. From Jews and Europe, so it's mostly European.
Have you ever heard of Jews? They're from Judea.
It's all your
That's how they got their name.
It's all your
No, that's a myth. It didn't exist. It's a myth.
Right. They got called Jews that had no
Hello, moderators. I would like to discuss achieving unity through spiritual awakening. I have read the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas and also the Upanishads, and I have read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe, and I want to say that achieving unity through spiritual awakening is definitely something fun to do. If you open a book on a Friday night and you take a glass of red wine and you drink the wine and read the book and then masturbate and go to sleep, you will achieve this great spiritual unity and awakening that your body is looking for and that your mind can experience.
My fingers tremble on the keys of fire, so run I after the inside power of glory. By my song that I sing of war, during strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shout a conquering Lord, Horus Avenger.
Sunnis coming here to defend Armenia because they're fucking Sunnis.
You fucking retard. You don't know the shit you're talking about. It was not about left. You dumb fuck. It was not about
You
left.
dumb fuck, I'm gonna put a PDF here, you fucking illiterate dumbass.
You know, I hate to interrupt, but I was kicked from the room and I was trying to achieve spiritual unity by having an awakening moment with the room. I want to say that I read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe, and everyone here needs to read a book instead of having endless conversations and ruining your emotional equilibration throughout the day being on Clubhouse. Try to read the Upanishads, try to read the Vedas, try to read the Bhagavad Gita, try to read all the good spiritual books instead of coming onto Clown House and wasting all your time.
I think it's just like a radio. Is it real? Is it a real person?
It's a person. That's just what he sounds like. That's how he talks. His brain kind of nice guy, but that's what I'm saying.
It's crazy how illiterate these people are and not even joking. Like, how some shit.
The guy doesn't even know where Kashmir is.
Krishna!
The level of illiteracy in this room is scary.
Almost Turkish, yeah.
So let's get back to the topic a little bit. What ways do you think we can make the world better? How can we unify and get across our hold evil accountable? That's where it starts.
First of all,
Education, pay for childcare, and abolish prisons.
First of all, we need to take this idea out that we have to make a better place. Most of the operation has been based on these types of ideologies. When we invent a good, then from that good, we have to do a lot of evil to achieve that good. We should just take it out.
And then what do we do about evil?
Nothing, man. It doesn't really, it's not sustainable on its own in nature.
Yes,
It's very sustainable on its own.
It's very sustainable. Right?
No, compared to the way amount we do it based on the ideas of good, it's way less. It exists way less.
No, I think that's not in evidence. That's not in evidence. You're not even looking at it statistically in a realistic way. You're just taking measurements that are to support your fact.
You're not just being pissed, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at human history.
You're a very intelligent person. I think you have a lot of good things to say, but in this particular instance, like you can't look at everything evil and say, "Oh, it was all when religion was invented." This doesn't support that. The facts don't support that. Like
religion was invented.
When humanity has a tendency to try to exploit other people because they're it's just self-interest. Yes. That's a big problem that you have to fight. And I think that a lot of the religious traditions were structures that were created to try to fight that inclination.
Exactly.
When we invent an ideology that goes in pursuit of goodness, that's when we divide the world into good and bad. That's when we start to eliminate the bad.
But the reality
That's where the fight starts.
Ideology. A lot of fights in the world is just.
Yeah, but it becomes a strong and really big duality, which keeps on going afterwards.
Things about ideology. A lot of things are just conflict of interest. It's not just all about ideology. People have different interests, and then they just fight. And then you do evil because they have different interests. So the real motivation is not ideology most of the time. It's just a conflict of interest. You have a different interest in mind, and different groups have different interests, and then they compete over limited resources and limited space. And so then they resort to evil and doing like
acts. So
Right, but the insight humanity realized a while ago is that because of our minds, there aren't actually limited resources, only limited creativity.
Well, that's a reason. Creativity is a resource. So by default, it's just another limited resource.
That resource is able to be reliably invested in by producing more children and feeding them, clothing them, and nurturing them through life. And then with that creativity, there's no end to the resources. Like, we don't need anything other than human ingenuity. We're extracting energy from the sun at this point.
Well, I don't know, man. We're still living on one planet. It's totally limited, man. If you deny the limitations of the
lunch or dinner or with your in-laws or someone that you were dating, and people would literally judge you, yes, on how you conducted yourself while you were eating. So,
I mean, how much resources they consume coming from Earth? They're literally being sustained from Earth. They're not really living in like God itself.
Well, the thing is that that's what they're going to try.
Hello, moderators. I was kicked 2 times from this room for trying to achieve unity through spiritual awakening. And Mick Z is just an atheist, and he is telling you like a robot to go to work and raise your children and to make them productive. But that is because Mick Z for 4 years read a book, and I am only suggesting.
Thank you. I have multiple accounts apparently.
He even has a YouTube channel.
He has, oh my gosh. He has 2 channels on his why the heck? He has like 100 fucking accounts. But why the heck?
Because I'm telling you, he's very performative. He's like obsessed with the fact that he's performing people. So he like can't talk normally. It's like a cover.
Oh my god. It sounds so jobless. Everything is so
What's up, when you're when they even talk about space, when people living sustainably out in space by themselves.
But they're trying to.
It's not about creating
that.
space.
Like, wait, I love the idea of living in space. Like, there's a lot of.
When that happens, you can bring it up in an argument.
You're misunderstanding. It's not about whether or not humans can live in space. It's more the fact that humanity, when it studies and when it understands the world, it unlocks abilities that we used to think was impossible, like making it to the moon or feeding the amount of people that we currently do, which historically we were not able to. That was all from insight and creativity. I'm saying that humans that focus on the resources are simply saying, I can't think of anything to do with all this infinite stuff that we have.
It's not infinite. That's where you're wrong.
It is limited, but it's more than enough, man. Humanity is limited, but it's still a lot. It's still more than what we need.
It's more than you can imagine to do with, my friend.
It's irrelevant if it's more than we can do it, but it's still limited. This is the point. It's still limited, and
I agree with you, man. It's limited.
A lot of things, Jose, are limited because people make them limited. Like, the resources that we have available to us, the human capital that we have in the world, is not accurately utilized right now because countries don't educate all their people. They hold back women compared to men, don't give them the same opportunities. Like, these things inherently hold back the entire human race by doing that.
That's very right.
Yeah, but where do we have to go as a human race? Why do we need to progress or be better or anything at all?
Because this planet isn't going to be here forever.
It's like asking, why does a bird
Yeah, but how is that? Like, it's
because
not
the
going to
bird
be
has wings. They're able to fly. You have a mind. You're able to use it.
Yeah, I do.
If we were, we would have.
I use it all the time.
we're also not just limited by our resources. We're limited.
You don't have to tell a bird to fly.
Capacity, our human capacity is also a limitation. Like, we are just limited beings. We are not gods. We don't have super heat.
I want to acknowledge that it's very expensive.
When that happens, you can bring it in an argument. Go ahead.
He gives us science so that we can.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're
issuing a 20% refund.
One reason only has nothing to do with you.
If God did not A, make this universe intelligible, B, give us the tools and raw materials we needed for rocket fuel, and C, make any of that stable. Like, we should have blown ourselves up. Instead, we've been to the moon multiple times.
You keep saying that like it's a big deal. I'm not saying denying we can.
Yeah, when's the last time you've been to the moon?
I don't want to go.
Everyone is on to the moon. Duality thing. I want to go back to that. Samir was talking about earlier about duality, ways of examining things.
Can you process that again?
Ways of examining things.
Can you process that again?
I was thinking that binary. Yeah. I think that binary is the beginning of, like, it's the most basic way of thinking and of reason.
Child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamond, baby, need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the fashion of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke by the sign I invoke It is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke the voice of the Master. To invoke the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, chorus, avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the Father. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Say it be, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the internet. And by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dawn to waves of strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's on my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By your brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. My mother bore me with labor and pain and care. Now my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Set it be, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flushing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine is Leviticity and Timothy. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that will be power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart the dark blue waves of music in the sun that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, round, giant conquering Lord, oh Lord, Amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, my life be deep, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight.
Come on, Congressman, senators of hit these.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I'm child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving of non-civility of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown. one scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine is the head of the Close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it go. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop. We Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. We still love you. To release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 on 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in my blush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, stay near if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 out of 9, 10 out of 11. I breathe in your holy cold. The storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's true. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay.
Testing, testing. 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 Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Hello, Gamma. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. My friend, I'm testing a voice modifier. I'm trying. I bought this thing on Amazon. Can you hear me? See if I get this into work. Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. I really don't know how this thing works. I got an instruction manual. It's amazing. I see ads on Instagram for like an electronic item. Then I go to Amazon and I find it for like 50% less. Immediate delivery. So I'm trying to bring myself to read Ayn Rand, but I can't seem to do it by myself. It's too difficult of a task to want to have to read Ayn Rand as a 43-year-old man in my home alone. It seems like it's kind of defeating the purpose of reading Ayn Rand. But when my friends come around, well, some say potato, some. The most interesting thing about Ayn Rand is her sex life. That's
what,
like,
what did she do?
it says a lot. It says a lot. You know what's amazing is,
Take it?
you know Bhima? She was like, I was obsessed with Ayn Rand. I studied underneath Edward Bernays, and I spent so many years reading Ayn Rand. And so I did a reading room with her where we read Ayn Rand together from the same book, you know, chapter by chapter. And BB came in the room. He's like,
come on, Bima, let's go fucking do a crazy fucking room. Let's do it right now. I'm like, so I kicked him to the goo, and I was like, I'm sorry.
I was there for that moment, actually.
I'm trying to record something. So now I'm blocked from all his rooms, and I'm okay with that because of anonymous. Like, if it wasn't for anonymous, I would get annoyed that I couldn't like listen in, as like an obsessive compulsive clownhouse listener. Alumi, welcome to the reading room. We're gonna read Ayn Rand. If you want to read 3 minutes, you can read any book you want. Doesn't matter what you read. We will listen to you read for 3 minutes. If you listen to us read for 3 minutes, it's up to you. You can or you cannot participate. It's up to you.
Indeed, my sheep John I shall deliver to you news. You've given me 3 minutes. I shall take my time to run.
Okay, you want 3 minutes to read a book? Do you want to go now?
Well, I'm not interrupting anyone, am I?
No, we haven't started. We haven't started it yet.
Let me find.
Zach, are you also capable of reading a book this afternoon?
I'm driving.
Got it.
Let's go. This is the key. Well, I'll take it as destiny. It is your fate to hear this tip.
God, El-Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful. All praises is for Allah, who has revealed the book to his servant, allowing no crookedness in it, making it perfectly upright to warn the disbelievers of a severe torment from him, to give good news to the believers who do good, that they will have a fine reward, in which they will remain forever, and to warn those who claim Allah has offspring. They have no knowledge of this, nor did their forefathers. What a terrible claim that comes out of their mouths. They say nothing but lies. Now, perhaps you, O Prophet, will grieve yourself to death over their denial, if they continue to disbelieve in this message. We have indeed made whatever is on earth as adornment for it, in order to test which of them is best in deeds, and we will certainly reduce whatever is on it to barren ground. Have you, O Prophet, thought that the people of the cave and the black were the only wonders of our sight? Remember when those youths took refuge in the cave and said, Our Lord, grant us mercy from yourself, and guide us rightly through our ordeal. So we caused them to fall into deep sleep in the cave for many years. Then we raised them, so we may show which of the two groups would make a better estimation of the length of this day. We relate to you, O Prophet, the story in truth. They were youths who truly believed in their Lord, and we increased them in guidance. And we strengthened their hearts when they stood up and declared, Our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and earth. We will never call upon any God besides him, or we would truly be uttering an outrageous lie. Then they said to one another, These people of ours have taken gods beside him. What do they not produce? A clear proof of them. Why do they not produce a clear proof of them? Who then does more wrong? Those who fabricate lies against the law. Since you have distanced yourself from them, and what they worship besides Allah take refuge in the cave, your Lord will extend his mercy to you and accommodate you in your ordeal. And you would have seen the sun as it rose inclining away from the cave to the right, as it set declining away from them to the left, while they lay in its open space. That is one of the signs of Allah. Whoever Allah guides is truly guided, and whoever he leaves is to stray. You will never find for them a guiding mentor. And you would have thought.
Okay, that's 3 minutes, Illumi. That's 3+ minutes. That's 4 minutes. We have a 3-minute cutoff. It's a 3-minute reading room, yeah.
No worries, my friend.
What a wonderful reading. What does that tell you? Like, what did you gain from that, experience of reading that?
You tell me.
One is the way you read it. I think, it's almost to me like I can't tell sometimes, like, is he making fun of this material in the way that he's reading it?
No, but God is making fun of the disbelievers, and I am simply articulating his sentence.
He's making fun of you.
I don't believe so, for I have brought forth Illumi before I become cordial with John.
See, my friend thinks you're
Illumi
making...
is the manifestation of my completion. It is the bringing out of my third eye. It is a sign that I am almost complete.
See, my friend thinks that you're making fun of me because I read in a maybe similar type of English accent prose. And, I gotta say, like, to me, it's basically super stimulus, where I know I don't sound that way when I speak to you this way. But when I read a book from 1910 written by an English, author, and I sound like maybe a queer Winston Churchill, is that how would you describe it? Anyways, welcome to Mixed is here.
I describe it as eloquent English. I am simply speaking how I would speak in eloquent Arabic.
So Mixed said that I'm a crazy person and I should be disregarded, and that's just what I do, and that's the way he talks. And I said that...
You disagree?
I said Mixed was a robot, and that, his... And he is just a highly programmed robot, and I'm okay with living with androids. That's fine by me. I would never discriminate against an android. I mean, that's my rebuttal, Dr. Mixed. I mean, Mixed, I'm just teasing, I'm just kidding around.
I mean, here's my question. In claiming that I am robotic, are you saying that there's something inhuman in my responses, or
no,
are you
just
claiming that I am exercising some kind of control over myself that is near robotic and somehow inhuman?
No, I'm just trying to come up with something to insult you with.
Listen. What I said there was honest and true. I genuinely think you are a nice, interesting, smart person. I also think that you suffer from a compulsion specifically about this app, like you're reckoning with what's going on. It puts you into an unhealthy, I would say you feel somewhat naked, maybe insecure, and it results in a compulsion. And as a result, yeah, the best advice to most people is to ignore what you say.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just your opinion. And
again, that's not the advice I'm giving to you. I'm not telling you to ignore or that what you say is not valuable. I'm telling you what the best advice I think is to give to anyone that hasn't yet met you.
No, I get it, but see, my response is if we were to play back what you just said, and then we were to put it in the frame of a projection, that's your problem. That's my opinion about the projection.
I think John wants to. I think John wants to work with people. I just feel like people are too dumb, and you are not Christ, John. You're not going to change these people. Did I not just read to you?
Jesus didn't change anyone.
You are not going to guide those who God has sealed. That's it.
Isn't part of his message he failed in his life? He committed his life fully, and thus it was so pure. So everyone should commit their life fully, knowing that they will fail. No.
No, you have missed our recitation of the.
I know. I just see a bunch of failures around. I just thought you guys were committed to it.
Here, let me find out.
Damn.
And you would have seen. Oh, here we go. That is one of the signs of Allah. Whoever Allah guides is true.
No, Illumi, hold on.
Whoever he leaves
Illumi,
to
please
stay,
hold.
he will never find
Illumi, you gotta hold on. This is a
He that desire Illumi.
Illumi, this is a 3-minute reading room, and it's my book club, it's my nonprofit. You know, I met with my psychiatrist, I took McZed's advice, and maybe I am crazy.
This room is part of the terms of his parole.
Maybe I am crazy. And so, you know, according to McZed, how would
It's just a question of reckoning with your insanity.
okay, so so explain to me your diagnosis and your treatment plan.
Okay, my diagnosis, my sense of you, is that you're on this app compulsively, and that you specifically engage in performative presentation of your thoughts, which I think because it makes you uncomfortable to maybe, like, I don't know, share and talk honestly. The way you sometimes do, like with me in smaller rooms, but like I never see you do to a stranger or to like a new person. I see you, making announcements, sort of mindfulness declarations, which would be okay if like there was a consistency to it. But the only consistency is that you kind of push it to the level of annoyance, like troll. That's where it leads me to feel like there's some kind of insecurity, the dominance you feel the need to exert. And I'll tell you this also, regardless of the dominance you need to exert and attempt to do, you have a very striking voice that you do draw people's attention. I notice when you say absolute gibberish, people are captivated. And all I'm saying is that, like, that's a gift, and maybe that causes some of your embarrassment. Maybe, like, people pay attention to you, so then you feel exposed. I don't know. But, like, I see the compulsion. And, like, in terms of self-control, like, what would I prescribe? I would say, like, you don't have to speak all the time. Like, you know, right now you're listening. And, like, I would experiment with different styles of communication than the one you're leaning on. Just like that announcer of mindfulness persona, right? You can also walk in softly with, like, an interesting question, a polite little poke, barely even, maybe even just a qualifying question, not like a confrontational, just like, hey, where did you say you were from? What language were you speaking? Like, anything boring alternative to your high intensity announcer of declarations of mindfulness. You know, but you asked quickly my diagnosis, my treatment plan, and by the way, not a fucking doctor.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. What, Illumi?
Kind of sounds like Lolly right now.
Lolly?
Nothing really wrong with anything.
Well, he just offered criticism and no solution.
No, that's not true. I did propose a therapy approach. I said that there were specific styles of, like, more low intensity communication that he could play around with. And, like, I get it. Like, part of the fun of this app is you can go to high intensity communication, and, like, there's always a spot where it's, like, proper. I'm just saying, like, for in terms of my sense of not being a doctor, but knowing you as a person and people, my sense is you need to chill out and, like, flex your more mindfulness relaxation muscles in your communication.
I agree.
And I think you sense that struggle, which is why, like, for you it's kind of silence or this radio persona. And, like, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying this is actually a good therapy. It just seems to me you could exert some self-control over your own speech and benefit from it.
It always keeps running.
I agree, you know, and
I will get you one day, Roy, and you will be on my block list.
my psychiatrist is like, what are you doing positive for yourself? I said, well, I'm trying to organize a book club with veterans that have PTSD or depression. And he's like, oh, that is a very good idea. That's very smart. And then, so, you know, they like that.
I should just try to get them all, like, those therapy drugs.
Well, I got prescribed a medication.
I'm talking about, like, the good stuff, the clinical trials that they're doing for PTSD to specifically treat the trauma. I think MDMA is the one that's, like, really, really good.
All I'm saying is like
experimental.
The veteran
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
veteran
That's what I'm saying.
affairs.
It's in clinical trials, but it has excellent results. It's in your wheelhouse. You're already crazy. It could probably chill you out, and then you just be a drug connection. That's an easy moneymaker. Come on, man.
So the
You get
veteran,
paid by the government to go dose the fucking veterans.
yeah, the government offered me $300 to do a magnetic procedure, where you go under high power magnetics, kind of like electric. I think it's just what they call electric shock therapy nowadays. To tell you the truth, I think they're just relabeling it as.
By the way, you're probably not wrong because they do use that, and as terrifying and brutal as
It actually works.
it does work. It works sometimes. It can be super brutal, and it was definitely abused in the past, but it is still like a viable technique. Honestly, on a far lower dosage, they've investigated other stuff. Sort of little tinkerers with 9-volt batteries and little skull caps. They are able to simulate some very interesting brain states based on a skull cap and the right electrons. Just the right signal, the right megahertz, and the right variance, whatever. It causes an effect. And a weird measurable effect they saw was they had a person try to play a video game that gets progressively harder the longer you play until the person, of course, the person dies. And then they put the cap on, and then the person just sort of went right through it. Didn't struggle at all, got the terms, it never got hard enough. And at some point, they beat the game and got well past where they were before they had the thinking cap on.
Well,
what I'm saying is
I told my
be surprised that electrical signals by the brain can actually have tremendous therapeutic value.
Yeah, I told my friend here, because the psychiatrist asked me 9 questions, and he said, your borderline personality disorder based on your responses off of this diagnostic questionnaire. And my friend was diagnosed with this as well. And so, so what you gonna do with your life? What's your plan? You're 43 years old. What you gonna do? And I said, well, doctor, I said, I see your white lab coat up on the wall and your big degrees and all that. I was like, do you think you could just lobotomize me? Could you lobotomize me? And he was like, why you want to be lobotomized? Why you want to be lobotomized? I said, I don't know. Is this psychiatry? Do you guys do lobotomies anymore? He's like, no, but you can do the magnetic therapy treatment. I was like, magnetic therapy treatment, all right. And he's like, and we'll pay you $300. We will pay you $300 to be a part of the experiment. I was like, all right, $300? Great.
You're being defensive.
No, I'm experienced.
Lobotomy. No one has suggested that is a waste of matter. No one's done that. We value your mind. We value your insights. We value your perspective. What we don't value is your uncivil behavior. And that's where we say you can exert self-control, or you can medicate yourself into a way that the rest of us can interact with.
But I value the uncivil behavior. It validates my own uncivil
we do a little bit, maybe. There's a place for civility and uncivility. But the public space, for people trying to talk, usually when I find, they don't love.
Okay, so Mixed, I'm filming other rooms right now as we're speaking, and in those other
harmony amongst the humans I know.
In those other rooms that I'm recording, there are green beaners like Marshall Rankin and Scott Jones and Deborah and a high what I would call elite app. And listen to what they say and how they say it.
Is Marshall an elite liberal?
Yes, he absolutely is. He's in the stratosphere. He shares the green bean with them. Anyways, my point is, when you listen to what they're saying, they speak as if they are the leaders. And what they're talking about, it's in terms of the topic itself. And if they are, because when you listen to them, again, they are literally they're talking about doing their former actions, they're talking about future actions. And there's even hardcore liberals on this app that are saying prepare for bloody civil war constantly and screaming it. And I just think they got no class, no intelligence. They don't understand, the thing is they are the ones who use the term MAGA constantly. And anyways, I'm just saying from an observational perspective, in terms of mental health and what people are talking about. I mean, they talked about
tampons in bathroom boys in the 4th grade in Tim Waltz for like 20 minutes. And they're talking about that and debating it as if everyone deserves reproductive rights or feminine health care. I don't know how they were, anyways, you get my point. So I'm just saying from like how people are spending their mornings and afternoons and what they're talking about, there is a group of Democrat liberals on this app that are persistent, ridiculously resistant, totally unaware of like their own joy and happiness and how they're their own worst enemies in terms of like their day-to-day happiness and how they're screaming and every day thinking about Donald Trump. I mean, maybe they're the most, I don't think it's, anyways, that's just my observation. Because after talking with my psychiatrist, Dr. Vinny Boombatz, Dr. Kim Lee Suk Wan, I, want to say working there is Filipino or some type of Asian, which, I don't have a problem with somebody's like geographic background or how they smell or what they eat or how they sound. I don't really care. Like I'm a
Meaning that they were literally born in the Philippines.
Yeah, every single employee that I met at the VA has an accent, and they're not native born, and English is not their first language, and that's okay.
What's usually their origin story for ending up at the VA?
I don't know. They got their big plaques. They went to Filipino University, came here.
Obviously, they went to whatever university. I don't know that it was necessarily Filipino, but I'm not sure like how they end up at the VA. Like if you're curious how they got there and you like don't like that they don't look like what you expect an American to be, ask what their American story is.
Oh no, that's not actually what I'm saying. I'm merely just reciting my observations. I just said I don't care about.
They're all a bunch of Filipinos.
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. They're working and they're hard and they're doing great work. And they're making great salaries and budget. Did you know what the VA budget is? It's $150 billion a year just in disability pension. $150 billion a year just for the disabled pensioners.
Well, it's expensive. They got a lot of specialty.
That doesn't include the budget for the VA facilities and all the staff and all the medical device technology and all the fun. Anyways, that's not the purpose of this room.
I reached up the VA. I don't see any reason the VA should be weak.
Anyways, I don't mean to talk about a jobs program, because if they wanted to, they could just give all those veterans health insurance and they could go to their local hospital. There wouldn't be a giant campus that's 20 square miles of VA facilities. I mean, we wouldn't need it.
There's a reason that the veterans get different health care.
Oh, there's a reason?
The veterans get different health care.
All right. Well, what would a libertarian... What would a libertarian say?
I'll tell you this. I grant you, it should be that a veteran can also check into a local hospital and that those records just integrate nicely into the VA. But like the government has a vested interest in monitoring the specific health care of the specific soldiers that donated their lives to it. There's a different rationale behind the healthcare system for veterans than there is for the citizens.
Have you ever been to a VA hospital?
No, I'm not.
Well, the public can literally walk in and go to any floor they want. There are offices wide open. There's no security. It's like it's a huge.
What's so bad about the place?
There's limited security. I'm just saying that the one that I went to was the laxest I've ever seen. The one in Chicago was hard.
There's at least like a door, and you press a button, and someone opens the door.
No.
For you.
No,
So it's an open door. You walk in, and there's a guard somewhere.
Violate the parking, they show up, and then you get a ticket, and then you realize this is a federal.
No. Every facility is a little different. The one in Chicago is high security because they deal with Chicagoans, and a lot of them are actually like gang leaders. From Vietnam. They literally go in dressed like pimps. I said to this one guy, I was like, "What? Excuse me, sir, can I ask you why you're dressed like this? It's so magnificent. It's an incredible outfit." And he said, "I'm in a crew." I said, "Oh, excellent. Thank you." Anyways, this is the Ayn Rand Objectivist Room. Thank you for coming here. We can all read for 3 minutes in this safe space of reading a book. Illumi read from the Quran. on about Muhammad in the cave. My friend is driving a car. Mixed, have you ever experienced reading a book on Clown House?
You can't say Clown House, bro, and then expect people to take you seriously. Like you're kind of insulting them. I do agree there are a lot of clowns on this platform. I'd say the overwhelming amount are clowns.
I would.
Insulted the overwhelming amount of people on this app.
Indeed, Madame Illumi. Everybody understands that I am a rational, coherent actor.
See, maybe I'm insulting, but like I think I get equally roasted. I mean, I went into a room about spiritual awakening and union with God, and I was talking about the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Tanya, the Torah, all these spiritual books. And then Mixed says that's just a crazy person, and that's just how he talks. Nobody cared about what I said. Didn't matter what books I mentioned. I'm just, completely insulted and made to. So when I say that this is a clown house, and you guys are in my tent, I got green beans. I mean, there is something about these green beans that people respect, which I really don't respect. And it's not a me problem. It's the way that this app is set. It's not open for debate. Like, I'm blocked from all rooms. Marshall, Stankin, Rankin, this trans person over there, that trans person. I'm just saying I'm blocked. So Anon to me is like the funnest aspect of this app, that I can have an Anon sitting in a room, go in, say what I want to say, and then listen to the feedback. Like, that is, interesting. But if I were to,
I hate John Kitover.
yeah. And I like when people say, you don't know John Kitover? Like, that to me is like, it's working. It's working. It's just so much fun to have some people say, I fucking hate that motherfucker, John Kitover. And then somebody else says, you don't know John Kitover? Like, anyways, that's, to me, isn't that like fun for you guys to,
I think it's funny when they're talking about somebody and you can't figure out who they're talking about, and they're going on and on and on, and then eventually your lid starts to dawn on you, and they're like, well, we have people in our midst. When we have people on this app who choose to spend their time threatening and harassing others, we have people on this app who spend their time, and then you realize you're like, oh, okay, you guys don't get over.
See, you can catch people making the most ridiculous thing, but it's not even the fact that people make ridiculous statements on this app. It's that, it's what they're talking about. And that's why when I read a book, I really value the experience of reading a book, because it's not me listening to all these woke leftists talk about their woke leftist topics, and I'm filming them simultaneously. So it's like I am being productive. Because I'm agitating, Benjamin, maybe Benjamin on this app. He claims that it's like the pearl theory. It's like you just agitate enough, to make that pearl. And I like pearl necklaces. I like pearl jewelry. I like giving pearl necklaces. And so when Benjamin, brought up this theory of the clam or the theory of the oyster, I was like, that's fascinating, because I do think I'm an irritant. And that's why yesterday Pro Lyrical on this app had a room called The Most Annoying People on Clubhouse. And to me, that's just projection, because he is actually one of the most annoying people on this app. And everybody in that room for the full 24-hour cycle that talked about whatever, whatever they talked about. It's great content, but the way I film it sucks. Phone to phone sucks. Like, if you could do a perfect one-to-one and just take this screenshot and perfectly overlay it into YouTube every time. Chris, another guy in this app, he has perfected that by using, virtual computers on his desktop and Club Deck. But, to me, it's really about knowing that John Kitover is out there recording you. And if you were to only take the time to actually review any of the 100,000 plus videos of John Kitover's YouTube accounts, it was crazy. They actually suspended my account over a video from like 4 years ago or something of a Clubhouse room. It was so old. I was like, how the... So it must be out dense and pointless. You know, it's just amazing how I've taken an entire compression of 5 years of Clubhouse and it's completely worthless. You know, discrimination and civil rights and all these constant, never-ending discriminators in this country. I, as just a human being, feel that like my mere existence is now being discriminated against by major technology platforms, by the algorithm. And it's, you know, maybe it's a me problem. I mean, I get flagged for hateful, abusive speech content, and it's amazing that it's actually me saying it sometimes, you know. But what I'm saying is actually legal. It doesn't violate their policies. It's just the complexity of how do you define and accurately diagnose hate speech using algorithmic methodology. And then it goes to an appeal process, and then they come back and they say, and it's like when I listen to it, I'm like, anyways. I usually don't listen to it. I just move on. But welcome to the Ayn Rand room. Kitty, Michelle, Mark, the NF'er down in the goo. I did buy a voice modulator simulator thing here. I'm trying to figure out how to use it. It's only $20. It's made in China. And I think it would be a lot of fun to, you know, come in. You can be a baby. You can be youthful. You can be a male. You can be a king. You can be a lolly, a youth, a female, or a witch. Male to female or female to male. Then it has a bunch of sound effects like kissing, laughter, cheerfulness, applause, supper side. I think maybe the spelling or on the actual device. Show up, crow, in time. Oh, maybe it says surprise. Surprised, but they got it spelled wrong. So, again, this is a reading room. At any moment, anyone can read a book for 3 minutes. It's completely up to you. Like I said, do you want to read a book for 3 minutes? I know you like the conversational experience more than actually reading a book here. I like the book conversation experience. Kitty, do you want to read a book? Michelle, Mark, you got 3 to 10 minutes to read a book here. You can do it. I have faith that we can read books as humans again. Michelle, welcome.
Hey.
How are you doing, darling?
I'm okay, and I've read for you before. We've done this before a couple of years ago. I'm not here to read because I'm actually doing my eyebrows at the moment, but I just wanted to say and talk to what you just said. You said, you know, if you manage to have the patience to go through my Instagram accounts and see the 5 years, how much hard work I put into this. Well, I've done that. I only did that a couple of days ago. Somehow you just landed in my algorithm, and I just went through that rabbit hole, and I came across a couple of incredible clubhouse rooms that I was in as well. And honestly, it's very, very entertaining. Borderline genius, you know, with everything you do in the background. And seeing your reaction to things that people are saying. I thoroughly enjoyed it, John, and I was listening to you the other day on X. You were live streaming a clubhouse room through X, and I'm on X quite a lot. And yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate you and the work that you do.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Michelle.
Sorry, I just had to call the cops on somebody.
Uh-oh. What was he doing, or she doing? What happened?
Somebody do a thing while I'm driving in a way that I don't like. I just call the cops right away. I just instantly pick up the phone and I call the cops and I say, I'm headed southbound on Jefferson and I'd like to report an erratic driver. License plate Charlie 69er. A young black male. Person is weaving in and out of the driving lane. I'd like to call to report an erratic driver heading southbound on Jefferson. Thank you. And that's what.
Rabboni Shalom, either you're a great driving instructor or you're a terrible driving instructor. You know, wouldn't know until I experienced being in the back seat of you driving a car with a student. But thanks, Michelle, for that. You know, McZed, you're in so many of my videos because, you know, I do want to try to capture in time, 15-second clips. So I clip you a lot, and I mean, nobody watches this. Nobody leaves comments. It could just be bots watching it. But Michelle claims she actually found a video of herself, which I find unbelievable because there are thousands and thousands of videos on Instagram.
Hey, McSad.
Hey, you
No, I was just saying that I appreciate what John does, or Edmund, or whatever he calls himself these days. I appreciate it, and I was listening to it the other day. I was listening to some past Clubhouse rooms, and it's just the whole thing and seeing his reaction to stuff, and it's very, very entertaining.
Ah, see? John, your work was not in vain. You have a loyal fan.
Papa.
I'm a fan.
And he's streaming me on something else now. I can hear. What am I on?
Well, Michelle, people aren't streaming your voice. Pretty much everyone on Clubhouse agrees it's the most lovely.
Thank you.
So, I've been reading this. I'm trying to get to this book. It's right in front of me. It's called The Virtue of Selfishness. It deals with ethics. And, I asked him, how would you teach an ethics class? I was like, you wouldn't just give a reading list, read the books, discuss the books. He's like, no, I'd sit there and we'd figure out first.
No, I wouldn't do that for an ethics class. I'd probably start with, definitions of terms.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
Whatever people... I'd run it kind of like a group therapy. I'd be like, first, what are our terms? And then I'd ask people what people thought was, ethical or moral. And then we try and grow off of that. Somewhat Socratic. Just try and provoke and see where the conversation grows while people think about ethics. The problem with the way people discuss it nowadays is they use ethics more as a litmus test for a false philosophy or ideology. If it violates some kind of moral sense they have, then they say it must be wrong.
My video got over 6,000 views. Sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry.
They don't think through the broader concerns in ethical systems, like what we're getting at with ethics.
Right, that's very true, but also...
It's hard to put your finger on exactly what ethics are about.
That's very true. But also, my video got 6,000 views, and I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, how do you... The thing about the ethics that's interesting to me is it's like if you try to solve one problem, it creates another problem over here. So it's like it is intertwined with economy, with social, cultural, medical, industrial, military, industrial, banking, industrial, energy. It's like it's all... There's ethical, to me, the left woke political communication shows that their communication isn't really based on high value ethics. I mean, I think you said once that, essentially we have an ethical problem in society, and that's why we have all these issues, no?
Well, I don't think we teach ethics or ethical reasoning very much. I think the closest you get to studying ethical reasoning from like the broad educational system, like history, and then if you specialize in it in college, but like it's a worthy study.
History is more like his story. Am I right?
It is a bunch of stories, but
I love that.
It converges in a singular narrative that is accepted as true.
Okay, so I think maybe I'm the only one capable of reading books anymore in 2026. I mean, imagine a movie where a man discovers that, everywhere he goes, he can't find one person reading a book or willing to read a book anymore, and he's the only one who has a superpower to read books. I mean, I went to Chabad for a mega Shabbos last Shabbos, and I looked at the rabbi's daughter in front of a bookshelf reading a book like a robot. She was going reading, from that big blue book. And
you don't understand what she's doing.
Yeah, she's reading, right? But she's like using her tongue to like.
No.
You don't understand.
She's producing a reading. She's performing it or preparing for a performance. It's like what she's doing is closer to an actor or orator or speech giver preparing to make a declaration with correct pronunciation and intonation. That's what she's preparing for. It looks like a robot to you because you're not appreciating the form.
I just wanted to say I'm Jewish, so please don't.
No, I'm not saying like I'm being facetious when I say she's a robot. I thought she was like reading, but like reading silently, but still like using her mouth to like formulate the words or something. I'm just making fun of the robot word.
No, all I'm trying to highlight is Jews engage in a lot of mechanistic behavior, but the meaning of it isn't necessarily their interpretation of like what they're reading every time. Sometimes it's pronouncing it. Sometimes.
Hang on, do you mean she was davening?
Yeah, she was davening basically.
Well, I'm not sure what he's saying she was doing.
Yeah, I don't know if it was davening per se. She looked like to me she was reading a book, but like I had never seen somebody like. I guess she was actually just quietly reading out loud. That's what she was doing.
Yeah, people read, especially when they shut on television.
Yeah, everybody's dressed like a Mormon,
Yep.
And I think it's great.
And by the way, like beautiful little family life. The family learns to interact with each other with less screens.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, and he's got a big family. He's got like I think 8 kids, 9 kids, somewhere up there.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife looks like she's 29. I'm like, and she looks great. They're having all these kids, and she's so nice. And yeah.
Some of them are very glamorous.
Yeah.
They walk around in high heels. They've got like a $10,000 shaitalon, $10,000 shaitalon. They're very, very glamorous.
I knew a very impressive Lubavitch wife woman who had given birth to, I think, 6 or 7 children, and she was also, I think, a cardiologist. She was at least a doctor, but I think she was a heart doctor. And her husband was like a handyman Lubavitch guy. And I was just endlessly impressed with that woman.
Yeah, I know a very wealthy family in Beverly Hills, and like, the matriarch mind like flows down into the husband and the sons. Like she is the shot caller of the family. And, that's what being like a powerhouse CPA, mathematician, highly educated, gets you. Like it gets you in an executive individual who, can do a complicated analysis and submission and focus and concentration. Because when it comes to taxation, if you've ever looked at the IRS code, like the code book, I mean, it's so fine print and it's such a huge book. You're like, I mean, that is probably the one coolest thing probably that CPAs are doing with, accounting is for taxation purposes and using AI to essentially give you your justifications from that massive, tax code book. I'm sure a lot of tax attorneys are doing that. I would like to read Ayn Rand if somebody wants to hear me read a book for 3 minutes. I could tell you about my lawsuit against Scott Bessent and the IRS. I have a May 21st pretrial hearing with an EEOC judge. I just got a demand letter from an IRS, chief counsel asking me how much I was asking for and how to justify it. I asked for $230,000, 2 years of lost wages, $10,000 for therapy, $10,000 for lost pension and retirement benefits, and $10,000 I think for lost health insurance benefits. $230K. I'm hoping they come back, at $100K. That would be nice. Rabboni Shalom. If they come back with nothing and they force a trial, Rabboni Shalom. It goes to trial. Since I've run for 2 elected offices, I've had to go to quasi trial, quasi political, and that whole experience of the communication with the lawyers and the judges has conditioned me to essentially draft documents and communicate. And one of the attorneys in my congressional trial, the guy who challenged me on behalf of Darren LaHood, he said in an email to the judge, "This guy just spews gibberish." Something to that extent. And, it was ridiculous. This lawyer wore a baseball cap to the trial. His arms are all tatted up. And, he had a toothpick in his mouth. I couldn't believe it. I was like, and he made $150,000 at that trial to get me off the ballot. Can you believe that? It's fucking amazing. Kitty, welcome to the room. Did you want to read a book? Because I'm about to read a book. And if people leave, I understand, because people want live experience. They don't want somebody reading a book. But I am convinced that I may be one of the last people alive who can read a book. Now, there's a lot of college students out there who may claim they read books, but do they really read books anymore? Do people go to the library and actually check out books that are 100 years old? Because the last time I went to the library, it was all new books. There was nothing old in the library. Everything was new manufactured. I was like, well, kind of sucks. Can't get access to the old stuff. Sometimes the old stuff is the best stuff. The new stuff is just like, like manufactured new stuff. It's not like new. See, stuff in the 1910s and 20s was like new experience, new discovery, new research. And now everything they reproduce, it's just like reruns. Kitty, did you want to come up? Because I'm about to read Ayn Rand for 3 minutes and clip it on YouTube in 3-minute increments. We are on page 26. Welcome to the book club, Kitty. You know how a cat says hello, Kitty? It goes like this. Okay, this is Ayn Rand. Oh my God, Kitty. If you don't come up this time, I'm giving up. Okay, I'm giving up on you. Doesn't work. This is The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand, read by mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to mayorkitover.com or johnkitoverchicago.com. This is Ayn Rand, page 26. The Objectivist Ethics, The Virtue of Selfishness. Man cannot survive like an animal by acting on the range of the moment. An animal's life consists of a series of separate cycles, repeated over and over again, such as the cycle of breeding its young or of storing food for the winter. An animal's consciousness cannot integrate its entire lifespan. It can carry just so far, then the animal has to begin the cycle all over again, with no connection to the past. Man's life is a continuous whole. For good or evil, every day, year, and date of his life holds the sum of all the days behind him. He can alter his choices. He is free to change the direction of his course. He is even free, in many cases, to atone for the consequences of his past. But he is not free to escape them.
nor to live his life with impunity on the range of the moment like an animal or a playboy or a thug. If he is to succeed at the task of survival, if his actions are not to be aimed at his own destruction, man has to choose his course, his goals, his values in context and terms of a lifetime. No sensations, percepts, urges, or instincts can do it. Only a mind can. Such is the meaning of the definition, which is required for man's survival, qua non, qua man. It does not mean a momentary or a merely physical survival. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of the mindless brute, waiting for another brute to crush his skull. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of a crawling aggregate of muscles who is willing to accept any terms, obey any thug, and surrender any values for the sake of what is known as survival at any price, which may or may not last a week or a year. Man's survival qua man means the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan and all those aspects of existence which are open to his choice. Man cannot survive as anything but man. He can abandon his means of survival, his mind. He can turn himself into a subhuman creature, and he can turn his life into a brief span.
Be in the earth and operate in our functions in his proper perspective, but moreover prioritizing his presence over everything. With that, I'm going to yield my mic. I thank you for allowing me to share.
Having a leading coefficient have a negative value when you could have buried the negative kind of thing. And now I'm kind of in doubt if that was supposed to be a negative all along, or, but if I see, I'm saying like whatever the thing is that you're going to do in math. And so we're just using it as an example to, not because I care, just because I know somebody else might. And if you don't hear it from me, I'm literally being paid to tell you the kind of things that will or will not fly in the industry and in scope. So it's like that's what you're simulating. So yeah, it's a perspective, but there's a better probability that I have the correct perspective. Like that's what you're getting paid to do. People imagine them coming to you and you're a lawyer and you're teaching them law and you're not telling them about what's happening out in the real industry. Like, is it just a perspective problem? You know what I mean?
Well, the real dilemma in my mind would be like, let's say you have a student who, just for whatever reasons, refusing to do it the right way, but they're kind of getting it right. Like they're smart, I mean, yeah, the classic thing would be like somebody who's acing the test but not trained with homework.
Yeah.
And you have a policy about how much of the grade, but but then you learn like, well, this person is, maybe have some issues at home, or they have to they don't have the time, they have to take care of their brothers and sisters. You start learning these things, and you start thinking like, well, what's the goal here really? Is the goal compliance, or is the goal like understanding? And if they can demonstrate understanding that way,
right?
Like are we? Then the classic thing would be like, well, it's not fair to the other students if I give a grade. But then it's like, well, I don't know, maybe the policy should have been ways of demonstrating understanding. Like is more. I knew a little more diversity in how. Actually, we are $38 trillion world issues. And I would hope I'm the kind of person who's flexible enough to kind of see through that, but still, it's really important just to teach these kids, like,
you're telling them early on what matters in your industry, and to some extent, your little fiefdom. Like think about like another example of that would be, let's say you're working on Mercy Primes or something, or probably a better example, something that's going to be polynomial heavy, right? Like from a thing or something, and you have a descending degree polynomial, and you don't put it in descending degree. Like we all do that. Your hand if you don't have to. You don't, especially if you already got this about you. It could be race, could be gender, could be your name, could be whatever, could be you're not from the country, right? Could be whatever it is that's already working against you, and then you make somebody pay extra attention to you. It's like just probably not the best thing to do if it's a negative thing, just and you letting people be aware of it. They can make the decision they want after, but you gotta point it out. And if you like everything's reward and punishment. You have very few options in the classroom to be able to reinforce something that you think is of note that they should know.
We'll talk more about religion, but since you're
not calling attention to yourself
as an interesting podcast series,
some people would be like, well, of course you want to call it. Or because because you can't
decimate children, other people will register their discontent because you don't like.
Well, no matter how you manifest your values,
especially
you better do the things in my life.
Right. What's up, Romero? Yo, what's going on? Just listening to some bad Benjamin points earlier, talking about not sucking. Benjamin showing me how to suck. Hey, like this is how you do it. Grab him by the ears, let it go.
Everybody, the opposite of sucking. You have to be the one who has your ears grabbed.
Dang, really?
Yes.
I don't know if that's a truism.
Well, how can you be the sucker if you're not having your ears grabbed? You're the suckee.
I can think of some ways.
Oh, I'd like to see. Just of educational purposes only, of course.
I'm sorry, dog. Did I disturb you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I forgot about you. My dog is using the high ground again. All she does. A picture yesterday of her choosing the high ground.
You missed Andy Scher. Romero missed Andy Scher.
Sure.
Are you here, Romero?
Yeah, what's up?
He's got an image in his images that shows this big, hairy, white wiener on his love sack.
The wiener part is the stretch. I mean,
Well, a dog is a wiener.
Berry.
A dog is a wiener, right?
Is a dog a wiener? It's not a wiener.
Yes.
That's for
I
sure.
don't think so. I don't think so. No, it would have to be what's that breed of dogs?
Yeah,
Really long, the little long ones, whatever they're called. Yeah,
Dachshunds.
dachshunds. With the little stubby legs.
More commonly known as a dachshund.
He's got a really big-looking dachshund.
I don't know about that, but okay.
The correct name is hot dog dog.
I mean, like that's a perfect example. That breed is a perfect example of everything that's wrong with eugenics.
They were bred for a purpose. They're a proud breed.
Speaking of eugenics, where did Benjamin go?
Oh, he might have felt embarrassed. Maybe? Can he feel embarrassed?
No.
That is hilarious. Benjamin never be embarrassed. What do you have to be embarrassed about?
Yeah, I wonder, does he ever feel shame? Can he feel shame?
I'm not sure. John has a lot of qualities that are similar to, not John, I mean Alistair Crowley. He has a lot of Benjamin viewpoints. I don't know if Benjamin's ever heard them before. It's like, you guys share a lot. It's like you guys get bagels in the morning and discuss these things. It's like a lot of, I was like, oh my gosh, it's Benjamin straight up. What's up, sir?
Yeah, in a room earlier, I think it was Romero who was saying, maybe it wasn't Romero, but the key problem is profits. That, this quarterly maximizing profits is the problem.
If you're gonna quote me correctly.
Okay, so maximizing profits, not necessarily trying to grow quarterly profits consistently. And it's but what does that mean? What industries and what activities are being done to increase and maximize profit that you object to?
This is in line. Give me a second. I'm eating sweetbread.
Again, this what Romero was talking about was in context to what let's talk about MAGA and let's talk about Donald Trump. And so Romero brought this up in that context.
I'll break it down for you. Just about every American evil, from colonialism, genocide, slavery, Jim Crow, the sort of the apartheid system of gender in America in the early 20th century that still kind of is there, very much there. The polluting of the environment, the destruction of the environment, the polluting and destruction of people's health, all of those stem from maximizing profit, right? And it's if you spend 5 minutes thinking about it, right, I think you'll get it. That all of those were motivated by making more money, more and more and more. So when you go to McDonald's, you think you're eating a hamburger. I mean, you are in theory, but that meat is as dead gets, right?
Wait, Romero, before we go to the hamburger meat, Romero. Hello?
It's so full of bacteria that they have to dunk it in a vat of ammonia. And when it comes out, it's this gray mass that they then spray paint brown and flavor. Right? Like McDonald's is the antithesis of healthy eating. And that is the basic model of the United States. Franchise, maximize profit, cut corners. How can you nickel and dime your customers? How can you give them something less healthy to make more profit?
Okay, so you started off by making a list of grievances. It was kind of a lengthy list, and I wouldn't be able to recite them back to you because most people can't even remember 3 variables, and you kind of said maybe 5 or 6 things, and that was in the context of maximizing profits, and maximization of profits is responsible for Jim Crow. It's responsible for immigration rights. What was the whole list again, Romero?
So
the genocide of the indigenous people, right, was to maximize the amount of land that they had to colonize. The genocide in the Americas in general was to maximize the amount of land and gold and all that resources. So that's maximizing the amount of profit that you get out of that land. Slavery, quite literally, you steal people from one land and force them to work at another land for no pay, right? You treat them like cattle, you breed them like cattle. All of that is to maximize your profit. Like that's what the South was so pissed about, that all of a sudden they couldn't have food, right? So that would cut into their profits. And same with Jim Crow. Same with every sort of gross American problem goes back to this idea of maximizing profit. You may not see it that way, but like if you think about it, it's there.
So, in terms of maximizing profit, I mean, you clean your house, right? Like you go to the bank, you go to the gym, you go to the doctor. You are essentially, putting in all these variables into yourself and pointing them out and engaging with all these variables in reality. And so maximization of profit, to me, just seems like efficiency and productivity pushed to its limits within legal, moral, ethical. And you're suggesting that this maximization of profit has transcended above what we would call normative ethics and morals and human behavior and resulted in these catastrophes.
Well, my thesis is that capitalism is built on immoral behavior. It's built on slavery. It's built on the destruction of the environment. Because it's you have to have infinite growth, right? And that's not possible in a sort of limited system like the planet Earth. So capitalism at its core breeds all of the human evils in a lot of ways. And the destruction that we see in the world right now is in a lot of parts on behalf of like maximizing somebody's profit, whether it be the people that make all the war stuff, the oil companies, right? So like taxes, right? H&R Block exists. It's propped up by the government. It shouldn't exist. They could just send you a receipt. Be like, hey, this is how much you owe. Right? But they create an industry, a middleman, that you have to pay into. That's, if I was being snarky, I'd say that's DEI for corporations. So it's in terms of, there's only so much that you can, so many corners you can cut when it starts becoming harmful, right? Like the Pintos. Apparently, with the Ford Pinto, they figured out that it was just easier to pay out any people that died, right? And all the lawsuits it was better to pay the lawsuits than to change the design, to revamp the design. But that's maximization of profits. And so, and if you're going to say that there's a moral component to that, I would say clearly it's not. There's no moral component to the maximization of profit when it comes to how business is done in the United States. So it's the reason why pay has flatlined from the 70s to now, but the people at top have gone from making 70% more than their lowest paid employee to like 300 to 700 times more than their lowest paid employee. Schools, right now they hire they hire people as contract expense of the human health, and longevity, and product, and like.
Got it. Okay.
Be happy with, right? They don't have to make 5% more every year or whatever, right? You don't get infinite growth. You provide a service, right? Or you provide a product, and you balance it between the needs of the many versus the needs of the few. Right now in America, the only people that matter are the few on top. It's the reason why the Epstein list hasn't been released, or all those, that's why nobody's been prosecuted from the Epstein list, right? Because there's a tiered system. The livestock, They extract wealth from us, from our labor. Yeah. Maximizing profit is predominantly at the root of evil.
Okay, so I would give you evidence to suggest otherwise, and it's right below your nose. It's called Clubhouse. Clubhouse here is not a ruthless maximizer of profit. The gold coin exchange system is worthless. The data that they sell to third-party brokers primarily gets bought by the federal government. That's the end-all user of all these stupid conversations.
You don't have any.
I do. I have proof of that and evidence. It's in a Wired article. I wrote it a couple of years ago. Be happy to Google that for you. And so I'm just saying that. Yeah, great. So what I'm saying is working on how not to suck. Join me in this pursuit. I do want to pursue that. I don't want to suck. And I got to tell you, as somebody who's run for office 2 times, going on a 3rd campaign, I want to represent the people. And I want them to accept me as their better leader than all the other choices. And I do think Donald Trump is and was a much better choice than Kamala Harris in terms of executive leadership, efficiency, common sense. A lot of people really, really hate hearing that. But I think Donald Trump...
What are the efficiencies that we gained under Donald Trump?
So let me finish my statement here before I answer your question, Romero. I'm reading Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness, and it deals with ethics. And so, one topic also, other than maximization of profits is immigrant communities, immigrant rights. And I thought today, I was like, I think our economy is actually being hurt by running out illegals, deporting them back out, because these are hardworking men that we need to basically build the economy. Then I thought to myself, no, that's crazy. And I thought about what Israel and Palestine, does, and how they give work visas to come in and to build, and they make good money. And there is that poverty exchange system between the primary currency and outside individuals. You could call it apartheid, but then I said, no, we need very strict laws, because the strictness of the law, it gives us a control. If we want more people to come in to do these projects, there's a lot of people out there that would gladly fly in from other countries to work these jobs. And so we can control our economy, but I would say if we were to discuss economic philosophy, it's the same principle of how do you run a business, and you have to run it at a profit. But Romero, your maximization of profit theory can only reserve as the backdrop, because whenever there's a fuck up, you can expand the currency supply and just glaze it over. But at a casino, you can't do that. They have a cutoff limit with bets, and so that gives the casino that actual edge over the player. But because of our civilization, which a lot of people here think it's going to fail, or there's going to be another bloody.
So you're so steeped in colonialism in the system that you can't even see it, right? These are less consumers that the United States have to keep the machine going. And so again, I'm going to ask you, what are the efficiencies that we gained under Donald Trump?
Now, I'm just saying, if we're doing
I'm going to suck less today by leading this room, because I just can't stick with John Kitover. It's so
Thank you, Hero. Thank you. That's what I really love my experience here, is when people say, you don't know John Kitover, or I hate John Kitover. That's when I love my experience here. Thank you.
You suck.
Well, I just want to answer Romero's question. Hello? Thank you very little. I'll put it in the complaint file. Let me go to the other office, get the complaint file real quick so I can put this note and timestamp on. Romero, I'm just saying. Oh, okay. My mere existence is a stain on reality for you. I apologize. But I'm trying to respect you and not suck today. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. I won't answer your question. Just your question, I can't answer it, apparently. You want me to answer it? Yes or no? Hello? Hello? I'm just saying, from a job interview perspective, if I were to interview Kamala or Donald to come in to run a company, I would choose Donald 9 out of 10 times.
You see how he's not answering my question? He's pivoted.
No, that's how I'm answering your question, from a job interview perspective. You just don't like my response. You don't like what I'm saying. And John,
I literally stopped talking, so you had all the real estate to talk. But what were you doing? Pivoting.
It's not a pivot. And John, I want to bring up, you claim there's going to be a bloody civil war, John. That's your own sick imagination. I hate to break the bad news to you. We've already fought a civil war. There won't be some blood spilling that you think that you got to arm up for to fight these maggots. Hello?
For a moment. Let me before you start mouthing off, start being an
Also, John, really quick.
Say a few things.
Really quick, John, before you say anything. You know what he's doing.
Woo!
He's streaming this on YouTube.
We got him in! I get him again! We keep getting him! We keep getting him!
Worthwhile product.
Woo!
We know and understand how that works, and the whole point is the only people that actually listen to these streams are us when we go in to see.
Find out if I'm on his live stream!
Always explained it, but let's not go there. My only point was just.
Sorry for existing, everybody. I do want to be better today, so I just want to say sorry for existing.
So now you're going to end up with the room that you want.
Listen, gentlemen, I would just point out that I don't use profanity, first of all, and John uses a lot of profanity. I don't use profanity, and I just got to say, I talked to my dad once, and he said, John, you're using an awful lot of profanity. I said, oh, you're right. I got to be more aware of that. And I don't think John is very aware of that. And if you're trying to make your case using profanity and talking about blood spilling and warfare against your fellow Americans, like, I don't do that. That's a John problem, not a John Kitover problem. Hello? That's a John Malencrop problem.
There's John. Oh, John keeps jumping in for a hot second. He's like, wait, let me just see if the coast is clear. And just scroll all of the better options that don't suck as much. That would be understandable.
Until people come here and what?
We lost your audience.
I jump from room to room. I'm trying to read a book here. I can't get anybody to read a book anymore. I was saying that I think I'm the last man alive who actually can read a book, and I can prove it to you. I go all around. Nobody's reading nothing. Everybody's just talking like birds in a tree. I haven't heard anybody say anything new in years. Hello? I did buy some DVDs on mathematics, professors, lectures, and it's a syllabus, and I go through all, I haven't actually popped it in the TV yet to watch it, but I'm really interested in watching hours and hours of lectures on mathematics on these DVDs that are professionally organized and put together. I mean, I know I could go on YouTube and watch that stuff, but I'm curious to see how they put mathematics on a DVD for like movie viewer, consumption.
I heard the last 25 seconds of that. I popped out of the app for a second. I probably appear to be in the room when I do it. Whatever my phone's issue is, I can't hear after like 5 or 10 seconds. I missed the beginning. What is the DVD math thing? Or did you say what it was called? Or
I got it in another room. Let me just go grab it.
That's not the way it is in a capitalist system, right?
that's the way it was for hundreds of years.
So it's like, so what does that mean? Like, what is that? What
industries and what activities are being done to increase and maximize profit.
It would be the limit. It would be the end goal that you'd want to do if you wanted to take it to the threshold. If capitalism's end goal is maximizing profit, it doesn't need to be slavery per se, but slavery is what we used, right? And then the next best thing would be indentured servitude, immigrants paid below the fray, right? And all these things follow. Robots that can replace humans. Whatever you want to call the magic word. Is slavery just a hot button word for you, or does the concept of
No, because I think they're opposite. I think capitalism is the opposite of slavery. So I'm not sure how you or I think Romero is the one who made the claim when I came in here.
I certainly follow the argument. I mean, the slavery is not the opposite of capitalism. Slavery is just something that you do to people. But capitalism is a system that has a lot of moving parts. Ideally, it doesn't have slaves in it, right? But I think he's trying to illustrate the point that if your goal is the stated goal, like every company in the United States, to maximize shareholder wealth, it certainly would be a benefit to you to pay your employees as little as possible, right? To have, the average employee making as little as possible. It seems to be what happens in a lot of oligopolies and so forth. You have CEOs making ridiculous amounts of pay, then you have the average worker making 300 times the difference and so forth. I just think that minimizing your employee pay, I don't agree that it makes the most sense, but it seems to be the goal of a lot of companies. At least they act that way.
There was
see that ratio getting
a private equity firm just recently sold a firm that manufactures garage doors, and they rewarded every employee $125K. They didn't have to do that. They did that out of their own goodwill and the benefits that they got from that transaction. And a lot of it deals with what they really need, and how much does and how is about the philosophy of the now, which is that it is a compression of just the past. That's maybe proprietary and ridiculous, but my point is it's 2026. And when people bring up genocide, apartheid, colonial settler domination of the indigenous, the enslaved, Jim Crow, etc., to me, that's history hypnosis, and they're really bringing us up to the now. But in the now, if you believe there ever will be, none of that is happening right now. And to me, philosophically, that negates their history hypnosis, and therefore we should focus on priorities instead of the history. I just don't see why people are so obsessive compulsive about the history hypnosis to justify an anti-capitalist or anti-optimization situation, because profit maximization is optimization. I've worked in digital marketing all these years. What do you think all these optimizers are doing? They're trying to optimize their ROI. So what is the problem with that?
Manufacturing to the countries of the lowest capital costs, right? Which usually is the metaphorical equivalent of slave labor, right?
Let me ask you this. So, in the history of the human race, we've gone through various types of economy. We started out, and correct me if I'm wrong or you want to dispute this, but we started out hunter-gatherer. We moved to agrarian. We then moved to feudalism. We then moved to mercantilism. And then we moved to market-based economies. Would you agree with that? Pro, would you agree with that? The evolution of...
I'm getting ready to walk my dog here, but I'm listening if I don't answer right away.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, I think what happens is we get in the weeds about the minutia, about this CEO or that company or, this pay scale or something like that. But I think what Romero, at least, I'm not sure of your thoughts on this, but just that comment that slavery or capitalism is built on slavery just demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of market-based economies. So, I'll ask,
What?
He was like
Where
someone who
do
had a
you
lot
think,
of
or what do you think was the
his
catalyst?
reputation inside conservative circles was really high. People took him really serious. Like, you know, politicians and stuff. So they were really, like, as much as one you think that everyone's targeting him, no one's really concerned about Nick Fuentes because, like, it's just a Hispanic guy in Chicago who's, you know, doesn't really like to go out, doesn't really like to get public people going. Like, Charlie Kirk would go to all these park campuses, get thousands of kids out, you know, talking. And I think that they realized that, like, if he could have created a movement, and even and I know that he said, oh, no, he was never going to run for president. But he one time said if he ever felt like he needed to, he would. And it's like, well, you know, like, seems like, you know, I think that they really were like, we're going to groom this kid to be on ours, to be a Zionist. And then when he became not a Zionist, they're like, well, we got to get rid of this guy because he has way too much influence. So that's what I think about Charlie Kirk. I think that he was psyoped and he was honeypotted and he, you know, I don't think he, you know, and he was a Zionist because he, you know, was honeypotted by his wife, CIA, Mossad, you know, weird woman who, you know, but I think that because of, he probably like met her and was like, hey, you know, I believe in a traditional woman. I want you to be with our kids. I don't want you to be working. And she took that. She took that serious, and she was like, okay, I'm gonna do whatever you say, because she was required to do so. And look at it. Look at the second that he dies, what she changes her whole persona. Her persona becomes a boss lady. Doesn't become right. You know. So it's almost like, yeah, she's playing an act.
Just giving the OnlyFans ideology.
Yeah, like
that's right.
He's like a freaking second coming of Michael Jackson or something. It's like with all the fucking fireworks, like what the fuck? It's almost like a humiliation.
You can't take the OnlyFans out of her. What can I say?
That's right.
So yeah, I mean, so yeah, I think all these things, like, you know, and I said this guys earlier around my loving Coco. I said that I think that aliens, Iran, COVID 2.0, all of these things, like, they are, now Iran I don't think is a full distraction. I think actually Iran takes place because of Epstein. Like, I think that the reason why the United States is involved with Iran is because, you know, Epstein is a blackmail technique that's used against our politicians to continue to do Israel's bidding. But I think that aliens, COVID, and all this stuff is a distraction because these are pedophiles who ate babies, and they want us to forget that they're pedophiles who ate babies in a just world, a world that is a God-fearing world. These people would have been killed, would have been hung in the street for their crimes against humanity. We did worse to the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials, and they never ate babies. They never ate them. Like, you got to think about this. We treated the women who were married to SS soldiers, to SS officers, worse. We shaved their heads. We stripped them naked in the street of Berlin. We allowed soldiers from the Russian and the Allied forces to rape them. We killed them, millions of them, through starvation post-World War II. We've treated people who were just married to individuals that we believe committed horrendous crimes worse than we've even treated individuals who've committed the crimes themselves. We treated the loved ones of those individuals worse than we're treating the ones that commit. Like, I truly think these are all signs for us to forget that these people ate babies. They kidnapped your babies, had sex with your babies, and then ate them.
You know that this Mexican model that once came out of a room screaming about this?
Yes, a hospital, yes.
Say that again?
Yeah, she she was coming out of the hospital. It was right after an award show, and they sent her to the hospital because at the award, I remember this whole story. At the award show, some Mexican TV award show, the TV actress and singer, and she went to the hospital because they said she had a mental breakdown at the award show, yelling about babies and stuff. And then she comes out of the hospital. Yes, Rico. And she comes out of the hospital, guys, and she's yelling. She's like, they're eating babies. I went to a party. They ate a real person. They ate him in front of me. I don't know what to do about it. She's freaking out. And you watch as nurses take her back into the hospital to never be seen again.
You don't know
this?
Rico?
You didn't know about this, Rico?
No, I've seen a talk about Rico. I've seen the video. That's right.
But did they kill her? Is she alive?
We don't know. We don't know.
Let me share the link for you, and you can be like, what the fuck is he talking
No, like,
about?
myself, I just never followed up if she was alive or not. I didn't think about it.
No, she's not.
So if you're a field engineer, then that took you some amount of time to become educated, to practice your craft, to do enough repetitions.
Oh, I don't even say that. Like, this is not like,
Keegan, I love how at the end of that you said, never to be seen again. Very dramatic ending there, Keegan. Wonderful. Thank you. I saw that video, and how do you know that she's not just like mentally ill and schizophrenic and crazy? And
when you say mentally ill, you're like referring to yourself, like that level, or like is it below above?
I don't know. You tell me, how does projection work, Ludwig?
How does projection work?
Yeah.
He's A9 as well, which is fine that he's here to record. But
You said you wanted to drive.
You notice that he will come on stage and he'll just disrupt. He won't engage with the topic. He's here to disrupt.
We know that.
It is a very interesting.
It's more fun when you entertain it, when he thinks, I got you.
I believe that, like, if I ever was convinced that there was paid agents to be on this app, John Kitover is a paid agent to be on this app. If there were any.
We said the same thing for him as well. There's another one I'm not going to mention because he's recording. But there's one other person, and I'm around a lot, and I think he's an agent.
Yes, one chromosome and two brain cells. Expect some sort of.
Maybe he has an extra chromosome. Wouldn't that make him Down? Isn't Down syndrome an extra chromosome?
I'm not sure.
Which, you know, what's another thing is really interesting is we used to, abortion used to be very, it used to not be legal. Even if it was legal, it wasn't widespread. We never saw a lot of Down syndrome children. We're seeing an uptick. Down syndrome, like children being born. We're seeing an uptick on Down syndrome children being born in the United States. And again, if anyone wants to know, you can find out if your child will have Down syndrome at around, like, I think it's like 14 weeks or 12 weeks, maybe. I forget what week we found, where they do a Down syndrome test and they find out whether or not your baby will have extra chromosome or I think it's
equal living for the average worker. The CEO has more talents, has done a lot more things that are worth more money, and has to show sort of proficiencies than someone down below, and they both make a market salary. The market salary for CEOs happens to be a lot higher than the market salary for somebody sweeping the floors in a McDonald's. It just is what it is. There's a law of supply and there's a law of demand. There isn't a law of supply and demand, as everyone gets it wrong. Those two will come together.
And it will say, well, okay, if there's not enough CEOs, well then the salary for CEOs will go up until there's enough CEOs. And then if you're a company and you're paying your CEO a market wage, well, it's just going to jump ship to some other company. So I'd say that the same rule applies. Capitalism works at the top as it will work at the bottom. The fact that they make 35x or 80x or whatever the difference is just the difference in what the market is rewarding for the top versus what the market is rewarding at the bottom.
I would add to that, the reason the disparity has grown exponentially in the past, 10, 20 years is because of globalism. In the past, most companies were local or maybe others national. Now, with distance, supply chains, the internet, the global reach, global access to overseas markets has just exploded. So now, a company that used to be just dealing with, local customers within an hour's drive or so, now reach millions, hundreds of millions of customers around the world. So the global reach has increased. The global reach has increased. The competition. So the number of CEOs who are capable of operating at a global level is extremely fierce and extremely rare. So if I'm a company, if I'm on a board and I want to find, an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos or some rarefied person capable of operating at that level, creating profit at a global level, then I'm going to pay that person top dollar because it's my user charges. And now, we are
if you were locked up at any Illinois juvenile detention
the best example of what you're talking about. In New York City a few weeks ago, the city council a while ago put into place that restaurant service workers would have to make X dollars, and X was greater than the prevailing wage rate. The thinking was, well, a similar thing happened in California, where restaurants are closed. We're like, well, that's just not enough. So I can't remember what X was. I think it was $20 versus, say, $15 or $16. Well, guess what some restaurants are doing now? They have a screen where you walk up and you place your order. A person in the Philippines is taking your order, pushing a couple keystrokes. It's going to a back office system in the other side of the restaurant. They just now eliminated that position of the person taking the order. Why? Because they artificially increased the cost, above which companies have said, we can't afford to do that. There's a cheaper solution. So when you artificially increase the cost of labor through government intervention, things like this happen. You end up messing with the law of supply and the law of demand. They're very sweet when they're left along their own. They fall apart when you put these artificial constraints on it. So now you can order your production. It's not fun. I am getting my production together. I'm just getting my bag together to go out the house. Sorry, I run up downstairs, run up late together. So, but yeah, these are it's gonna be a fun group around to talk. I just think whenever you're reducing all these complex social political phenomena into like this one market force idea, like you got it all covered and just call it globalization, it feels like a little too clean to me. Like, you got nothing to see here, just keep it moving. That's just how it works. It's all just naturalization. You're treating the outcome like the weather. I just walked my dog. It's like, globalization happens, the CEO pay just naturally rises up to just what we gotta do. But the pay systems that we have, they're designed by people, boards, laws, taxes, the incentives, the stupid things that we vote for all the time without thinking, right? Stock markets, whatever the power structures are. I mean, you're right about some of the stuff. I'm not saying you're not right about some of the stuff. I mean, globalization clearly is part of this equation. I'm not naive enough to think that
that isn't it. But
Bro, I'd like to respond to what you're saying.
Hold on. I gotta run real quick. You guys can have almost all the time. This paid is starting talking about. By the way, it's not 35 times because 300 times.
Yeah,
It's not because CEOs became like freaking more useful. It jacked up through the roof because they're better positioned to capture more of the surplus, and that's what's always happening here because they have the economic leverage to do it. I'm sure you've read the Economic Policy Institute reports. They came back out just a couple of years ago. Most people that talk in economics like this level, by the way, I was an economics undergrad before I went on to get a doctorate on mathematics. We went to graduate school, I did education, that kind of shit, right? So I'm pretty decently versed in this kind of stuff too. CEOs were paid, it was almost 300 times. I forget the nickel and dime answers in the high 200s, but pretty damn much 300 times as much as typical workers. And CEO compensation goes way faster. It's like exponential, bro. Like it's not literally, but pretty damn close. And I think if you're gonna be fair about the stuff and you want to ask a fair question, it's something along the lines of, did the globalization stuff we're talking about make the CEOs a little bit more important? And I think the answer is yeah, right? Did it make them 290 times more the worker important? That's pretty much of a leap, bro. That stuff starts to, the math isn't mathing. You can pretend the math mathing. You can pretend the math mathing, but the math isn't mathing in that way. You don't just go, oh well. If you just go, oh well, then the system is the problem. The system is the problem. The attitude is, that's just how it is. There's nothing.
No, I'm just saying there are some simple market forces at play that,
Did workers become global though? Did those?
In a way, yes. Globally, yeah, they have, unfortunately. I lost my job at one point to global outsourcing. Yeah, it did.
I was going to say a lot of this can be blamed on McKinsey. The consulting firm McKinsey deliberately worked, I forget how many years ago, 20, 25 years ago, in their consulting interactions or dealings, targeted CEO pay as the way for companies to stand out. So if everybody has access to the same technology, if everybody has access to the same logistics, everybody has access to the same financial structure, and all things being equal, the key pivotal piece is the CEO, the Steve Jobs, the Jeff Bezos, the people who stand out above the others. So, I was just saying, a lot of this can be targeted on McKinsey. There was a consulting group, or is a consulting group, McKinsey, that about 20, 25 years ago started consulting with these larger companies, saying that, hey, if everybody operates under the same financial system, everybody operates under the same legal system and the logistics system and the technology system, right? Then the key pivot point or the key point of leverage is the CEO. That's the visionary pivot point that's going to elevate one company and accelerate their rise above the others. And so if that's the case, then you should pay him or her, a price that keeps them with your company and, leverages that.
I work for a competitor of theirs, actually now growth of them called A.T. Kearney, which spun off from McKinsey in 1930.
Is that accurate with what I said? Is it accurate with your?
Yeah, it was a focus. It wasn't the entire focus of what they were doing when they were speaking to boards, and there were a lot of other initiatives. I wouldn't say that was the majority, and I think it would take a detailed analysis to say, was this one initiative the reason why there was a huge growth, as Pro was saying, in CEO salary? A, I don't think we have the data. B, the complexity of it is just far too great to ascribe it to one variable. Yeah, they did do that kind of consulting, but at the end of the day, boards will do what's in the best interest of their company, and if they feel that they are overpaying, you will see downward pressure on. Boards answer to shareholders, and if these CEOs are compressing profits, well, that's a problem. And
just the ebbs and flow of how these things work together are very intricate. And it's I don't think enough to say, well, it's because of X.
Pro, can I just say, I put in the chat, to me, your awareness about the situation is the law, meaning that, your understanding of math and economics, what I'm trying to say is that the law actually gives us this equilibrium, and it's fucked up that money is what controls the politics and thus the business and the boardroom, everything. It's like money has this intelligence or weight, and the complaint could be that billionaire is unethical, immoral, unsavourable, obnoxious and horrible. And as you just heard, from my critics on this app, my mere existence is detestable to people. And it's really just because I record, probably. Maybe they don't have anything against me personally. They probably think I'm reprehensible because of my opinions. But when I hear people essentially doing hypnosis about past grievances that I have never been a part of, and neither have you nor the person telling me about the grievance, to me, it's like, I think maybe I'm more aware of like how to be happier or joyful or move on the face of the earth, and it's still just my opinion. Hello? We have CM and Sam. Welcome back. CM got upset with me yesterday. He had an emotional hissy fit, kind of like what I would describe like having a child, in your presence who has a temper tantrum. He's screaming, kick this MFer from the room, kick this mother effer. And, Sam left. I'm sure nobody wants to hear me. See, people want to be the star of their own show. Sam is that star. And, there are people who organize, and I would call them leaders. Even if I don't agree with other opinions, if you organize a room and create a title and have a house, well, that's like being a gym class leader. Or, anyways, I don't know if Pro can hear me, but I got those DVDs. I just put them down by my DVD player. And really incredible DVDs like Fundamentals of Mathematics, and then it has all these lectures by professors. One of them was from University of Texas, and he's talking about basically applied mathematics in all these different situations where they used math to, probably determine the greatest outcome. And so that's my complaint about these maximalization profit ethicists who claim that that's the problem. Well, in a free society, when people try to optimize the situation, if they can legally and morally and ethically do it, guess what human behavior generally does? They do it. And, the craziest thing to me and the saddest thing to me is if you go to a casino, I consider it like a temple. People go there to basically have some type of faith experience. They don't understand the law of large math or basically basic statistics. And they're just, I cannot understand people's experience at a casino. I know they want the dopamine, but this, I don't know if you know Abby the lawyer on here. I tell her, I'm like, you must hate Clubhouse because people have the casino dopamine experience, but they don't have to pay for it. And to me, that's, a fun experience and a fun revelation that the casino really is for suckers. I personally think the stock market in many ways is basically a casino for suckers, because I have done lots of experiments in the market. And if you get into day trading, it rapidly becomes like a dopamine experience. And you think you can outsmart the dopamine experience by day trading. But the problem is your whole life just becomes reading financial news and news gossip, financial gossip and press. It's like, it's its own thing. It's its own marketplace. But when it comes to the title of this room, working on how not to suck, join me in this pursuit. To me, no one's ever really sucked. There's just been like disagreeable people that you find annoying. But then basically, if you actually, I think if you love yourself and you want the best for you, ultimately you treat everybody, even the disagreeable, horrible people, with respect, because anytime you give disrespect, it just comes back to you, you know? So people try to fuck with you, but if you have a good disposition, character, personality, you can, overcome any objections in a way, because it basically comes down to, are you making sense? Is it logical? Are you persuasive and informative? And it's, basic public speaking. But when people crash out on me, they don't understand. I've told this to Pro that, I think I'm playing like the role of the fool in a king's court. And the fool goes around and trolls all the noblemen, all the noble ladies, all the inferior people in this type of caste kingdom system. And to me, people accuse me of being performative, but this is actually me. Everything I think and say is who I am. And that's what worries me about other people, is that what they're saying is in a way like who they are. And they're not really saying anything. They're complaining. And not only are they complaining, they're repeating leftist, woke, hypnosis history in order to essentially virtue signal and justify their position. But the thing is, if there's no applied action to what they're doing on this app, I think it's a big waste of time. And I do apply what I'm doing by actually running in politics and putting my face out there publicly, because, being a private person helps you with employment. If I have to go and have a hiring manager, look me up on the internet, there's like an 80 to 99% chance that they'll say no just based on the content. But they'll never actually listen to the content or actually try to like experience, because a lot of these recordings that I do are 2 to 3 to 4 to 20. There's so much content. So it's like, how could you value judge me with a sample? And I think that's one of the problems with this app, is the samples are of such low quality and such small content of, terabytes, gigabytes, megabytes. It's a very slow information transfer thing. So the big takeaway from Clubhouse is the emotional response experience. That's really what Stoic philosophy and Taoism and all these therapeutic healing types of philosophical, religious, esoteric studies are dealing with, is the emotional state. And I think the Bible is actually a book mostly about emotional intelligence, not intellectual intelligence, but emotional intelligence. I rest my case. I'm working on how not to suck. Join me in this pursuit.
Give me 1 second, guys.
That was comprehensive, John. What's up, CM?
So what's up?
And I'm trying to finish up my son. Actually, I gotta go see my son's music recital, and then I gotta take him to basketball, man. So it's like being a parent, bro. No stops.
I was a high school photographer. I have no kids, but I like to make films. I mean, I would love to have kids and film, their joy and publish that. But part of me is that could take away from that person's experience, but maybe not. I mean, how do you feel about children essentially documenting their lives at a young age with the belief that they're going to do it their whole life or something?
He doesn't like it. But I saved all this stuff for him, and he has it in a file, so he does reviewing the stuff, but we don't publicly put him out there like that. Every once in a great while there'll be a little something, but for the most part he's pretty much off the grid, for the most part, as much as you can be in 7th grade.
Yeah, I worked at Google YouTube, and our client was SC Johnson, who makes Ziploc. I was an account manager, and they were very concerned about their ad placement on controversial, potentially right-wing or controversial content that appears on YouTube. So they wanted a full audit of where all their advertisements were being displayed. And I'm going through all these YouTube accounts that I have never seen or heard of, but they're huge accounts.
10 million, 60 million, followers, and they're making huge amounts of money filming their life as a family in like a mansion and going out and doing things. And they create all these videos, and it's like some of it is risque even, like where the mom is like walking in the living room on her knees and her big fat ass is up in the air. And the next thing you know, you see a Ziploc advertisement.
It exploded back maybe like 10 years ago. Like Ryan's Toy World is a good example of one. I'm gonna lose you in a second, and I'll be able to hear you guys in a while, but it'll be spotty. But yeah, if you look up Ryan's World, he launched his own toy line, I think when he was like 9 years old in Walmart, and his mom and dad are in all the videos, and his sisters are now doing it. They're younger than him, and yeah, he's like Disney World. I know, Red Bar in that.
Yeah, we got Scott in the audience. Scott had a room today called Let's Talk About MAGA. I recorded the whole thing in multiple recording studios. And I want to mention something about that room. Scott, welcome. But, YouTube, I record mostly on YouTube. And to me, YouTube Google's where the money's at because that's where all the advertisers are. And other people say, oh, you should do Twitch and Kick. And I do TikTok. And I can't live stream on Instagram anymore. And Scott says he's a fan of mine. And Scott, I heard you say a lot of things today. Like, I've always been a hardcore leftist, or I was an extreme hardcore leftist, but not so much anymore. I mean, Scott, how do you view bad ideas from people on this app? Like, what are the priorities? Like, is it not about priorities? What's it all about? Hello?
Yes, I think on some level we have to have a sense of what the collective project is. And I don't know that we've got that. I don't know that we've, I like Pro a lot. I like you a lot. I mean, but I don't know that we've got a collective we anymore. And so, I go to the critical thinking forum, which I'm going to do in about 2 minutes. Because largely, I think that to me is a collective we for me. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the collective project is. I know that we're running out of money as a country. Some people think that's the problem. Some people don't. I mean, I think it's.
How do you run out of money, Scott, when you're at 40 trillion in debt? What AI says is that you lose core services when more of your tax revenue goes towards interest payments.
Right, yeah. I mean, we're at that point, right? But I think, but no one runs on that, right? I mean, so there's largely, there's two different answers to this, right? I mean, the Republican answer is just tax cuts and we'll cut spending, but we don't really cut spending. The Democratic answer is, we'll expand government services and that's going to increase tax revenue, and so we'll get it, which it does. I mean, there's some truth to that. It does, but we're done. I mean, this is $40 trillion. I mean, this is not. Nobody's been in this debt in world history. Done. No one. And that's what we will ask the critical.
Yeah, but Scott, it's not a question of no one. It's really a question of it's a miracle that America is still alive and not impacted from 25 years of intense warfare overseas. We have a kingdom here which has not crumbled in the slightest. We have a cultural, social problem of really attention. We can't get people's attention to read a book. I think, Scott, I'm the last man who's ever read a book for today, at least. At least today I read a book for 3 minutes. That's more than 99.9999999% of the whole human.
Yeah, I was reading books every day. I went through a breakup about a month ago, and I was reading books every day.
One thing I noticed about Clubhouse is you have
Mostly
well,
Egypt, sure, a lot in Egypt, but
that's difficult with the way
why aren't you
technology
modded?
is set up here. It's
John,
not like
they don't mind you here?
I don't know.
I'm not gonna mind you, but
No,
probably not mind John.
no. I'm considered a potential problem to some people. But my point is that as soon as you mod somebody, the algorithm rewards you and moves you higher up in the news feed. So if you were actually interested in audience and networking, you would just mod everybody. And then if somebody is a problem, then you just kick them to the goo, you know? And if it's a house, they can't boom it. If it's a public room, they can boom it. So, you know, people use me for content and I use them for content. And people who complain about me, I complain about. I try to live a balanced lifestyle. And I feel that, you know, my position is of great equanimity and balance and harmony and joy and strength and positivity and love and great aesthetic and intelligence. And that's why I'm actually very optimistic about the future, because I realize that the great mass of human population is completely just living in a somnambulance, just sleepwalking, completely unaware of their ignorance, their own effeminacy, you know, and weakness, and, you know, basically bad opinions, and, you know, they don't see beauty, they only see ugliness, or they can't actually create anything beautiful, or have any fun or joy or experience magnificence and great thrills. I mean, I think we're living with a very depressed population personally. If you go to see psychiatrists, many of them don't even smile. They're just very upset themselves. So, you know, what's the secret sauce for happiness? What's the magic recipe for success, abundance, strength, health, power? Hello?
day to $4.56 a gallon, up more than $1.50 since the conflict erupted in late February. That's according to the AAA, which on a daily basis monitors the average.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was just doing my thing, and you were getting all upset.
Diesel is extremely significant because, of course, the trucking industry runs on diesel, jumped to $5.67. I was talking about the benefits of it. Now that's compared to $3.54 a year ago. So it's threatening to drive up the price of countless goods delivered by truck and rail.
Well, just go ahead. Tell me right now what you were thinking then. Can you do it?
The president said this week that the United States is making great progress in its negotiations with Iran.
I said, can you tell me what you were thinking then, right now?
Economists and industry experts predict that fuel costs are likely to be elevated for months to come, no matter what happens with regard to the negotiations. Because, as the oil experts have said, and I've repeated this often because it's so descriptive, in times of duress such as this, oil prices shoot up like a rocket, but they fall like a feather. It's more descriptive, isn't it? So, there's a great story in the LA Times which says that the gas prices are widening the wealth gap between wealthy and poor Americans. This is extremely significant. Here's what the LA Times story says. Americans sharply reduced their gas consumption in the months following the start of the Iran war. Yet spiking prices still force them to spend more at the pump, worsening the economy's economic disparity. Higher income households, meanwhile, did increase their spending on gas, but barely reduced their consumption because they could afford it. And this is according to a report from the Federal Reserve of New York. And middle-income households fell in between these two disparities. According to the Federal Reserve of New York, the gap between how each group reacted were larger than in 2022 when a similar gas price shock occurred after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Higher income households cut back more on their gas consumption 4 years ago than in March, while poor households likely benefited more from government stimulus programs in 2022, which we don't have this time. And by the way, according to the Federal Reserve report, wealthier households have seen significant increases in the value of their stock and real estate holdings since the start of the war. So while you and I are suffering, and those who are lower in the economic strata more so than those of us who are middle income, the wealthy people just continue to get wealthier. This doesn't affect them. They're Teflon when it comes to the war. And so the gap widens. This is extremely important. Why? Because we see what happens in nations where you don't have a strong middle class and there's a wide disparity between the very rich and the very poor and very little in between. And we, of course, any bit empathetic to the plight of people who are struggling economically, we certainly don't want to see them struggle more today, yesterday, but even worse tomorrow. So I want to get back to the economy and the U.S. debt in a moment. Even though the problems with the U.S. debt are not solely by any related to what's going on with the gas crisis, but it just adds to the stress on the economy. And I don't want to ignore that. So I'm going to expand the conversation to that in a minute. But before I do, I want to talk about airline prices. So this is from the Guardian. 2 million airline seats have been cut from this month's schedule as airlines redraw their operations because of soaring jet fuel prices due to the Middle East conflict. About 13,000 fewer flights will operate in May around the world after recent cancellations. That's according to data from the aviation analytics company Cirium. C-I-R-I-U-M. Cirium, in case you're interested in looking it up. Now, to put it in context, it is true that figure, while it sounds pretty large, and I think it is pretty large, represents less than 2% of global aviation capacity. But it comes as there are fears in the industry that the long-term supply of jet fuel, according to the Guardian, could cause further summer cancellations. And there are consolidations of routes going on right now in anticipation of this. And we're just getting into, hopefully, the summer travel season. So I mentioned the debt. There's a story in the New York Times today that I could not ignore as we talk about fuel prices. And again, in fairness, obviously this is a long-term problem, but it speaks to how our policymakers have blinders on. So here's the story in today's New York Times. The top of the story reads, the U.S. government learned last week that it may have reached an unfortunate milestone. The size of its debt surpassed the nation's total economic output. It was a strike, according to early estimates, one that the country has experienced only in rare circumstances. Briefly during the pandemic, and in the aftermath of World War II. But, the New York Times reports, the development barely seemed to register in the nation's capital, where few policymakers bothered to acknowledge the latest warning signs about the government's poor fiscal health.
The root of the problem is well documented and widely known. U.S. debt has soared in recent years because of a mismatch between federal spending and tax revenue, one complicated by a rapidly aging population, which has driven up costs across the government. By the way, this was something that the president promised to address, both in his first term and in the current term. And we are easily fooled by the politicians who point fingers one at each other's parties over this issue. Given the fact that both parties spend like drunken sailors, there is no concerted effort that I can see on the Hill or in the executive branch to address this government spending issue, which my entire lifetime, at least since I have been old enough to be aware, has been a problem, which never really gets addressed. Even with Doge, it didn't get addressed. And in fact, I think with the Doge cuts, in the aggregate, the cost of shutting down and then the cost of shutting down and restarting different programs that they surely knew would be forced by the courts to reopen, in the aggregate, from what I remember, I don't have this right in front of me, was more costly than if they'd done nothing at all. So, I don't know. I'm not an economist. I don't know whether this results in, all of this results in inflation, or a repression, or a depression, or whether we just tighten up our belts and adjust our lives and say this is our new reality, at least for the moment. I don't know. I'll tell you that I drive a conversion van, which I love, and I'm not going to give up driving my van because I camp out in my van, and it is my daily drive because I'm living alone. I don't need two vehicles, and I don't get but 17 miles to the gallon. And I don't do that much driving other than, to and from the train station, which isn't a long drive, except, of course, when I take the van out for my expeditions. But I feel, okay, I spend for this, that's fine. It's my vacation, and I want to spend the money that I saved up to go and explore. And so I don't worry too much about it then. But now on a daily basis, sometimes it may be more convenient for me to drive most of the way to work rather than take the train. And it's like, well, why would I do that? Right now, is between the tolls and the parking and the increased gas prices, I've adjusted a little bit. And I bet you've adjusted a little bit too. So I want to hear what you all have to say about that. Folks in the audience, raise your hand. I know some people put their hands up and then put them down because I call you up one at a time now. So don't get frustrated. I will get to y'all. So today, we'll start our discussion in the order in which I see folks, which begins with Marshall, followed by Scott.
I can't talk too much about gas prices, but that's a GDP ratio, means the borrowing of the federal government is harder, state borrowing is because the president is harder. It also means that we're not going to be able to spend as much, that we will be forced to cut down entitlements. That's the government policy. Social Security, Medicare, disability, SSID, along with Social Security, there's one other city tax districts. Those are the largest growing portions of U.S. spending aside from service to the debt. And so we will be forced to make austerity cuts within my lifetime. What I really get out of all of this is
I don't mean this in a offensive fashion, I mean in kind of a pleasant fashion, but truthful fashion. Your generation and the next generation screwed my generation 10 ways from Sunday by not being able to control how much we spend. I mean, as an older, as somebody who's 55 and millennial, it's a little hard.
No question, your assessment is accurate because these politicians, they want to kick the can down the road and get through their tenure without having to address these problems. It'll be the next Congress and the next Congress or the next administration and the next administration's problem. Sooner or later, the chickens come home to roost, as the saying goes. Did I get that right? I'm not so sure. But at any rate, you're absolutely right. And I don't understand. Just like my generation, the book Time Search series, the generation and generation has access to. The problem is, everybody has their vested interest. When it comes, everybody has their vested interest when it comes to programs they don't want cut. What's that? Marshall, we're losing you. Marshall, I'm helping prepare for the next of the Congresswoman. So I had to fix something. All right. Yeah, you're breaking up. You're in and out, in and out, in and out. So, but anyway, the point is, Marshall is exactly right. Nobody wants their program cut. By the way, to that point, the board that the president appointed to oversee FEMA today recommended cutting the FEMA budget in half. In half. Now, maybe that's necessary based on our discussion today. But when they talk about cutting FEMA, a lot of people look at, well, we've been having serious weather events lately. We're going through a cycle, whatever the reason. I'm not going to get into the argument of the cause, whether it's a natural cycle or whether it's a man-made type of a situation. I don't know. That's not today's discussion. But we know that the need for emergency management assistance from the U.S. government is greater now than ever. Just last night or this morning, both overnight, more than 500 homes were significantly damaged in Mississippi by a rash of tornadoes. I don't know, maybe we could say it's not the federal government's responsibility to address these issues when whole communities get wiped out by floods and tornadoes and hurricanes. It's your fault for not having insurance and in terms of immediate recovery efforts. Well, the church groups can come in and take care of that. We don't need FEMA. Some people might argue that. But I suspect that a lot of people hear this news with a degree of disdain. So where do we make the cut in order to address the debt situation? But the more immediate problem, of course, is the cost of fuel and how it drives up costs and how we have to adjust our lives, our consumption. By the way, I saw a story also the other day. Again, I don't have this one in front of me, but I just recalling it now as I speak about restaurants having to lay off staff and restaurants that are actually closing. They can't afford to operate in the manner in which they operated before because people aren't going to the restaurants in the manner they did before this war because they don't have the discretionary income for a night out, give mom the day off, she doesn't have to cook.
or date night. I don't know, but that's what the story said, and I gotta believe that it's accurate because it just makes sense that it would be. Thank you, Michael. We'll go to Scott, followed by Steve. Good time to put your hand up, folks. Scott.
Yeah, I think it's not. I'm with Marshall on this, to some point. I think so. Part of it is the fuel prices, right? Part of it is the cost of entitlements. Part of it is the inflation. I think the tipping point is there's just too many pressure points, right? I think that it largely most people are feeling squeezed, and you know, if you're like me, I live in Philadelphia. I don't drive. I mean, I just take public transportation most places. But most people, even if you don't have a car, you just feel the squeeze. You go into a convenience store and you see what a burrito costs or what Doritos cost, and yeah, you're being squeezed. But I think the problem is that the squeeze. It's feeling the pinchers from all directions. And so I think that's the problem, Gary. And I don't know how we get out of it. I mean, I don't know. I think fuel costs are an issue. The debt is an issue. I mean, I think one of the things that Biden did, which I think wasn't necessarily the worst move in the world by you. I mean, Biden was looking down the nose at a recession, and he didn't want it on his watch. And so he pumped $1 trillion into the economy, which, you know, maybe it was the healthier move. I don't know, but what does that do? I mean, you put a lot more money in the economy chasing the same amount of goods. It raises prices. I mean, I think people are feeling squeezed. And I don't know how you get out of the feeling of the squeeze, but I mean, I think that's the issue. And I don't know that collectively we have the kind of collective sensibility to get out of the situation. I think mostly the politicians we're hiring or electing are largely that's their job. They want to get elected and reelected. And so I don't know. I think we're in big trouble.
Well, you know, you say taking public transportation costs are rising too. I just noted that the half train, which links New Jersey with New York City, the Port Authority, the half train, it's going up in price. Everything's going up in price. And obviously, if the gasoline and diesel prices are rising, the cost of goods are going up. I did my grocery shopping this morning on the way home from work, and there were things that I had intended to purchase. And I looked at the cost and I said, you gotta be kidding me. And there were things that I was going to put in my basket that I decided not to, just on the principle of, I'm not going to spend that much money for that item. And there's another thing that I noticed today, and it's not like they're bare shelves or anything like that, but I wanted to buy a certain product, and none could be found in the store. So I don't know. And also, here's something I noticed this time and the last time. I buy bottled water. I buy spring water because I like using spring water in my cooking and my preparing my beverages and so forth. I don't like the type of water that happens to come out of the tap here where I live. It's a little too harsh. So, I'll buy a gallon of water. Usually, it used to be for 80 or 90 cents a gallon. It's now $1.50 a gallon. But I'll do that. Even when it comes to that, I noticed last time I go a couple weeks and stock up. So 2 weeks ago, and then again this morning, empty shelves. I mean,
I wanted gables and creases and locks, which I know is very expensive now, but I was just in the mood to treat myself. No locks in the store. Sorry, guys, we don't have them in stock today. So it started that move. You ever get that when you put it in your mind, this is what I crave today?
A lot of the country right now, I think. Again, I don't live in the city, but I think a lot of Americans, most Americans do. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I think Americans are going to be angry every day pulling up to the pump and just resenting the fact that they have to pay this much every day. And so, yeah, no, look, it's not good. I don't know that it will be a tipping point, though, because I think, what is the tipping point there? I mean, is it going to throw us into chaos? I don't think so. I think largely we'll stay in a sort of inflationary economic situation where prices continue to go through the roof, where we play our partisan games, right? And that's what we do. I mean, what my party is going to definitely win the midterms, and what will we do? We'll investigate the administration. We'll have hearings, all this stuff. But nobody's going to problem themselves until the thing collapses, because that's not. We don't have politicians that are problem solvers or creative. So it's just going to. We will just do management, and so that will be. I don't think it's going to get better until it gets worse.
Thank you for that, Scott. I don't know whether there will be pitchforks and lanterns lit, torches lit because of all this. But there might be a tipping point where people just, they're not willing to take it anymore, and I don't know how they would express that. But the midterms are coming up. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Steve, followed by Jay.
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm having a nice. You probably heard the beep 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 of the microwave, so I'm making up for my lack of locks with a nice salmon dinner while I host our gathering today.
That sounds good, but I'm not a salmon lover. But to the point, I think the two things you're describing, Gary, one is event-driven, the oil price. The second is not the long-term issue here. And I think that, I think it was the early 80s when we started offshoring all our manufacturing. And we went to a service-based economy. And your town actually is a perfect example of what could have contributed to this. The workforce that's in Detroit right now versus, say, the late 60s, early 70s, and the kind of money that those people that worked in the factories in Detroit making automobiles is going to be extracted from Social Security and from Medicare and Medicaid is going to be disproportionate in a ratio kind of way to the type of money that's being put back in by the residents now, because the type of jobs they have is not going to generate the same income that a factory worker in the late 60s or early 70s was generating to the federal government. And here's something else too that just amazes me. When this whole thing first started, me and my wife was having a conversation, and I told her, and this is real, you cannot become wealthy as a country without making something. You have to have a manufacturing base to produce wealth. Look at what happened in China when they captured all of our manufacturing and the rise of their economy. We've been going in this direction for a long time, and Marshall talking about, well, your generation has got my generation.
Well, in a sense it did, but the people inside that generation didn't offshore all these manufacturing jobs over to China. And this is what is disconcerting to me, is when Trump talks about trying to reinvigorate the manufacturing base inside the United States through different pressure mechanisms, where people can start finding a better job than, say, working at Walmart and having to get food stamps to live. How much do you think that's going to supply a structural issue in a deficit? Not much, because they're not going to be putting in as much, and they're going to be extracting resources to feed themselves. This is structural issue been going on for a long, long time. And what we've done, we've been living off of a credit card, and payday's coming. And you know, here's what's just totally blows my mind. Within the federal government, you know there has to be a lot of waste and fraud. And when we had this Doge thing, maybe these guys didn't do it correctly. But the idea, and this isn't, you know, you look at the highlighted issues like what we see in Minneapolis. That's just a symptom of a much broader problem. You can probably go into the Defense Department and the budget they have and the contractors they have. You know, everyone's heard about the $300 hammer. Well, when you get in these kind of shapes, you got to go through these systems. You got to root out the waste and abuse to where you really find out what the true structural problem is. You know, how big is it? Well, you're not going to know until you get that thing lean and mean. So I think what we're talking about today, as soon as the Strait of Hormuz is opened up and ships starts flowing again, and we see equilibrium in the oil supply, and the futures traders aren't so paranoid about what's going to happen tomorrow in the Middle East, you'll see this oil price thing bounce back real quick. The other issue, though, the structural issue with the debt, is going to take some serious politicians, and it's going to take a willingness to tell the people the truth. If you don't have manufacturing in the United States, and you think that people working at these service jobs is going to produce the type of income to the federal government that it takes to fund this stuff, you're living in a delusional fantasy. So I don't know how this isn't obvious to everyone. I don't know. What do you think about it?
Well, I want to talk. You covered a couple of things. Here's what I think about us knowing about the problem with regard to government spending, because I don't know that the price of oil is going to fall very quickly, as you suggest. I hope you're right, and that the analysts that I quoted earlier are wrong. And I'm putting my money on you because that's what I want. I want it to fall quickly. But you talked about the government waste and how we've known about this all along. And I'm old enough to remember, and I don't know whether you are, William Proxmire. He was a Democratic senator from Wisconsin. And every month he issued his Golden Fleece Award. He did this from 1975 to 1988. Right? So he did it for a long time. Every month he brought examples of, you mentioned the expensive hammers, that kind of thing. Right. Ridiculous or ironic, wasteful government spending. Yeah. And he targeted projects he considered wasteful. And, for example, here was one that he did. The National Science Foundation. Your tax dollars were used, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have a National Science Foundation. Right. But your tax dollars were used, Proxmire told us, to fund a study on why people fall in love. That was the first Golden Fleece City. Yeah. You know? Right. Why do people fall in love? There's a song that will answer your question for you a lot cheaper. Anyway, right. The point is, we know about these wasteful spendings,
does anything. I think the president tried with Doge, but I think it was not a very smooth way of doing it. And they went crazy. They can do anything that they want, and so that was a real big miscalculation. I think in terms of form, it might have sent a message, but in terms of substance, it did not.
Yeah, the idea was correct. The execution was just wrong. But, when we talk about structural issues like this, until you really know how much fat is on something, you can't do it through analytical evaluation of the problem you're dealing with. And what kills me, and I think it goes both ways, because I think there's people that benefit from different things, like in the Defense Department. I could only imagine how, waste is floating around there. And then in entitlements, you hear these stories all the time of people renting these office spaces, no one's there. So I think there's got to be and Gary, I got to tell you, as someone that's dealt with some budgetary issues, this is partly our fault too, as Americans, because one of the hardest things that you'll see is when you talk to people about budgetary constraints, they look at you like, well, why can't we? Well, why can't we is because this is not monopoly money, and these same accounting principles and same business principles that run a company run a government. You got to have some financial clarity to what you're doing. And people will get involved in government projects, and it's like I know what it is, because there's no accountability to the failure. That's why these government programs get out of control, because I used to run a small trucking company. If I made bad decisions, I would go out of business. If you're in government and you make bad decisions, you just tax people more. You never have to feel the pain of your decision making. And until we get something like that going, structurally we're in bad shape. But I think one is an event and one is structural. I'll leave it there.
So it's not as if there aren't organizations within government whose job it is to watchdog all of this. There are. There are more than 70 federal inspectors general. Although Trump, which I don't understand it, given that he wanted to cut all this wasteful spending, he got rid of a bunch of inspectors general. But across all the major federal agencies, each of them has a inspector general, and there's the Government Accountability Office, which is the primary watchdog. Each audit federal spending, they identify waste, they root out fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. Great. But as you point out correctly, they have no authority to order changes. They just report them. And apparently, in spite of the fact that this administration wanted to cut the federal spending with this Doge thing, which, as you and I both recognize, kind of backfired, at the same time, they were eliminating inspectors general because, I don't know, I guess some people want to know that they have serious or terminal disease. So they don't go to the doctor. Or they fire the doctor who gives them the bad news. Because that's not what they want to hear. I understand that. There's a psychological reason for that. But you're exactly right. In the private sector, as you were talking, I was thinking about where I work. If who has our division, profitable, well, he's going to be gone. And somebody who can ensure profitability will move in, and there will be probably cuts in personnel as a result. So you can't
when you're in private industry, let it get out of hand. You're right. In the government, they can, and they nobody apparently about it. So you combine this with the current crisis with the gas and diesel costs. In our households, but also extreme economic distress. And I'm not an economist, but it seems like that's a recipe for absolute economic disaster in this.
Our county commission is involved with some state people, and we was talking about in percentage terms of the budget, a significant budgetary issue. And the math was so simple in this area. It was literally 6th grade level math that you could look at these numbers and tell they wasn't working. Simple. I mean, 6th grader could have done the math on it. And people, I mean, we had a meeting room with about 300 people in it, and no one was pointing out the obvious fact. These numbers just don't work, and I'm sitting here listening to these people ramble on, getting high on your own BS. Finally, as the engineer was talking, I told him, I said, just stop right there. I said, please, just stop. And I laid out the numbers. And I looked at everyone, and I said, can anyone in this room that's so enthused on pushing this project tell me how these numbers are going to work? And they looked like us, a Grinch who stole Christmas. But that's how embedded this kind of psychological Santa Claus can become in government spending. And finally, I just told him, I said, because I had decided vote in it, I said, until you can show me how these numbers are going to work, I said, I'm a hard no. I said, now you got to tell me how these numbers are going to work. But it becomes so pervasive. It was like a out of body experience looking at people that was normally intelligent people. And I'm sitting there just like, I can't believe what I'm hearing here. But I can only imagine this replicating itself inside the halls of Congress over and over and over, and no one's saying, hey, you got to make the numbers work. But I'll leave it there. I know there's other people.
Yeah, just yesterday I was talking about how things were when there were so many houses underwater and people's houses were being foreclosed. Why did that happen? Because people, they let their emotions, when they want a program in Washington or a project in Virginia or to purchase a home, it's just human nature. I want that house. I fell in love with that house. How can I make this work on my salary? And the realtor says, oh, we can figure out how to make this work, because the realtor wants the commission. And then the mortgage company issues paper on a house that you're a poor risk for. And maybe you make it through, or maybe you don't. And it's just kind of like human nature, and we have to have the fortitude to stand up and draw a line and say, I love this house, but I just can't put the money together. I have to get something a little more modest. But if you have a project in Washington or in West Virginia that you really, 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 really want, you might ignore
where we could function. I mean, it's not, if we can get to 60% of debt to GDP ratio, but we're now functioning at over 100%. I think we're close to, I think we're close to 200% or something. That's the problem. I mean, what we'd have to do, but no politician will ever get elected by saying, hey, I'm Scott Jones. I'm going to run for Congress, and my project is going to be to get us to 60% to GDP to debt ratio. No one's going to do that. And that's fundamentally the problem. I mean, it's just not. It's not an issue that will sell. It's the issue that's going to kill us. But people just don't know how to talk about it, and I don't know how to talk about it. you know, it's the critical issue, but someone needs to tell a story about the debt to GDP ratio, and I don't know how to do it, but that's the critical issue.
Well, the thing is, everybody is, I forget who said it, maybe it was Steve that said it. These guys and gals, they all want to get reelected. Maybe it was you that said it. But anyways, they want to get reelected. So they have to bring home the bacon. And so I have for my fellow members of Congress, and I'm trying to whip up support for the bill. And you come to me and say, I'll support your bill, Gary, but I need something for my district. I need something to come home to my people. And that's when these make-up projects get approved by Congress. And this is when people end up, building these bridges to nowhere and so forth, in order to pork barrel things to garner the votes that they need to pass the project that they really want to see cleared to Congress. So as long as we have that attitude, it's just going to kind of continue, I think. We'll now go to William, followed by Marcus. Thank you, Steve.
So, actually, Scott, if you want to run for Congress and win on a cost-cutting issue of take back our streets in Philadelphia, because banning the Philadelphia Party would get you elected. Very expensive. It's a tax on it.
The executive director of the Philadelphia Park Authority makes more than the governor of the state.
It's be a racket, and they're playing around with a lot of things that the room would not be interested in. But that'll get you elected to Congress in Philly. And I'm going to ride my bike over to the Mexican store and get some tacos and rice. So how much fuel I'm putting in my car, because I don't move my car. If I move my car, I can't find a space and I'll get tickets, and they're very expensive. But the cost is being driven up, I think, more locally in Philadelphia by the cost of diesel fuel, because everything gets trucked in there. Some things come by rail, but the trucking, the cost of truckers is going to drive up our prices on the fuel. And that's built into the cost of the products that are sold in the stores, cost of the groceries. That's one factor. There are multiple factors, like Scott was saying. The tariffs were supposed to bring industry back into the United States. Maybe it brings some, it loses other industry. Some industry was cross-border. Some industries are establishing themselves in Canada rather than the United States for a variety of reasons. And like the Griffin, the Griffin factories that are scheduled to go up in Canada, and that is also going to cut into sales of fourth generation fighters from the United States that Canada may have otherwise bought, or fourth generation. But there's a lot of things. The tariffs discourage business in some cases from coming to the United States, but they also, there's not a lot of new projects that have opened here, and they also drive up the cost of labor, because there's a lot of jobs that Americans really don't want to fill, and farmers not only are suffering from the tariffs, but they're suffering from the immigration policies, because a lot of our workers or what used to be our workers who were living honestly and not committing crimes and paying taxes, a lot of them are being kicked out of the country. And when you drive up all the costs for living, it's going to discourage young people from having kids, or they'll put it off until later.
The birth rate is way down. Right, and that is going to cause a demographic problem. So we'll actually need more laborers in the long run. And so the whole idea that we need to kick people out of our country because they're taking jobs, nah, not really. I mean, they're taking jobs that Americans often don't want to fill, and they are filling out a labor force that in many aspects is understaffed. And also, we're not immune. Like, just, the United States is an exporter of fuel. The U.S. production is doing really well because of the shale and the different technologies that have come online for petrochemical and oil extraction. We've got more gas than we can actually use. There's actually flare-offs all the time out west. I've seen some discussion about that. So, we're energy independent, more or less. There's certain crude grades of oil that mix better in refineries and that are beneficial to have to make certain levels of product, but overall the United States is energy independent. But the costs around the rest of the world are going to have a downward pressure on global economies. And so if there's a global recession, a global depression, and we're manufacturing things, and we do manufacture some things, who's going to buy our stuff? Who's going to want to, pay the higher prices for the things that we have to sell? I mean, it's not. We are connected to the broader world, whether or not you want to deglobalize or not. We're not making everything here, and we do sell some things overseas. And if you depress demand because people don't have money for your products, you're going to sell less products. So overall, it doesn't, we're not just isolated. We're not just Fortress America with two big ocean moats on either side, hostile neighbors to our people that don't want to come to the United States from Canada because of the basically grotesque activities of the ICE agents and the hostility towards foreigners and the xenophobia of certain Americans and the tourist dollars. That's an industry that's depressed. And as far as the insurance, the insurance costs are off the charts. You want to ban FEMA? Terrific. How much is that going to drive up the cost for almost uninsurable residences in South Florida? Or we're not into the fire season yet in the West. All these things, we have people that are working in government that actually provide value. They're not all just, do nothing, waste jobs. They provide value. They provide value for the American people. And it's not just in the north and the coast, but, in the south. We're going to get hit with hurricanes. It's going to happen. Whether or not you want to believe it's related to global warming or not, it's still going to hit. You can believe it when the tide rises and the water crests over the walls. So, FEMA provides a really essential service for states, regardless of political affiliation. So, that's going to hurt. That's going to drive up costs in one way or another. And then also, if you put people out of work, you're circulating less money in the economy. People are buying less stuff, and that has ramifications. So, you have to actually, I'm a lawyer. I'm not an economist. I just read things. But, a lot of these things are going to turn around and it's just a lot of things that are happening that are going to depress the economy. They're going to cut into real estate prices and make lower the quality of life for us and for our kids that want to start families. And that's going to be a problem.
So you mentioned the immigration issue and jobs, etc. One only needs to look at Japan. Japan was very, very tight on immigration because they want to maintain a homogenous society where everybody is Japanese. And, unlike the United States, people, and part of this may be genetic, but also they don't eat a lot of processed foods in Japan. And so they have a real problem there of longevity. People live much longer in Japan. That's a problem than people live in the United States because now you have the need for elder care. And with the birth rate being as low as it is in Japan, they are now going to other countries in Southeast Asia and encouraging people to come to Japan for long-term employment as caregivers. And of course, when people come in from other countries, there's a, there will be commingling, and the genetic base of the country changes somewhat as a result of the study that we discussed earlier. Why do people fall in love?
And that could have been sponsored by the CIA or the FSB. That could be valuable information. Why do people fall in love?
Right. So we're going to see that here. We're going to see a complete shift from the current strategy on immigration, especially young people who are predisposed to doing elder care. And my prediction is, you guys can write it down, especially those to track it, you will see a huge influx of Filipinos into the United States who will come here to become caregivers. They will leave their children home with the grandma and the grandpa, and they will make money, and they will send a good portion of what they make back to the Philippines as a way of providing for their family and improving their life. And if they are lucky, they too will find someone to fall in love with. As the study, we could go back to that first study, the National Academy of Sciences study, why they fall in love. Thank you, William. We'll now go to Austin, who fell out and came back, followed by Marcus.
Thank you so much. Oh, Marcus, are you in a hurry?
No, Austin followed by Marcus. Marcus left. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'm so glad that William spoke because he was getting to some vital points. I think we're often chasing the wrong ball. We look into the 21st century. We have a lot of technology for alternative fuels. It's interesting, but Trump really seems to be working in the interest of the oil industry. Why are oil companies making so much money these days with oil prices so high all throughout the oil sector? It's kind of odd to me. But I think we're absolutely chasing the wrong ball. I mean, it's simple to look at the science of economic history and look what seems to be intuitive. You think, okay, we're going to reduce spending and that's going to help our economy. That's not the right question to be asking. And it's such like an intuitive tilt. Okay, I think of personal finance, I think of business finance, I think of corporate finance. Okay, we're going to reduce cost and increase revenue. But we're a nation, and we're the global reserve currency. What we need to be absolutely panicking about is how we're destroying the ill will of America. And even if Trump lives to 100, 120, he's not on this planet as long as a lot of us, and he's damaging our reputation in order to follow the winds of short-run pursuits. It's not a matter of are we spending or not, it's what are we spending on. It's been found that Keynes's science of economic expenditure, it's reality. It's not a matter of are you spending or not spending. Are you spending on things that grow the GDP? It's absolutely proven that certain sectors of government spending have an outsized effect in economic growth. When money circulates through the economy, it doesn't just disappear. When there's fiscal policy by the government
it doesn't just disappear, it circulates through the economy. So I think it's good to be cautious, folks that are in the media and folks that are on the blogosphere. It's so simple to make the emotional appeal to worrying about the deficit. And it is a concern. It's something that we have to be cognizant of. But what we really want is to be at the helm of the economy. We know that if we spend more and create more debt, then our currency weakens, then our exporters are benefited. I think the key is to have agility and the ability to navigate between what a given instance of economic ideal might be at a certain time and have the agility to change depending on what's needed. And what we're really losing out on is now we're in the era of AI and automation. We need to worry about the brain drain in the brain game. Harvard, Caltech, Stanford, these used to always attract the best and the brightest. It was an obvious choice for so many people to end up here. And a lot of people don't want to be here. And we're losing the best and the brightest, and that's a real concern. I think we should maximize for longevity. We really have enough for everyone. There's just an artificial sense of scarcity. And I caution folks in the media and blogosphere, it might be easy to win an election on panic about the debt and the deficit and yada, yada, yada. But it's a science. Please chat with AI on logical mode for about 20 minutes about macroeconomics and economic multipliers. Before, say you want to have a blog post on it, chat with the AI about macroeconomics and multipliers before going there, because we're in a sense of artificial scarcity. We have enough for everyone.
So your first comments about the where we spend our money and how it affects the GDP. According to the Pentagon, the war in Iran has cost American taxpayers at least $25 billion to as much as $35 billion. That's Pentagon estimates. The Pentagon reported a $11.3 billion cost for the first 6 days of the conflict. And the current burn rate is roughly $1 billion to $2 billion. So that's, I don't know, somebody can work out the math in their head. To me, that pushes the total costs much higher as the operation continues into its third month. So what's the cost of that to the GDP? I don't know, but I do know from my earlier readings about this that war typically acts as a major economic drain, although the president touts the fact that it is pumping up the U.S. military-industrial complex. So that might countermand a little bit of what I've read. But what I've read is that war in general reduces real GDP, especially in the conflict-affected nations. Losses can last a long time, maybe a decade, maybe more.
Absolutely. We need to spend wisely. And if you look at the defense sector, and these days I'm all for a very strong defense sector. It's focused on defensive weapons and keeping us safe.
Right.
A lot of it is not circulating through the economy. We just have a huge bull run on the defense sector.
Right. So I'm looking at the Kellogg Insight report, which says that global conflict in general, not this one specifically, costs an estimated $17 trillion annually. And that's 13% of the world GDP. So from an economic standpoint, aside from the terrible loss of life, obviously, and infrastructure that a war creates, like the song goes, you know me, I always go back to the lyrics of the songs. War, good God, y'all, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
And if
but the asterisk in that song was, of course, The Undertaker. The Undertaker always did well.
And if we were spending that curing every cancer, think about how that would just intuitively think about how that would circulate through the economy.
through the doctor's offices, through the medical companies, through the longevity. And let's focus on robotics, the building utopia, senior care robotics, longevity in the health sectors, because those grow the economy massively. Look at Denmark's economy. Thank you, everyone.
Well, it's getting a little bit weird with the robotics. In South Korea, they just ordained the first robotic monk. So I don't know if this is a joke that they were doing or whether they really think that robots can replace human monks in their religion or spiritual.
It's scaring you, terrifying.
Yeah. What's that, Scott?
You're terrifying me now.
Dude, it's your own damn fault. How many of your fellow ministers have turned to AI to write their sermons, lazy bastards? It happens all the time.
Brutal. Yeah, it's brutal.
Come on. What? We can't generate our own words? This is the beauty of this forum. Because people have to speak. And I know sometimes people are quoting AI. I get that. But generally speaking, people are speaking their truth to the room. They're not speaking ChatGPT's truth to the room. Seth, followed by Daryl.
Thank you, Gary. Hey, what made me come up is the previous speaker on stage on some basic laws of economics and how they make a country work and all that. I wanted to acknowledge William and Austin's comments. They were spot on. I don't mean to pick on our friend in West Virginia, but when your idea for a successful country is that you can't get ahead unless we produce something, it's very vague. There is a concept in economics called the comparative advantage concept. You make what you're good at, because otherwise you'll be wasting your time in doing stuff that is below your skill level, and by the time you get to produce it, even if it's produced locally, you're not going to be able to sell it because it's going to cost you too much. And that's the basics of international trade. We let other countries produce what they can produce at the best cost that they can do it, and we produce a lot in the United States. We have the comparative advantage of producing some of the best technologies in the world. We specialize in that, and that's our thing. It doesn't make sense to stop producing F-35s and go to build manufacturing, factories in West Virginia, Ohio, whatever, to make brooms and kitchen, whatever, or t-shirts or clothing, because it has this idea that politicians talk about. We're going to build factories. We're going to get your unskilled workers to work, and they're not going to make a living because no one is going to be willing to buy a $40 broom, and no one will be willing to buy a $50 t-shirt. That's why when you buy your t-shirt, it doesn't say in the back made in Japan. It says it's made in Bangladesh or made in places where
Bangladesh and Vietnam.
Yeah, Bangladesh, Vietnam, but there is an idea that it makes sense for Levi's or whatever to go to places like that. You got a cost of it that is lower, that is cheaper. It makes sense to send you work there. They get to feed their families or whatever. Yes, sometimes it gets a little crazy with manufacturing like that. I know a little, good values, I guess, is necessary to make sure that you don't get into, slavery and stuff like, child labor and stuff like that. But,
and the infamous fires in the Chicago factories, right?
Yeah, but the reality is someone can live on $100 or $150 salary, monthly salary in Vietnam, Bangladesh, China, and make T-shirts. But if you do that same job in the U.S., you'll have to pay him at least minimum wage. And the guy from West Virginia, I bet he's not willing to go to Walmart. It won't be a Walmart because Walmart is all China, and go and spend $15 for a broom. And that's why these empty, promises by our politicians, that, we're going to build factories. Well, factories of what? We do have factories. We got to build product that we can be good at and sell with, added value to both the economy and to society. And anyway, enough of that. So, I mean, it's the little courses sometimes in your free community college would educate our voting populace, because the minute a president or whatever would go up there and say crap like that, at least people would be educated to say that. But you just say in the beginning of whatever, we're going to build factories, but it's not necessarily going to benefit society. I want to go back to gas prices and the art expenses. I don't know if Gary, you saw the report by the Washington Post today, I think, that meant that it was a report that was that the CIA, has given to the administration about their, what they see in.
Right. Yeah, I actually posted something about that in the chat, which is linked above. And basically, what it says is that the CIA report to, and I don't know where the Washington Post got this, their sources at the CIA are probably their sources at the White House. But the report said that if it becomes a stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz and the oil, ultimately Iran can handle that. The United States cannot. We will have to bleed first. Is basically what
it says. That Iran has basically another 5 months before it can see some real damage to its economy. It also said that they still are sitting on a massive arsenal of missiles and whatever. This new deal.
And by the way, let me just interject.
Go ahead.
This is a CIA intelligence report to the President of the United States, who says that there are no armaments left, that their military has been destroyed. Iranians' military has been destroyed. Well, where's he getting his information from? And this speaks to the whole point that he says what he feels is prudent to say at the moment, but not necessarily accurate. Although he is not unusual in this regard when it comes to elected officials. He is in the sense that he has exploited this ability way beyond any other politician, at least in my lifetime, that I can recall.
Right. And the deal that they are trying to get now, how is this different than what Obama did? I mean, he trashed the Obama deal.
But it was Obama, so it was wrong. It's his and it's right. This gets back to yesterday where I got yelled at for making a comparison that I promised I would never make again, about how when Biden finally proposed locking up the border, it was bad. But then after the president came in, I know it's not the exact same program, it was good. And so here we go with he's really got it in for Obama. He really dislikes Obama. Obama's past tense. Trump is current. He doesn't have to worry about what Obama did, or what Bill Clinton did, or what Jimmy Carter did. Those people are no longer in charge. And I don't know why he obsesses with this stuff to the degree that he does.
Yeah, there are multiple good articles today. Is it the 7th today? Yes, I'm reading one. I read one earlier today.
on the Financial Review. Literally, the title said, Trump's Iran deal looks a bit like Obama's. I mean, it's not just you, Gary. A lot of people are noticing this, including that, the moratorium, I guess, on the nukes. It's only going to be about 10, 15 years max. But again, he said that they will never be able to produce a nuke. Now we're giving them time. But then after that, they are allowed to enrich to a level where they actually can use it for to arm a nuclear head. Also, it's releasing a bunch of cash to Iran. Like we heard so many months that planes were full of cash leaving the banks of Maryland, Virginia, which is not true, by the way, because we paid them in Swiss francs, not U.S. dollars. Anyone can check that. So banks were not getting emptied in the tri-state area to send billions of dollars to Iran.
But I saw pictures of pallets of cash.
Right, but it was not the cash held at U.S. banks like the president said.
It probably was AI generated also.
Yeah, if you saw it on the internet. But the payment was made in U.S.
My flowers are
we're gonna now end up
breaking through.
Giving them the stuff that the president
Breaking
made
through the
fun of
soil.
Obama for doing, for giving them their money back. I don't know where the money that we're gonna give them now, what those frozen assets for. But it's the same thing. But it's the ultimate thing that the ultimate kind of scenario that, nothing says that we lost this. More than this. We went 180 degrees we went there, we won the first day. Regime change, it didn't happen. In the beginning that it's going to be liberation to the Iranian people. You don't see anyone talk about the poor Iranians. And, if there is any help on the way, or if there is any things in these deals, written in the deals that the Iranian regime has to stop.
They are collateral damage.
Because
the reality is, when this war ends, if there's no regime change, and the chances of there being a regime change are very dim, I think is what you're saying, and I would agree. It's going to be retribution time for all those people who we encouraged. Our government encouraged them. Now, they may not have needed our encouragement, but our government encouraged them to take to the streets. We encouraged them to do so. So let's just remember that if, in fact, and I hope I'm wrong, that mass executions occur and mass incarcerations occur because people simply went to the streets to protest the regime. We have some culpability in what happens to them as well, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm not going to be long. I think I just got a notification that I think we're just launching some new attacks in Iran. But the idea that gas prices are going down anytime soon, whatever, it's going to be a slow, going down. And I'm just amazed at, my God, how much they are willing to tolerate the pain in order to see, it's not even a pain for the stuff that the president say. Are you willing to tolerate a nuclear Iran? Well, we are going to end up with a nuclear Iran based on this deal, whether it's in 10 years or 15 years from now. It's just a matter of kicking the can down the road. It's not eliminating that threat. I'm going to let others speak, Gary. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Monsef. We'll now go to Daryl, followed by David.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, well, I just got to ask. So I'm going to ask for some latitude here. I want to talk about, and I'm going to tie this to fuel. So before the UAE left OPEC, they had issued, their finance minister had issued a dire warning saying that, hey, if we don't start getting some of this oil out here, we may actually have to start selling oil in Chinese, in yuan, RMB. And so what we're doing right now is we're setting up currency swap lines for the UAE, and this is really only done in times of emergency, like in 2008 with the crisis, 2020 with COVID, because what happens is if they start selling oil in Chinese RMB, they don't need to hold all those treasury notes, the they don't need to hold American dollars. So this is a precedent. Scott Besson actually went in, he spoke before, I think, the Senate last week about this, and we're setting up currency swap lines to aid with liquidity. The problem is, though, that China has started prepaying Iran for oil. And so there was this thing that we're going to starve Iran and we're going to basically, break them economically and, we're going to stop them. But China started prepaying for oil. Iran's sitting on about $40 billion in its central bank. And so the idea possibly that another OPEC company, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Saudi Arabia is kicking everybody out. If another OPEC country, decides, hey, with this threat, now it could just be a threat, if they start threatening, hey, if we can't get through Hormuz, we're going to start making our own deals with China, and we're going to start making our deals in Chinese money. What will happen is you'll see that these countries don't need to hold American dollars because they're now trading oil and other things. And economically, what's going to happen is the American dollar is going to become less valuable because countries don't need to hold it. And what would happen with our debt? You'll see countries, hey, we don't need to hold these treasuries anymore because we're not, collecting. We're selling money outside of the petrodollar system. So we don't need these dollars. You'll see massive inflation. You will see massive inflation. And I think we're talking about gas. We're talking about gas prices. But this ties into so many other things, right? It ties into interest rates, right? Not just interest rates on mortgages, but just interest rates if you need to go and finance a car, if your credit card, all these other things that can be devastating for our economy. And the idea that we're possibly setting up a swap line, currency swap line for the UAE is something we really need to take seriously. The idea that China is pre-buying oil or paying for oil that they haven't even acquired yet from Iran just to hold up Iran, it kind of feels like there's an economic alliance that's building against this country, and it's not just about the price of gas. It's about how all of these things will impact us. You're going to see prices going up in the supermarkets, prices at restaurants. Prices are just going to start to go up. And someone said something earlier. What was it Monsef said? Monsef said something really, really brilliant, but I lost it. That's all I wanted to say. We need to start thinking about not just the price of, the cost at the pump, but what is happening globally, economically. And the UAE leaving OPEC is not a good sign for the future of the American dollar. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for that, Daryl. Ching, we've been trying to invite you up, and Francine also, but it's not working. I know you were up once. Maybe if you leave the room and come back and try again, we'll be able to bring you up. It's a technical issue. Monsef mentioned about he just got an alert about attacks. I've got that information for you. U.S. forces, this is according to the U.S. Central Command, targeted Iranian military facilities. They say were responsible for launching a series of unprovoked missile, drone, and small boat attacks against American warships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting, given the fact that they denied that our ships were under attack. Just want to point that out.
I remember now, Gary. I remember. What you had said earlier about the CIA and that memo that dropped earlier. You know, Chuck Schumer said something a couple of months back. He said, don't mess with the intelligence agencies because they can screw you 6 ways to Sunday. And no matter how powerful you think you are, leave the intelligence agencies alone. And I think this is the intelligence agencies flexing their muscle. Just a
Well,
little.
we don't know whether that leak came from the White House or the intelligence agencies. Both are possible. Let me go back to what CENTCOM said. I'm going to quote from their press release. U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of Oman on May the 7th. That's today. CENTCOM says that the Iranian facilities targeted include, quote, missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance nodes. So supposedly the strikes were carried out in multiple locations. So what this means, is this like a one-off, or are we back at it? I don't know. If we're back at it, does that mean that the ceasefire has ended? Does that mean that the clock starts ticking again, even though it probably always was, but the president claimed that the clock stopped ticking on the War Powers Act? Does that mean that he has to go now before Congress for authorization? Will he go before Congress for authorization? I don't know the answer to any of these questions, to be honest with you. Thank you for that, Daryl. David, followed by Ching.
Hey, Gary. Fantastic discussion, by the way. Yeah, I think that we're headed for a cliff of sorts with this oil. I think that our Arab allies know that the Iranians can control the game here. Recall they're going back and forth with regard to letting us use their airspace. I'm referring to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. They're obviously very concerned about the protections that we need to provide for them. The UAE, as was mentioned, is going alone on the OPEC game now. But Iran has a history of handling these issues. They have a history of, I've heard it argued here that they can just start burning their oil fields and start shutting them down and waiting us out. There's all kinds of ways that they could play this. So the fact that we're trying to blockade them is great, but if they can wait it out and the rest of the world starts to suffer, I'm hearing it argued right now, Gary, that even though we have a lot of oil, we can't transport fuel when we fly somewhere else. So airline companies are at the mercy of wherever it is they're flying to make sure they can refuel. So who's going to want to get on a plane and go to a middle economy country like Vietnam or Thailand, where they could potentially be out of fuel and you're sandbagged in a country waiting this out? So, the poor nations of the world, obviously, we don't give a damn about because, they could just suffer and white knuckle it and deal with it in their own way. But this is going to trickle to our first world allies in Japan and Vietnam. And, these are going to have unknown consequences on the stock market, on the international markets, on our bond market. It's already trending higher. This is going to cause pain points with regard to housing, automobiles that were mentioned. All the borrowing that goes on in this great country is tied to these indexes. And you can't get investment over here at the lower rates that we need them to be at to keep inflation down. When we're at risk of defaulting, when we're at risk of rising military costs to defend this. So, everything that Trump sort of messaged and attempted to sell going into the election has completely not materialized, in my opinion. And I hope the American people are happy that he's in the White House now and not Kamala Harris, who potentially would not have done any of this. So here we are, we're playing the game now. Israel obviously is very sensitive to this these talking points, this one-page memo that's come out, basically spelling out what's on the table here. And they're obviously a kink and a thorn in the side of making sure that we don't go back to what it is we originally had with Obama 10 years ago, Gary. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the hemorrhaging's got to stop at some point. I mean, Americans, we're going into the summertime, Gary. I mean, Americans are having to travel more domestically. A lot of Americans drive SUVs. They're pro big trucks. And all this is eating into their gas costs, their ability to spend time or extra money on their families. So those are going to be some serious pain points this summer if gas prices continue to surge, which I think they are. Everything's pointing that way. So, yeah, I think Trump needs to get his head wrapped around this. The War Powers Act, as you mentioned, is sunsetting. And, I think it's time that our intelligence apparatuses in tandem with our elected officials.
Are you calling me?
If your name is Ching, I certainly am.
Hi Gary. Hi Helen. Hi Marshall. Hi Scott. Let's see. Yes. I'm just referring to early. Isn't it Alan? I forgot who was it. Oh, Steve. We're talking about China, America, and America is always has been service-based economy, and I read some articles says right now it's actually good that we are not based in manufacture, because when you rely on it, when you have manufacture based economy, and then the oil assumption is even higher, and we're probably going to be in shitholes. And in terms of China economy right now, I was just looking for, even 4 weeks ago, the American dollar trading is actually not as good as in what it came. Actually, no, never mind. The American dollar right now today is 6.8, and 4 weeks ago is 7.29. That means, yeah. And what else? We're talking about China. Okay, oil. When I was in China just 6 months ago, and we talk about this, economy, and then lately talk to more people when we have a phone conversation, and my friends say you don't have to worry about oil shortage. China has a huge reserve, about 5-6 years of they dig these holes in the ground, and they have plenty of supply of oil. So to them, it's not critical that the Middle Eastern and other countries that is in shortage of oil. And as gasoline price goes up, this is a much more close to everyday life issue, except some people don't use cars, and then they don't feel the pain. Hearing somebody else's pain is different. When you go on to pump those gasoline, I would take pictures of the gasoline. I took a picture about 3 weeks ago, then I took a picture just about last week, and I use Plus version, and my oil tank is not that huge, but it increased. Like it used to be like $40. I can take care of the whole tank. Now it's more than $60. So it is pretty ouch. So I don't use car every day. It's more like a entertainment equipment for me. But now I have to reduce my entertainment, and driving around for. So that is one thing. And then airline has increased greatly the price. This morning, my credit card has compromised. It was quite a lot of money, close to $1,800. So So I would assuming it's a international flight, probably round trip. So people are desperate and people are making the laws, So of course I canceled my credit card, but it's paying the butt, when you cancel a credit card, right? Sometimes, your utility is going to the credit card and deduct automatically. Now you have to call all the companies, to tell them the new card. So it's kind of a tedious and senseless work. Yeah. So is your title is are we at the fuel cost tipping point? And I hear Gary said you hope so. I deeply doubt it is at the tipping point. It's gonna go high, maybe go low a little bit. Yeah. So I think it's not tipping point. Okay, I'm done talking.
Thank you, Ching. Appreciate that. Ching, Monsef mentioned that at $100, I don't know whether he said a week or a month, in China, people can live pretty well. Is the Chinese economy similar to that of Vietnam and Bangladesh, that it doesn't take much in U.S. dollars to satisfy the economic needs of folks?
Well, I think you can compare to Bangladesh. I think China's price is going higher and higher, and it is the low price is like a street food, very yummy street food. I can eat lunch every day for $3. $3. Yeah. So I converted when I was in China. It was like $1 equals 7 Chinese yuan. So a really yummy bowl of soup is less than 30 yuan. So you figure, that is what I'm counting Chinese. Yeah, that's okay, $4. But the other thing is high. Like a high end, they import lots of stuff. Like Chinese people like to use a brand name, and this is like ridiculously higher than US. So it is people who are very well-to-do. They like to show off their status by dress, brand name shirts, outfits, and then carry brand name bags, and wearing tons of jewelry. And there's I don't know the percentage of how many wealthy people, and then you have very bottom class, and they probably can only afford to cook their own meal at home, not even go out for spending 30 yuan a meal. So yeah, and speaking of their salary, retirement salary is much higher now. About 15 years ago, you figure yeah, not even $400. But today, people's retirement salary can go between 5,000 to 10,000, depending on your work, your class. If you are communist, long communist people, members, like my father was communist since he was 15. So they all passed away, my mom and father, so I can talk about their money thing. And my father has very high salary because he's an old communist person. Therefore, he and his wife, they can afford to hire 2 nannies. Now, that is talking about low labor in US. I can't even hire someone come to me for 3 hours a day, when I have surgery. So that is a difference in China. You can feel really, you can get help if you have money, a reasonable amount of money. We're not talking about a lot of money. Yeah. So I'm done.
Thank you for that, Ching. So it's probably a mixed bag. It wasn't quite as simplistic as maybe suggested. Thank you. Yes. I guess you're going to get the last word.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, you always host a really enlightening program, and I really appreciate the way you run your rings. I just want to give you your flowers. Um, so yes, I'm saying yes to that, but I'm not sure what the true tipping point is, and I think it's different for each person, right? And so for me personally, no, it has not affected me. Grace of God, right? However, I volunteer at a senior center here, and I'm in a small rural town on the coast of California. And so the price of gas is high, and definitely our truckers are complaining about what is it, $7 diesel, things like that are affecting. Well, if they're not affecting yet, they will be affecting prices of food. And so where I'm going with this in the senior center, we have volunteers that do delivery of food. We have a meal program that do delivery of food.
I did that in Detroit a lot, Meals on Wheels.
Oh, yay! Ours is called Meals That Connect, and we do have meals on wheels in different towns nearby. And so the volunteers, most of them, well, I should say, most all of them are retired, number one. And so most retired people are on fixed incomes, some getting more than others depending on pensions and so forth. But they have begun that little chatter of it's really dipping into my cost, although they are eligible for mileage reimbursement, but not at the rate that the gas is going up, right? And most of them have chose not to take that mileage reimbursement because they've been able to do this. However, now they're saying, well, if I have to start tapping into that reimbursement. And by tapping into that reimbursement, it does affect the bottom line of the meal program because, of course, the meal program is relying on that they're not going to tap into the reimbursement, which helps put money in the pot to keep the program going. So when the title of the question is, that tipping point, again, I'm going to say that tipping point is different for each person. Just think about our volunteers like you, Gary, and others that may not be able to afford the price of gas, which then trickles down in speak.
Yeah, when I was doing Meals on Wheels, I was not retired, but there were a lot of retirees doing that. And I'm hoping that that's a good question. Maybe I should check with some of the Meals on Wheels programs whether they have volunteers dropping out because they can't afford the gasoline. That's an excellent point. This is what I love about our get-togethers. People bring up things that I've never thought of before, and that's one very much well worth looking into. Thank you, Pat. Monsef, you're back. Go ahead. Maybe you get the last one.
No, I just wanted to, verify what they said about the wages on Southeast Asia. Minimum wage, and this is a monthly salary. As of 2018, it was $72 a month. They had an increase in 2024, and now it's $113 a month. I would say that's why big companies are going out there to manufacture, especially clothing items and stuff. China used to be in that bag a while back. They still have a big swath of the population that gets lower salaries, but they have, as you know, the clothing manufacturing companies have moved out of China. They diversified. Now they go into Vietnam, Bangladesh, all that. One, because China is moving up in the world. They have a middle class that is expanding, like Chang said. They have a middle class that's growing very fast. They still have a lower class that she said. For example, people that can afford nannies. Well, those nannies are not making a lot of money. So the numbers are out there. So I'll just say it. If there is a group of laborers that can work for you for $113 a month, it wouldn't make sense to produce the same stuff in West Virginia and have to pay someone $1,200 a month. The same articles that would be produced would be worth a whole lot more if you sell them that way. That's all. But the low wages in Southeast Asia is a reality. We're still, it's still out there, and a lot of Western companies are taking advantage of that. That's all.
Thank you, Massa. Folks, there's some more breaking news that has to do with tariffs. It looks like the president's tariff program may be in jeopardy. If you go to the chat, which is linked above, I have linked to a story there about that. And also, I just want to remind everybody that we're going to be playing around with a live event twice this weekend. Saturday night at midnight New York time and Sunday night at midnight New York time on Substack. This is not to replace Clubhouse. It's just an augmentation of what we do here using a completely different format. But we thought it would be interesting to play around with it. So that's also linked to in the chat where it says main chat above. You can subscribe to my Substack. That way you will be notified whenever we go live on Substack or when I
said Big Mike Johnson. Yeah, I know what you said. I was confused. I was confused. Okay. But I knew you were talking about the speaker.
Get her voice back.
That because, it doesn't quite come across that way. You know what I mean? So I have to remind myself. That's why I'm saying it out loud.
Times my age.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm like your granny. Forget sister. You need to treat like your granny. Well, he also wishes, he wishes that for you. Yeah. Dan love hanging out with old women. he got the boys contemporary here, and now he got 87-year-old first lady.
Wait, who was the first one?
Terry. The boys contemporary. Who took Patrick Henry out on a prom date? That was insane.
That was funny. Because I had no idea her boyfriend at the time was named Patrick.
Well, we're going to call him the band and the old lady gang.
You can't do that because if you open a restaurant, the health department will shut it down.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That restaurant was so nasty. I would not stay put in that place.
For real? What restaurant is that? Candy. Yeah, Candy. They shut it down, right? It shut down. Oh. Yeah, I heard terrible things about that place anyway. I heard the food was good. I heard the food was good. But
it should. It had, toenails.
What?
Real deep in there. They said you said you're fucking it. She said because I did it.
Literally.
Oh
my god. Oh my god. Wait a minute. So are all of their restaurants closed? Because they had like 2 or 3 of them. Tug kept opening and stuff. And when that quarantine was over. Yeah, I thought they closed it because they had. This is why I thought it was so dirty, y'all. I thought it was so dirty because they didn't have enough staff, and it was because it was like people knew like who it was. It was always like people kind of like, I don't know if people in the DMV know about Milk and Honey, but kind of like that. Oh, Tim.
It sounds like they need to hire some people.
They did a show on Bravo. Yeah. What was that show called? I think it was maybe OLG. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So on the show, that's how I saw PT. That how it was like always overflowed. Like they had staffing problems, management problems, hiring family problems. Like it was just all of.
Your mama, do you like Milk and Honey?
Who said I went there? I just said it was a place in the DMV.
You hear the shade in your mama's voice? Milk and honey.
There's no
What is it? Is it a restaurant or?
Ask your mama.
Yeah, it's a restaurant.
I've been there only one time, and I don't think I'll ever return.
What is this place, y'all?
It's a restaurant. It's a restaurant, and you get like mainly it's like a lot of brunch, but it has expanded now. It has like multiple locations across the area, and you could get like breakfast / lunch, like soul food type food.
Okay.
Like chicken and waffles. I mean, not chicken and waffles, but like that.
Gotcha.
Is it better than the Hush Harbor?
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna be honest, that one still took me out. I don't think I've recovered from that one.
Did anybody ever visit Sweetie Pies?
Wait.
Close them?
Sweet potato pie or what?
Sweetie Pie.
This Robbie's restaurant.
Oh,
No.
My sister, yeah. She said you gotta wait in line. Well, this was years ago. She said, it's a long wait, but the food is good. I was thinking about it when your mama was talking about the long lines. I remember watching Sweetie Pies, and there was long lines out there. But I know that her place closed up as well. Her son killed. Yeah, her son killed the nephew or something. Right. Did they wrap up all the restaurants after that? I think it was a little bit before.
Why would they need to?
And then the last restaurant actually was a victim of the hospital expanded so that they had to close. So she didn't want to close that one. That one was the upper part. Yeah, that was like her first one, right? No, it was the last one, but it was like her life's work. The one that she really wanted to open. Her dream. It was
Hello,
Victor. But they all shut down. Ben said he been before. How was it? Was the food good?
No, I was responding to the Hush Harbor.
Oh, Ben's been to the Hush Harbors.
I think it's the Adams Morgan that was over there. I can't remember.
And you give it a good rating?
Yeah, it was fine. I went by myself, took a book or article. It was fine. Yeah. I mean, for me, bars are generally fine. You have booze, good companion. It was fine. They take your phone away. Yeah, that's nice.
They do? Oh, why?
That's the thing. It's a phone-free bar, so you actually talk to the people you're with.
Oh, wow.
Everybody's not on their phone. It's a great idea, but it's inspired by honoring Negroes who went into the Hush Harbors to worship and plot escapes and resistance against the master. It's a very nice idea. I think it's in Adams Morgan. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it is.
And they have little bites. They don't have a big restaurant, but they have little bites. And it's on 8th Street here. And the drinks aren't crazy either. Yeah, I'll be over there next week.
Okay. That's what's up.
He gonna meet you over there. Oh, I heard her.
Well, I feel like if I go to DC, I would like to
and then it's a bar.
Yeah, what? No, we're not doing. You're not coming to DC to go to a bar.
Why my brother can't go to the bar?
He doesn't drink.
He's wholesome.
He can get some soda water.
Oh,
No, there's a bar. He
Well,
goes to softball.
he could go to Salamander and get a soda water.
Not Salamander. Why would you send him to Salamander for a
Because
soda
it's all
water?
about black woman. Hello?
Wait, somebody said I get my ass.
Messi, don't listen to your mama. Your mama doing too much right now.
No, I'm not. What's wrong with Salamander?
It's out of the way.
No, it's not.
Well,
Which one you talking about?
if you need me over there, I'll go.
Hold on.
one near the wharf?
Oh, it's by the IE test. It's down there by everything else. What's going on?
The wharf is ass. I was over there 2 years ago. Ass. I'm never going back.
It's everywhere. That's all of DC.
That's not true.
Very strange description. The only thing that's not all the way back anymore is Georgetown and the Palisades.
At the National Cathedral, there was 2 Negroes there.
Oh well, I think the assistant rector is Kelly Brown Douglas, so she's the sister.
That was the other.
Put them all in.
Oh no, that's not the other Negro.
So you and the other Negro. That type of church is your type of church.
Yeah, I was over there.
I can't sell you the Catholics, but I can give you to them.
Yeah, I was over there.
It was beautiful.
Brother Leon, I might go to, I just passed St. Minor the other day. I'm like, I might have to go. One time.
Yeah, I think y'all should take training. He can get a mocktail. He can get a non-alcoholic beer. He just wants to go for the ambiance. He wants to go and experience it.
Y'all are acting like y'all know this man's taste.
He just said it. I'm just going by what the man said.
Okay. Can I bring my crop?
No.
Oh, no. No. Can I bring my switching? No, you definitely can't do all that if you're going to Salamander.
No, you can't do all of that.
Why are you doing that, brother?
I was just asking.
You could do that at the gathering spot.
Oh yeah, the gathering spot's pretty yeah. Is that a Negro?
It is.
Yeah, it's a Negro place.
It's straight out of Atlanta.
I like the gathering spot. I like the sound. Yeah, I've been to DC, but not for the Tigers. Some were really nice. Some were wasn't impressed. I'd rather just go. If it's medium okay, I just rather go. But
Come on.
I'm not saying that it's going to be underwhelming.
No, I got you. I said if it doesn't meet my expectation, I would rather be in a space where I'm contributing my funds to a Black community versus going and spending my money and not be moved at all by that.
You know what? What's a great jazz spot in DC? Surely they have a Blue Note.
Your mama? I don't know. Brother, yeah, we can't see your beautiful badge with the ticket in front of it. I just want to say. And Hurricane, yours might be hiding underneath of there. I think maybe we should cash it and see. I don't know what you're talking about. He's in the 2%. He's almost there. He only needs a few more seconds. But you can't see it.
So I was going to answer your question about jazz. I don't know all the spots, but there is a spot in Georgetown called Blues Alley that I go to from time to time. That's one of the main jazz spots that attracts the big names and the not so big names. But all the serious jazz artists perform there from all over the world, actually. And I've gone there many times. So Blues Alley is what it's called in Georgetown. I've seen Michelle Farrell there.
Yes, I love her.
Yeah. This was before she,
That's it. While you're on the microphone, I think Spiritus wanted to ask you something. I don't know if he got a chance to ask you.
We don't have to bring it up.
Oh, okay. He talked about it. Okay.
I talked about it before.
Oh, we don't have to bring it up. You're talking about jazz, which I support too.
Oh, okay. You were here for the Miles Davis conversation. Oh. He would take out or something. I don't know. It was definitely probably triggering. I mean. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna crash over it either. I mean, because there's other work that he does, right? Ramos, other than kind of blue. And so if you're what he says, don't trust what he's saying. Don't trust.
Figure it myself. Otherwise, you're all making shit up. I'm not gonna crash over.
No, I don't want you to crash. He wanted to have the conversation.
Wait till he comes back, because I mean, ain't no point in talking about it. Like, there's no point in getting into it. Because most of us don't know jazz.
That's fine. I'm going to a play anyway. So.
What are you going to see?
I don't even know. I know where it is.
Wait a minute. Should you be there already? What time does the play start?
I'm going to it starts at 7:30. I'll be lucky if I get there on time. It's on 45th. And I think it's a stage reading or something. I don't even know. I'm just fucking going.
Okay. Well, all right.
I think it's a fucking musical. I'm not happy about that.
Okay. All right. Is it a new musical?
Yeah. This is not even. Who knows if it's even gonna be a thing? I don't know.
Oh well, you said it's just a preview, or is it?
Well,
or
not
just
a preview. It's just a stage. No, it's just.
Oh, it's a reading. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't know. It's one of those things you commit to like a month or two ago, and you buy tickets, and then it's the day of, and you're like, fuck. Why did I do that? That's where I'm.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to support the art. That hurricane won't answer my question.
I didn't see it, but I know I owe you something for it. I'm so sorry. I'll get to it before.
It's all right. We'll deal with it another day.
Oh, okay. But you asked me a question in the room chat?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna find that. That was 2 hours ago.
Oh. No, it was about the Met Gala and Connor Story's horrible outfit that any chick in her late 20s would have worn at the office at her marketing firm in Midtown. And it set the gay community back about 10 years. But you liked it, I heard. So.
Connor Story, you can wear this on anything you want. Doesn't really matter.
I mean, I didn't hate it, but I just thought, I'm like, oh, that's just everyday wear.
Connor Story does not have an everyday body. Hello?
We're not talking about body. I was talking about the top he was wearing. Right.
The body matters because it's the body that holds the fabric.
It was a terrible blouse. It's not terrible.
It's not terrible. I mean, I would wear it.
It was for a man. So, I mean, like, it's not a...
That's definitely... I could definitely... I want to correct. I just told you it was everyday wear.
Well, first of all, hold on. Let's get into it. Like, you guys are asking as if that blouse on Common Story is comparable to that blouse on a woman. It's not. The fact that he's a man wearing
That's your opinion.
But that's your opinion.
That's your opinion.
But I mean, but the cut,
and I'm stating it.
but that cut is not unfamiliar to me and First Lady. I've seen that cut before, and I've seen it on a dress, as a matter of fact.
Exactly.
Yes.
None of y'all look like Congressman, so.
Well, we don't care.
I don't look like you.
I don't want to look like you.
I care. And I'm involved in the
What
conversation.
are we talking about? And first of all, you have to have great shoulders to wear that blouse with it on. You do. It really shows off your shoulders in addition to your arms.
It showed off his shoulders
Sherry.
and his arms.
Hello. Sherry, you could wear it, it's fine. But this is also like, it's giving Marge from middle management. It's not the Mecca.
It's not, wait a minute. Did you not hear what I just said earlier when I said, yeah, it's everyday wear? That's something I can wear on a Tuesday.
It's not for the Met Gala.
That's what she said. But that's what I just said.
Some people take the Met Gala too seriously. You know? But
What you eat? Food. What kind?
I'm going to tell y'all because y'all tried me.
Is it slush? I mean, just because we want to talk about a blouse.
It's an everyday blouse.
It is an everyday blouse.
Ain't nothing about Connor's story every day.
I didn't talk about him. What is going on here? I am not talking about, I'm talking about the blouse. Are you hard of hearing too? What's going on?
The point I'm making is, the point I'm making is that the context that matters is context that you guys are choosing to ignore, which is fine. But I'm saying that on Connor, the blouse is not forgettable, which is why you guys are still talking about it 2 days afterward.
Well, technically it's 3, but you know, it's happened Monday.
Exactly. So y'all still
We weren't
talking
talking about it. Listen, hold up. Let's set the record straight. Someone said they liked it, and someone who hasn't been here to talk about the Met Gala declined the like. And then somebody said that you like it.
We're still talking about Connor's story.
No, I realize it, but here's the thing, like with the jacket on, it was fine. But with it off, I agree with everybody else that has been commenting, except for one person.
So, Spirits, if people told you what I said on the day of the Met Gala, if people told you what I said on the day of the Met Gala, then they would have told you that I said just what you said now. That it looks great with the jacket, and I wish he had kept the jacket on at the Met Gala because I want to see.
That ain't what the person said. That's not what the person said.
I know. Which is why I said if they told him what I said, then he would have known that I thought the jacket was what made it deal for him. No, I'm trying to add stories of regular looking human being with his body that he looks like a freaking Greek god.
No one said anything about Connor's body. No one said anything. See, you know what? See, now you don't understand fashion commentary. I would never talk about the person's body. It's always about the clothes. That's what it is at the end of the day. And I said the blouse is fine for a Tuesday and not for an event like the Met Gala. Okay? You can focus on Connor all you want. I would never say that Connor, I didn't say anything about him looking bad in it. I didn't say that. No one said that.
You know, I usually find fashion commentary boring because most of the people who are commenting on the fashion look a hot mess any damn way. They want to talk about people's outfits. Like freaking Joan Rivers, she wants to talk about people's outfits and she looks like a freaking scarecrow.
Well, I mean, look, it was funny. You know what? Let me tell you something. It was funny that time when she talked about, was the Princess Beatrice that she had on some kind of hat that looked like horns. When she said it looked like an IUD, I almost fell out of the chair. That was funny. And that is commentary. And she did not talk about Beatrice and the way she looked. She talked
talked about that hat. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Joan Rivers was funny because when she said that, oh my God.
I mean, one of the reasons she was funny is she always looked like a scarecrow.
Look.
So we're talking about other people who looking a hot mess every single time. She and her ugly daughter.
She was a total hot mess. But she was.
All right, girl, you want to talk about people's outfits and you're ugly and your daughter's ugly. Okay, that's not the same.
That's not the same. Yeah, and you get in trouble for that. I mean, what happened? What happened to that? You know what? Today he entertained the anchor to talk about somebody. Yeah. So she looks like she smells like patchouli oil, and you're not supposed to say that. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to comment on the outfit. You can't do that.
What do y'all say about it?
This is Clubhouse, so those rules don't apply to me.
What do y'all think about EJ giving advice to the ladies on how to attract men? Have y'all seen that?
What happened?
EJ, you know,
Magic.
Yeah. He was giving advice to the ladies on how to dress to attract the men, and reiterating the fact that he doesn't necessarily date gay men. Oh, well, I don't even know how to put this. Like, I don't know how to frame that.
I heard
What's their track record?
Experiences. EJ is an entitled idiot. Okay? He's stupid. He just gambled away $20 million. Did you hear about that?
No. What?
I don't know anything. No, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, EJ's a non-entity. Non-entity, just stupid. And a Republican.
Oh wait, come on, really?
Yes. Can you imagine being the child of Magic Johnson and Cookie Johnson, and this is how you turn out? A shame.
They Republicans?
Yeah, I don't know what they are, but so I don't know what the whole is, but I know that it is confused.
EJ, go to his page. It's been a while. It's been maybe, a month or so, but he goes through a whole explanation of how to dress, and I do think he's a fairly good dresser, but how to dress, what person, how to coordinate, and how to get a heterosexual male. He goes through the whole thing, and I wanted to know if he was low-key dissing women, but I just couldn't really tell because he was frankly kind of smooth with it. I thought y'all saw that. Let me see if I can find it.
I think we often agree that her game was wrong. I can. You're hating on Connor because Connor got a great body.
I don't understand why he can't hear what people actually say.
Yeah, I think it looks great. I mean, what's going on here?
Making stuff up.
I think he's an attractive man. What's happening?
You're talking about EJ Johnson?
No, Connor.
I'm saying every conversation. I wasn't trying to win anything. In the earlier conversation that you're referencing, I was trying to talk, but I was not allowed to, so I eventually just bowed out. Nobody believes that hurricane was silent. I didn't say I was silent. I said I was trying to talk, but I was not allowed to.
I don't think he can hear.
So I found out. That's what happened.
You don't pay about.
Now see, I tease Hurricane more than I tease almost anybody else.
There you go. Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Did you see some of the cast members from Ragtime on Tiny Desk yesterday?
I saw a snippet of it. Why was that?
Oh no, it was good. I have to watch it.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch it too. I really like Joshua Henry. I'm going to see Ragtime before he leaves.
What are you eating on? You went to Sherry, you can go ahead. You eating boiled peanuts. He went boiled peanuts to the attitude. Yeah. He went to Whole Foods. He might have got them cookies. Oh, now he's mad because he's eating them cookies. He's taking it out on us. But in theory, shouldn't he feel good? No.
I'm not eating cookies. I'm not eating cookies. I am eating tequila, chili, chicken thighs with a kale salad tossed in some. And
You say chicken thighs?
Chicken thighs, yes, chicken thighs. And I'm also I'm having roasted baby yellow potatoes as well. Love them so much they will go undressed. Child slide. In an air fryer with no seasoning, child.
Y'all leave my friend alone, please.
He brought it up. He did bring it up. I haven't said anything. Decided to bring up his dad naked chicken thighs. You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of Pop the Balloon episode I watched some time ago, featuring a woman with an obvious BBL job. She couldn't even keep her feet straight. The whole thing was just funny. And she was asked what she likes doing. She said she likes working out and cooking, and she was looking for a man who was a shark and not a fish. And then I asked her what she likes to cook, and she said, "Marry me chicken." And so I googled "marry me chicken" because I was just like, okay, that's interesting. Let me see. And there was a recipe for it, but I was just like, of all the things you can mention, marry me chicken is a thing that you want to make. It's odd. But anyway, marry me chicken, y'all.
And it's basic.
It looks very basic.
It's so basic. I mean, I'm quite sure it's good, but it's basic.
It looks basic to me. I was just like, you're going to say you like cooking, and then that's what you're going to say? Marry me chicken, not basic looking shit. Outside, I was like, oh, this will make this.
Well, outside, I'm like, you know what? I might as well make chicken parmesan. If that's the case.
There's somebody in the group right now who's like, damn, that's my go-to. So good. That's somebody's go-to dish. Well, I can't do marry me chicken now. It's pageant season began last week, so we gotta stay ready. We gotta get ready for the beach, Messi. Yes, we're gonna be out here. Don't worry. We're gonna be out here. That's a little much. We're in the water. Ankle deep. Coming out of the water.
I had y'all turned down. I had the voice. I had the volume turned down to number 1. And I could still hear you talking. Nobody else. I heard one time y'all started laughing.
Your mama's so shady. That's your mama way of telling us that we were talking so much bullshit she didn't want to hear it.
I know it got boring. I turned off. Yeah, exactly. He said, let the saints say so. Okay? Let the saints was talking.
Come on.
Let the church say.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you got your voice back. You like
The soprano.
All right. There you go.
The soprano is back.
I like calling you one lady. Not first, but number 1 lady. That's what I like. You know, Hurricane and brother, if I wanted to, I could have definitely sang soprano yesterday. Okay. Oh, yes, please. I've had to sing a number of times in a hoarse voice. So
First lady said, my technique is secure, okay? Don't let this speaking voice fool you. I can always phonate. All right?
I had to go and make sure that I could do it once I hung up the phone. I said, let me see if I can hit this. Let me see if I can hit this note.
First ladies, these vocal cords can still close, okay?
Maybe I can't stay on key, but I definitely can hit it. No worry.
You scared us yesterday.
Yes, I can't.
Sounded like Kim Burrell and shit.
Here's the thing. That's the sign. Nasty word. But Kim Burrell, she has a beautiful voice. I don't know
what's going on with her.
Oh, she looking cute though, honey. She done lost that weight. I'm not nice, right?
See them legs? When they move, they don't move right.
She crosses her legs when she do the interview. She got a leg cross.
She got she wears straight underwear.
Oh. No. Wait, huh?
Oh, y'all see that? They black get up she had on with the boots. That was just straight underwear. Oh, I saw her. And she was
walking on them legs. They hate it. See, this is what men do. This is what they do. Oh, can I just give me 1 minute? I have an agenda item that wasn't on the agenda. I want to call for a point of order. Mr. Chair, is that okay? Madam Chair, is that okay? Please. I ain't like how y'all did Rambo today. I didn't like it.
What happened?
Not the church saying amen. I mean, I don't know. Like, I know everybody get on everybody's nerves. I know everybody get on everybody's nerves, but I don't really think he did anything to warrant the jump. Who jumped him? Oh, what happened? Reformed and Matt. Oh. And Matt does it because he just be trying, he be trolling and stuff. And just, but Matt had jumped after Reform. I actually don't know what he did. I don't know.
Such a child.
Man, Finity can't come back in the room when my mom first lady is on stage.
Oh, because he deserves it.
She blocked him.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Let me tell you why. I'm happy about it. Because, see, I don't mind the whole foolishness sounding like, advocating for Trump and all the stuff he does. I don't mind that. But the homosexual digs, I don't like when they talk about the homosexuals. I don't like it. And he was doing it. And then, to put the icing on the cake, he went after Britt. And I didn't really particularly care for that.
Well, First Lady unleashed a flood of rage like never before. And when that shit hit Manfinity, baby, Manfinity turned into a puddle of nothing. Okay?
Oh my!
That nigga went on mute and never unmuted again.
Oh my!
She called him a piece of shit. She called him a POS, and then she spelled out the acronym. He says
Lord Tim, I said, I know there's a God.
I did too. I missed all of that.
I said, I know that my Redeemer liveth, okay, and he shall stand. Okay?
I know he lives.
Okay, he shall stand at the latter day. Upon the earth. Okay?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. Did you do this? Did you do this after that thing with, what's that kid's name? The Love or whatever?
No, this was early. The movie? This was early in the morning. This was early.
This was today. Okay.
Yes, God. Okay, I said, look at God. Okay.
And did you say Happy Thursday?
I said hallelujah. Okay, that's what I said.
All right.
I lifted up my dirty hands, okay, and I worshiped, okay?
Not your dirty hands.
I did.
Well, Tanya, let me up here. I've been asking for
Let me go back down. Bye, y'all. Nice to talk to y'all.
Oh,
Lord. Think about it.
All of that was not necessary. You could just went down and not said nothing.
But I was in the middle of talking to them. Anyway.
No, you wasn't even talking when I came up here.
Yes, I was.
Can't share the stage.
No, we can't.
Why?
I don't like all this.
No, don't say that.
Like true.
To do all that wasn't even necessary.
Don't say
I don't come for you.
Don't
So
say
there's no reason to come for me.
I'm not coming for you. I just said I didn't like you. What's going on?
Okay, but again, it was something you could catch yourself. I didn't.
Well, I didn't keep it to myself.
Okay, so that's why. Right. Where's the sister in love?
Where's my grandma?
What's going on? That's all. Like it was unnecessary. How did you say that? Where is the love? So you can go to the audience and that's what you was trying to do. Bonnet, you look cute. I came up here and minded my business. You look cute. I like your outfit. I like your outfit. I had something to say earlier. I didn't see nothing. You didn't raise no kind of hand, girl. Just saw your hand raised and I immediately hit the button. Don't scroll up there. How much was you scrolling? Exactly. It don't. This story was a while ago because I was wanted to comment on American chicken, but the time's passed.
I told y'all.
You gonna bring the chicken back? And talk since she wants to be centered. Go ahead.
I know Bonnet like marrying chicken. Now I know that.
And
I knew it.
Y'all talking about somebody else? See,
I didn't say that it did. I didn't say that it was terrible.
It's so basic. Like most.
I did say it was basic, and then I said I'm quite sure that it tastes good, but it's basic.
Now, Bonnet, the difference between Sherry and me is I'm going to stand 10 toes down. I said I would never make that shit because it looked basic as fuck.
Oh, you know what? Then you gonna throw me under the bus. The hell with you. Sweet potatoes with peppers. Like, you can't get no fucking basic with that. You right here talking about American chicken too basic. So somebody tell me what is American chicken? So what does it consist of?
First lady, I googled that shit and I said, I would never make this.
So I mean, it's I think pasta is part of it and chicken, but I think oh God, I have to Google it to find out the recipe.
Like, oh fuck. Well, why do you like it?
Because it's easy to make. I mean, you can. It's very easy to make. You can make it on a weeknight.
Oh.
Right, Bonnet? It doesn't take that long to make, does it?
Great. Especially if you put it out there. Marinade chicken is really a thing. It's a creamy garlic chicken cooked in a rich sauce made with sun-dried tomatoes, parmesan, and a splash of lemon. It all comes together in 30 minutes, making a perfect one-pan chicken dinner. Whether you serve it over pasta, mashed potatoes or rice, this dish is always a hit, and you'll want to keep it on repeat.
Man, so you hear how they say it's a creamy garlic bullshit? I don't like garlic.
Well, he doesn't like garlic. See, that's his problem. That's his problem. But I do like garlic. I mean,
fresh spinach too is really good.
Yeah, I think if you add, you can brighten it up with basil. Because I think I would add basil to it.
What noodles are you using?
Well, you can put it over noodles or mashed potatoes.
Oh, okay. Well, Bonnie sees some noodles. We've had long discussion about.
Oh my God! I don't think she never knows. Oh my God!
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Bonnet's use of noodles is uber problematic.
It's infamous.
So here's the recipe: large boneless, skinless chicken breast, 2 teaspoons of avocado oil, 1 tablespoon of Italian seasoning, 1 cup freshly grated Parmesan cheese, 3/4 cup sun-dried tomatoes chopped, a tablespoon of lemon juice, salt and pepper to taste, red pepper flakes optional, and fresh parsley or basil for garnish.
It was so good. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's fine. I think it's fine.
Sherry, know it don't sound good. Don't Sherry.
It's not that. It's not too different from chicken bouillon, right? It's just a creamy sauce that goes along with it. And I bet the grounded garlic is the thing that goes into the batter because you have to fry chicken. Is that correct, Bonnie?
Well, let me tell you this. Any chicken dish that doesn't have onions, I ain't fucking with. Ain't no way in the world you're gonna tell me that I'm gonna eat chicken that's been seasoned with garlic with no onions? Please.
I mean, we're black. We add onions. What's going on?
I'm telling you, the recipe didn't call for no onions. I didn't see one single onion in there.
You know there's onions. We black.
So.
Onion and garlic go in every single thing.
Well, not according to that recipe. That recipe didn't call for no onions.
Onion, red pepper, celery, green pepper, celery, and garlic. It's onion.
I know, baby. I know.
Oh my God.
And the red pepper flakes, which I know Bonnie doesn't use.
Nope.
But I would use to give it, and I love it too. And then, and the lemon juice brightens up the dish, so it's fine.
See, Bonnie's anti-blackness always comes out when we're talking
Not
about
the anti-blackness.
Because as soon as you talk about spice, pepper, she's just like,
Fresh pepper going
Well, to be fair to her, this might be the only sauce she actually will eat.
That's right. Give it up to Bonnie for she adding the creamy sauce. What are we doing?
She needs to learn how to like hot pepper.
No. For what?
I'm going to be from Louisiana, but not like.
But you don't like garlic.
See,
Yeah, you need to stop lying.
So what I've said about garlic in the past is this. I have learned how to cook around garlic and will use garlic only when I know that I must use it. So if I
must go every dish.
No, if I mix up with the red meat, I'm going to use garlic for sure because I believe that red meat needs it. I do not need garlic when I make chicken dishes. I don't.
I like garlic on vegetables. I like garlic on Oh yeah, especially broccoli rabe because it's a little bitter and that combination is pretty good.
Bonnie, how you from Louisiana and don't like spicy shit? What's going on?
Because she anti-black.
And I have my nose burning and mouth burning and all that. Yeah, I don't need all that. I just want to taste flavor.
Well, I mean, do y'all seafood don't have those?
those things don't have what's that stuff with the head on it? The crawfish that don't have spice on it?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair to Bonnet, her boils are sodium free. So
What?
That's sodium free.
He's saying you don't use no seasoning, Bobby. What's going on?
Okay. Just because I don't eat spicy food don't mean that I don't like seasoning. What's going on? There are other seasonings outside of Scotch bonnet peppers, roasted red pepper, and all that Hurricane be putting in his food.
You know, listen.
Why?
Bonnet does. Listen, let me tell you how. Bonnet's so anti-black. Her rules don't even dark.
Oh my.
Her rules like.
Oh my. Her rules. Oh boy. Not the rules. Not the rules. Oh my God.
No, I mean, but Messi is correct. Bonnet in the kitchen is anti-black ass fuck.
That baby, I know that's bullshit.
No, that baby heard you say you don't like. That baby heard you say you don't like crushed red pepper flakes. And he's like, what kind of black woman is that? That's what happened.
The kind who likes their taste buds and don't want them burnt off. You could use this one-eighth of a teaspoon. You could use 1/8 of a teaspoon. It won't be that spicy. It's giving me people like spicy. Hello, I used to. It got cayenne in it. So oh yeah, this spicy. No, I'm the only one here. She's using cayenne, and that has a good spice to it. It got cayenne in it already. Yeah, there's a little heat. Yeah. Where is the love? Hey, boy. And don't live here no more. Anymore. It's just a baby again. But the people, I think they still wanted to recap from earlier this morning when y'all had snatched my edges, baby. Who got edges? Y'all snatched my edges. Listen, I said, oh, jeez.
Infinity was banished to the pits of hell today.
Oh, Lord. Yes. This needs to stop immediately.
Oh, my God. I was on mute. I was just like, he gonna get it today.
Well, wait a minute. What did he say?
I was like, that's for every faggot you ever called me, you gonna get it.
Well, you know, every dog. First lady being acting like a bitch. First lady said, oh, no, he didn't. Oh, my God. Did you sounded like, bitch, I'm going to show you, bitch. I mean, that's a lot. You know what? That's a lot of nerve for a person that when he feels as though he gets picked on, he runs underneath her skirt. Exactly.
That nigga went on mute and did not. He was on mute until he found the hallway. Like I said, first they called him a piece of shit about 5 times. She said, you're a POS, then she spelled it out, then she POS'd again, then she spelled it out. The syllables was syllabling, okay? That T, when I tell you that T hit my spirit, I said, oh my God.
You didn't get any coffee today, did you?
actually
No,
woke me
the
up too. I ain't lying.
Oh my God! Oh, was in here. Oh,
I don't need to get it first thing in the morning.
Oh, and it was early. So it was
No,
it was
wait a
before
minute.
10. So
Oh, she's passed on.
no, it wasn't. No.
Yeah, I mean, I had to have coffee first. Yeah, I need to have coffee first before I heard something like that.
All I know is I was there when First Lady kicked that nigga out this room, and I said, "Glory to God."
No, but
And you know what else is funny?
no, I clean up garbage.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Oh, his mama was on stage and she didn't say a word.
Who's his
Okay.
mama?
Lisa, whatever her name is.
What was she going to do?
I was saying, listen, she birthed Mount Infinity. The Mount Infinity that we see today is her creation. She created that beast.
Yeah, Lisa games.
It's finally almost perfect.
She nursed him to adulthood. She weaned his ass.
No, I clean up garbage annually before the plants for gardening.
All I know.
Cleared and perked up my appropriate and the mess. It's finally almost perfect.
Whisper in my ear.
I should have hundreds.
Oh boy! Because I felt it in my spirit. I felt it, and I should have just listened to that voice.
Well, you know what? Sometimes,
I should have hundreds of flowers.
No, I felt that.
That's unfortunate.
I don't get off by doing it. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. No, I understand it.
I should have hundreds of flowers.
Always just challenging, and I try to tell him like just be quiet.
Yep.
And then he put on that white man voice, and he was like, "No, I'm not gonna shut up." And that just sent me off. That just took me to a whole nother place.
I know it's to my level.
Yeah, and then the other guy who claimed to be from Iran, he was like, he tried to tell me to shut up.
No, fuck up, you fucking whore.
And that just sent me. It was just crazy. It's just, I don't know.
You know, sometimes, you don't feel good doing it, but you know, at the end of the day, it needed to be done.
Shut up, you fucking whore.
All right then. How are you?
Are you feeling
Okay,
good?
I actually feel that now still. You have a nice thing. I felt that thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So what the fuck did you say?
So these trolls are you guys aren't even good trolls. Like you're not even good trolls.
Nah, like I tried to come in and say that, but she was too nice again. You know what I mean?
I should have hundreds of
You see how I
flowers.
treat people? You see how people treat me? They can't even be mean to me.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
He's a terrible troll. That's why.
He is certainly. He is. That's true.
No, that means he's not really a troll. See, he needed what he wanted. What he needed was somebody to respond negatively so that he could feel good about him doing it. But the fact that we didn't give him the power, he was able to feel something, which shows that he had feelings and emotions. Most trolls don't have that.
Yeah, also had was one last year on its mother's teeth.
Oh.
And I'm currently jerking off the bonnet's profile picture.
I told you. See, I told you.
On stage.
I know the voice says,
Do you make that on stage?
Whoever it is. Whoever.
What's up, Nathan?
we've lost everything. 2x over. Paying hella money. Support. 18 years.
There's some lines that should not be crossed.
I know divorcees who've lost everything 2 times over, paying hella for 18 years.
Nathan's virgin hair is
Oh, justice. Justice.
No, shut up. Just trying to show off for Nathan.
I'm unlucky.
Nathan ain't said a word. He just sitting here chilling, trying to blend in. And
No, I was surprised.
Could be very bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. Mom.
I just like messing with you. I mean, I've never heard your voice.
Messica. Oh my God,
Baby,
Messica.
he comes in and he leaves right back out. He don't even come on stage after that.
Well, I seen your work. Your nerves can work today, First Lady. I was punching my pearls, child. Your nerves got work.
Lyosipine in my chase account as well. Nothing was in it.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I seen you sitting on thin ice all the time. Always on thin ice. Don't nobody like me. I don't give a fuck.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
I like you.
Yeah.
That's not true.
You know.
That's not true.
No, I'm the person naked and everybody knows I barely say anything.
Well, I can That's not true.
If there was a fire or a robbery, I will be shut out of luck. I have about 2,000 books with 65K on the pages. If there was a fire or a robbery, I would be shut out of luck.
It was a city trend.
2,000 books with 65K in the pages. If there was a fire or robbery, I would be shut out of luck.
And I ain't go to finishing school like all the rest of the blacks. Cause I ain't know. Let me tell y'all what I did. All of the black people went to finishing school. I didn't know that.
I didn't go to
Well, no one went to finishing school.
You know what I'm saying? That was some extra shit. Y'all was up here. Y'all was up here talking about etiquette class.
About 2,000 books and 65K in the page. Why not get a safe? Because you try to go to box, and then you find out, oops, lawyers took that too. Very easy.
I was like, well, what the fuck? I was real confused at that point.
who said finish? Did she go to school?
I won.
I mean, they was Jack and Jillin and all.
Because you try to go to box, and then you find out, oops, lawyers took that too. Very easy to get it taken under them.
Why are you following us? He was talking about the cotillion and stuff like that.
Because you try to go to box, and then you find out, oops, lawyers took that too. Very easy to get.
The person was, I said, who was this person? And they had one follower, and he was the one. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Elon Musk has his picture.
Oh, well, you know, there are all these bots and stuff, and somebody messaged me today. Let me read them. And Elon Musk messaged me. I'm gonna read it to y'all. Hold on.
Yes.
So it says, so it says, hey, I saw your note saying hurricane, and I wanted to say hi. How are you doing today?
My theory is a robber will find the box and flee and never go through the books. I do have a box here with lock and key drilled down that is full of cinema cash. My theory is a robber will find the box and flee and never go through the books.
What am I lying about? It's okay, you know what? You're not gonna sleep tonight.
Cinema cash.
Girl's gonna be still up at 6 a.m. looking up the ceiling. Yeah, Rocket sent me that message. I was like, let me find out Elon.
Do you have a box here with lock and key drilled down? It's full cinema cash.
You caused me nightmares last night. You had to give me something today, because that shit was crazy yesterday.
Because you try to go to box and then you find out, oops, lawyers took that too. Really easy to get it taken. I didn't know. Thanks from the half of one. The cinema cash.
Oh my god! Y'all, look at the room chat. Rocket said, please send me a DM. Oh my god. Well, you know,
Your karma will go up. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna DM him nothing. First of all, so you savages allow for people that you're not friends with to message you? What? No, they go in the back. They go in the back channel. I don't even know how I became his friend. If I'm not friends with you. How did that happen? You like misfriended? No, well, when people try to add you as friends and you get a lot of requests, the requests add up and you get all these notifications about the requests. So as y'all know, I'm trying to get my karma up because I paid so I was like, brother, are you hearing this? So I was like, you know what? Maybe if I accept these friends, if I show myself to be friendly, maybe my karma will go up. So I'm like, let me accept a couple friends. Y'all, this is insane. Why come my karma?
It would take at least an hour to go through the books and impossible to physically
I'm not going to tell
read the
y'all by how
books.
much because Messi has been plunged.
Nathan,
Ashley called me tornado. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll call you Sprinkle. Oh god. Well, that's worse.
But
I'll call you Bubbles. Oh my god. Drizzle. Oh my god. I was like, Drizzle. Oh, it's okay. My karma.
you gotta be on stage to get karma. You can't get karma from the group.
You gotta talk, Miriam. You have to give content. You have to contribute. You get rid of the badge. That's what I want to. Oh, be quiet, Brooklyn. You know you don't
Whack 'em
want
all.
it.
There are more banks.
I don't want it. Legit.
There's so many banks out there. I don't think
I like good karma.
I don't think they can actually shut me down.
Oh, what?
It takes them a long time.
Sorry, Brooke.
Well, I mean, let's be serious. If somebody tries me, I'm gonna cuss them out. Karma or not, I don't care.
There's so many banks out there. I don't think they can actually shut me down.
So,
It takes them a
people
long
keep
time to
bringing up
find
this.
out, then
What is it
subpoena
called?
the
The
bank.
hantavirus?
I think that's what it's called, hantavirus.
Hunter.
See, your mama just gave you good karma, Brooklyn. Your
They're
karma
just
goes
this
up.
way.
They know that
It's
it's
an hour
gonna
to
go
go through the
up.
books and impossible to physically remove the
So
books.
now my punishment is keeping karma. Let me give you some karma. Give me some exes.
Because you tried to go to banks and you found out, oops, well, I stuck that too. Very easy to get it taken at any moment. Thanks in as one. I do have a box here with lock and key. That's full sim. I find the box with fleet and I go through the books.
The reason why I've never been on a cruise is because they
Take
say
at least an hour to go through the
that
books.
it's a float
If
feature.
I also
And
if
it
I
seems
get rid
like
of it,
every time something
whenever
comes
it's
out,
this way, they got three
it
banks
come out
in
on the
garage.
cruise.
The three checking accounts open now.
Oh, I feel the same way about
Whack 'em all.
because
There's
remember
so
what
many
happened
banks
to the
out
people
there,
who
I
got
don't think they
trapped
can
on a
actually
cruise?
shut me down.
Like
It takes
during
so long
COVID,
time
those
to find
hoes
out and subpoena the
all
bank.
got sick. They all died.
Oh, I would have had heart attacks. Being caught away at sea like that, that's crazy.
Oh, I never been into the idea of a cruise. I'm not terrible, but I don't like the idea that
It's too late. No, she's already paid for it. You can't do that. That's a fact. t-shirts on trips.
Oh no.
Going on that cruise, start taking your oregano pills now and go on that cruise. You take oregano, heck yeah.
Hey, wait, I tell you something. I'm trying to tell you, that works. That thing will sting you to death.
No, the pill is
Yes.
no, you don't, cause it's got a black seed oil here. It doesn't bother me, nothing. But girl, if you don't want to catch you do.
Oh, enjoy. I'll talk to you soon. Oh, well.
Alright, do y'all have a topic?
Some banks out there, I can shut me down.
Yesterday was a good
There's so many
day.
banks out there. They can actually shut me down. So
I'm
we'll
not
find
shaking
out
your
what's
hand.
part of the bank that you sell as well.
Yesterday was entertaining. I got through my day real quick. Y'all had me laughing. I was just entertained. Today, I fell asleep like 3 times. Good afternoon to the stage. I just came up to back up Brooklyn. Yesterday morning was a fabulous train wreck. It was horrible. Let me tell you something. It was horrible. I do not want to support degeneracy. Okay. It went on for 6-7 hours of just nonstop bang, 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 bang. Okay. Hug was in here on one.
Go guys,
okay.
Hurricane
got in there. Everybody got in there. I didn't get in there. But
included.
Listen, when it was Hug versus Omar, Hug just was on a one-man crusade to fight everybody in here. And it was interesting. Earlier today, however, it was a long Thursday, and that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes we all have long days. But, there was a point in time where y'all were talking about having good foundation, the girdles and the undergarments. And then a little tete-a-tete happened, and I thought, man, I really wish we could go back to talking about that foundation and them garments, because I don't want to hear y'all fight today. So, usually one of the Hug, though. So Hug fought everybody. He fought everybody.
When I came into the room, I was Team Hug, and then I went Team Omar, then I was Team Hug, and then I was Team Omar.
More useful. I'm just my biggest problem is the wage garnishment.
It was fun.
I wouldn't mind.
Excuse me, can I just say
A little 60K nest egg wouldn't be worth putting offshore and would be difficult to transfer out. More useful than maybe presence. My biggest problem is the wage garnishment. I wouldn't mind going back to work.
Shut the fuck up with that shit. It was very...
It's ridiculous.
It was crazy because you came up here and said nothing.
I will,
For what?
This is every time y'all hear from the
But for what? What's the purpose of saying that? Like, what was your...
I'm doing everything I can do.
I don't like it.
And then I'm well organized.
Do you want to talk about the people with you? What's going on?
My housing is permanent.
Saying something to me when I wasn't talking to you.
So I'm going to
Yeah, go back down.
try and
person. That's what we did.
This is ridiculous.
I didn't even do anything, Brooklyn. I literally came on stage and she came off mic to comfort me.
So y'all playing or was this like for real?
Not playing because I didn't do anything. So apparently she was suffering. I didn't do anything.
I'm doing everything I can do, and I'm well organized here in my housing request permit, so I'm going to try and generate signatures on petitions for mayor and Chicago Public School Board starting in June.
If I don't bother you, like, don't bother me. Because if you bother me, then I'm going to bother you. And that's pretty simple. Thanks. Y'all can go back to y'all conversation.
Please, may run.
Well, hey, Lord,
Okay.
go ahead. Oh, see, I was just going to be very messy and ask, now, if you put a little paprika on the oregano pill,
I am worried.
and then you take that, how much virus does that block?
Well, that's funny. What? I don't have an answer to that. Paprika. I ain't gonna lie, you put a little paprika on anything, it make it a little better. So I don't know. Might work.
Nathan, what's going on? What's happening? Are you able to speak, Mr. Nathan? Oh, it's... Oh, Mr. Nathan. Mr. Wilson. Hey, Lord.
You know, never mind. The first time
I'm well organized here in my housing request permit. The other.
not first lady, but it was a crash out. And it was justified. It was a crash out. And I was like, oh, it was late at night.
Oh, it's a crash out.
When I first heard First Lady, she opened the room. She was going off.
The other female tenant in the basement was paying her rent and got an injury on the cell phone and she was scared.
These are lies. What's going on?
No, when I first was introduced to you,
So the individual is much and he is an old female dog. The other female tenant basement is paying her rent and got a new job. She was filled with spirit.
come for a lot of work that night.
Get you through the day. I normally come on Clubhouse. Now, I don't like the dark side crashes. That should be it's too overstimulating, but y'all crash outs be good because it's not too much. You know what I mean? Like, on the dark side, everybody be yelling at
The
each other.
female tenant basement is paying her rent and got a new job. So she was spirit.
Over here, it's respectable. It's a crash out, but it's like a respectable. It's like a bougie crash out.
And nothing.
It's a bougie crash out.
Now see, you're not meeting the allegations, Brooklyn.
I'm ghetto.
Bougie.
Everything that ain't ghetto is bougie. So there's that.
You're not.
Oh my God.
Allegations. You gotta elevate.
I'm ghetto and proud, and I don't care. You know why everybody wants to make
I've never had to ask a tenant to leave
like,
when
why
the
everybody know
original
I'm
tenants.
ghetto, and I'm proud to be ghetto. Thank you.
You know, y'all be so. Nobody care about y'all. I do.
I've never had to ask a tenant to leave only the original tenants.
That's why
you don't care about no Vietnamese? Any of them. I'm not talking about like outer states. But all these. That's why I got all. I got Gold Corral right now.
I know when I was a kid, I had more fun in the ghetto. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It was always the funnest.
Yeah, now y'all doing too much. Y'all be doing too much.
Remember? The funnest time was in the ghetto. Yeah, well, I guess y'all ain't never been to the ghetto.
I mean, what are you describing as the ghetto? Yeah. When you play Devil Dead, you can't turn, you're gonna be out in it. I don't consider that ghetto. That's not the ghetto.
What's not the ghetto?
Playing Double Dutch, that's not ghetto. What's going on?
Double Dutch, that was
Curveball. That's not ghetto.
It's like the projects. Yeah, I ain't go to the projects, so y'all did.
I was in Violent for Arms.
I've been talking about Socrates and shit. Y'all don't know nothing about the ghetto.
You know, there are people who lived in the ghetto that knew Socrates too. What's going on? That's for sure. I mean, yeah. What's happening?
Oh, Josh, so please see him below or attachment issues. Turn trying to accept the following content. Please see.
Yeah, I be talking about ballets and shit. Yeah, I don't know nothing about it.
Listen, one of the best ballet schools in Ohio was in the ghetto.
So why y'all know the trash? Y'all be talking about the bougiest,
At a team meeting, I understood that you're trying to work your punch down kid in the throat if you return his door.
Well, why y'all ain't never say that before?
Because it's not ghetto. You think it's ghetto. I never did. I mean, listen,
ghetto. I said that that's what we.
Okay.
Oh, Brooklyn disappeared.
I didn't know that the system acting up. Yes, acting up. Because I can't mud them out. I can't do nothing. I can't even do emojis right now.
So because I'm struggling.
Yeah. I turned my Wi-Fi off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got a mess.
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother
Angry boy.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save in thee, of thee alone. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul with gold, the flashing of mine and I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and times. By the sign I invoke thee.
Hold on, can I place an order for pickup? Sí. Can I get the half chicken, number 2? Potatoes and beans, or rice and beans. Yeah, rice and beans and potato. Oh no, I'm sorry, just rice and beans. Right. Okay. Yep. And can I get two beef empanadas? Yep. That's it. Yep, correct. John. John. Okay, thanks. See you soon. Bye.
child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Mine is the sign of office and Typhon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of fire, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the tranquil waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, challenge conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and I will strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Shout the conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my heart is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy beginning. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Only shine with thy lights of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the feet of invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or under the earth, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, a whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Hearing the sign at each Abrahadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. Not one second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God.
Simulator like Sims or something, if you were to create the ultimate simulation, of equity and economy, how would you model that 3D simulator?
I would say that there has to be a certain level.
Archer Avenue. We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card. Except weeks, months without Archer Avenue.
Tonight I'm ordering.
ETC 50 show.
He wanted the Polish Danzig question.
I remain steadfast in my extending the tax cuts, and I know you.
Adrian solving the what's it called again?
It's a new season.
Is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the heart's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke.
Hey, what's up, John?
Yo, is Clubhouse down for you?
I think, yeah, it's done, man. This art project is over. It's time to bury it.
Oh my god.
To move on, man.
Wouldn't that be amazing? Because there are so many people that are so like daily dependent on it.
I know. Like Andrew, like he goes for like days straight. It's crazy.
Yeah, Andrew's man. I mean, I go to sleep at pretty normal hours. I don't know how that guy does that.
Yeah.
Other people do it too, but yeah. It is what it is. But anyways, is that why you called me? Because I figured that's probably why you called me.
Yeah, that's why I called. It's done, man. My wife is celebrating. It's a chain that's been broken free for me as well, man.
It's impossible, dude. I've been checking the news. There's nothing, and it's probably just an AWS like hacking thing. I guarantee it. It's probably like some kind of Iranian Russian fucking AWS.
Hey, let me know if you hear anything from anyone else. You're more connected.
I think everybody will probably just take a break till the shit's back up. But I was in Patty's room, and then she's like, "The app is all fucked up. I tried modding you. I can't mod you. It's all glitching and shit." And then I went to like another room or something, and then yeah, it was done. I couldn't get into anything. I was holy shit. What the fuck? Should have stayed in that room.
It's over. Hey, if you're gonna keep doing this, let's go over to Space, man.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's set up some good rooms on Spaces.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so
never stops, man. It's good talk.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good night.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I was just proselytizing with Dan Vitz 20 minutes ago. What a wild experience.
Oh no, it sounds
What
horrible.
about Swedish? What?
Sounds horrible.
No. This is with Sherry. This is the craziest shit ever. And so like there's this like you know how we Dan Vitz does to film every day.
What every day?
To film.
Oh, he does to film every day, really?
Only at the end, dude. This is the craziest shit. Remember when I took that photo?
He does it at the end of the day?
No, at the end. This is recent. You remember that photo of me when I took the photo of him and Kat next to each other?
Yeah.
I went up to this. So my rabbi was having a 60th surprise birthday party, not on his birthday, organized by his children. And his children were reaching out to Biss to come. And so I went to Biss to talk to Biss. I'm like, hey, you actually coming? They said you're coming, dude. Don't tell the rabbi. And then I told Biss that I told him he was gonna win. He knows that. I go to the rabbi's event. I see him there. He's scared shitless of me because I have the photo, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably not the best for his marriage and all sorts of stuff. So he looked petrified, and I'm like, why are you worried? Just relax. Get your feeling. You can see this. Like, what are you doing, dude? We're up soon. You're not dead. Who gives a fuck about Congress? And if you're there, make the most of it. I'm like, you're gonna win. Relax.
Yeah.
I told him all this.
Yeah.
Fast. So he, on the day after he wins, when he had the Shabbos after the election, it was a wild Shabbos. It was like, I just felt good, but then regardless, someone like tagged their synagogue with some like anti-Semitic shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't matter. Had a time of our life. And then Rabbi Wirtz, who's turning out to be like wow, like way up there. He's like a Saudi. But he, what's it called? It turns out that he he never pitched. He never told anyone to vote for Biss. And he's like, I told Biss, I'm against everything you stand for. Mm-hmm. But you're a Jew, and it's my job to make every Jew more Jewish. And he bought him, which is expensive to fill in. And he's like, I'll buy this for you, but you got to wrap it every day. I'm not going to get you any more votes, whatever. And then he did that to J Street, who's like a PAC, a bad PAC. And everyone was kind of booing. We're in the basement of our synagogue at Kiddush. And then our rabbi said, it was a really rah-rah speech about how they that he does it every day. And you have to question politicians' honesty. And then I talked to my rabbi, I talked to him often, but one of our more recent conversations, I'm like, I think that's the reason why this won. He goes yeah, I agree. And so I'm in the bar, and it turns out that the bouncer is also named Maxwell, and we're talking. Mm-hmm. And with this reporter, Matthew Eady, who I've kind of picked on before. So he just kind of like, oh shit, Max is not picking on me right now. But it turns out that other Max is Jewish too. And he's liberal, and he says, my whole crew is just has been anti-Zionist, I did some Jewish stuff in the past, and I've actually been, he knows Rabbi Hurt, he's like, I've been to B'nai Reuven, he's from the North Suburbs, and he's starting to become more Jewish, and then out of nowhere, Dan Vitz just walks in. And I'm like, hey, and he goes, hey, and I'm like, hey, Dan, I told you were going to win. And he goes, yes, you did. He looked petrified. And then I had Dan Vitz telling the kid why he should have actually filled everything. How full circle shit is that?
Wow.
I'm like, are you still doing it? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, not for any campaign reasons. And I'm like, you tell young Max over here. He goes, because it makes me feel special. I can't explain. It's not some wild shit, dude. It literally happened.
You said it makes you feel. Yeah.
That's about it. Here's my conflict. Is how do I he still has all the communist gobbledygook, Democrat, socialist, whatever. But how do I reconcile the fact that he humbles himself? He goes to fill every wild shit, a lot of thoughts.
What do you mean reconcile what?
That he's the only Jewish. All these other Jewish Congress people who I identify with more are not doing the filling.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. All you got to do is listen to this for 10 minutes, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, to know he's a. Just listen to him in any speech.
He's not. He's still there. It was crazy. It was wild.
I don't know, bro. I recorded that whole thing you went to. Remember, you went to his debate. I recorded that whole thing. Everything he said is just so woke. It's crazy.
No, of course.
He's like, I'm gonna arrest Pete Hegseth. He's like, I'm gonna arrest Pete Hegseth. Dan Bundy. He's like, I'm gonna arrest them.
He gave his top priority after Trump, but then his policy priorities were economic, economy, environment, and corruption. I'm not an environment theory, but he's, all the climate change bullshit. I am anti-corruption. No, I'm not supporting Dan Bits. I just think it's the film thing. I think is very interesting. I do think there's a direct link of him doing Tefillin. And when he started doing Tefillin, is when so much bullshit came out against him.
I was thinking. Have you seen that one guy?
The stupid teacher thing. Remember that nonsense?
Who was I thinking of? Like, who could we get to put on Tefillin in Chicago? Who's like a big macher?
We should proselytize, John. You could be Fat Moshe. You could be Fat Moshe. Fat Moshe is the reason why Israel exists.
I was in Washington D.C. with this like hot Bosnian chick that I met online on Hinge or whatever, and so we're walking by the Washington Monument, and there's like 4 young Orthodox guys, and they're like, "Are you Jewish? Do you want to put on tefillin?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so in front of this like hot blonde Muslim chick, I put on tefillin at the Washington Monument, and they were so happy that they got me to wrap tefillin, and they assisted me. It was great. It was such a nice surprise. But have you seen that guy on Instagram who wraps all the billionaires and all the successful people?
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, so he's a Chabadnik.
Yeah, of course. Because the Rebbe realized is I think there's I forgot how many of them, but like a lot of the regular mitzvahs, so the stuff that you have to do on a regular basis, like a Shabbat, like a tefillin, I don't want to say more or less special, but are like a very special category because it's something you have to do routine. It's not just like a don't kill, It's like something you have to like protect and make an effort for. So they're actually special.
You know what's crazy? If you ask a liberal at the park near me, there's a sign that says no loitering. So you ask a liberal, do you believe that the police should enforce no loitering signs? They would say no, they should not, or yes, they should. But then you would say, well, why don't we put up signs that say, do not kill, do not murder? The sign doesn't prevent people from doing what they're going to do. Well, so wait, do you think culture is downstream from politics, or politics is downstream from culture?
Culture is so politics is a reflection of culture. So that means that culture is a bigger thing. And if it's too big, it's obviously I do George Soros' reflexology theory that like politics the black hand can kind of manipulate things. If it does it too much, revolution. So it's not even like definitely culture is a big deal. Like, and that's why Napoleon couldn't be successful. You really can't, and like that's why the more successful, like the Alexander the Great, Julius Caesars, they let the cultures be. Not pay tax. Because you can't fight nature. And so that's what I've always said with on a record, the goal has been to change culture. And I'm at the point where I realize electoral politics don't matter. Do you agree or disagree on that?
Wait, you said
there's no hope in electoral politics. Some of these people who's running.
So, what do you think about the argument of like nature versus God? That like, if you're religious and you believe in God,
What's the difference?
Well, that God should be able to help you supersede nature.
Of course, God could. He could. He doesn't have to. He doesn't always.
I know, but that's.
And we're so immune to miracles at this point, and we think we're so smart with all this bullshit that a lot of stuff that if our ancestors would have saw, they'd have been like, "Whoa, airplane."
Central Avenue outside my house. I'm gonna do like a bunch of artwork, saying like "Liberate Chicago."
Are we recording right now?
Yeah, I'm live in my office.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Why?
You're not allowed to get signatures right now.
What do you mean? When does the signature?
Look it up. If you do it, I wouldn't say it on record. Is all I'm saying.
I looked it up, and it's very hard to find. I can't find that information. I looked and looked and looked.
No, look for the candidates guide. And isn't the election Is the election 27 correct? Or is it 28?
Yeah, it's February 2027. But other people are getting signatures, so I don't
No,
understand.
they're not. They're getting signatures for school board, I believe.
Oh, I see.
I haven't seen any mayor candidates getting signatures.
Yeah, I've seen
You can look
multiple.
it up. And by the way, like I mean, like I'm not a lawyer, okay? But the dating on signature things are always pretty liberal. But yeah, I'm gonna be talking about that on record, and I've never done that on or off record. I've always did shit naturally. You always go for the fucking mayor and stuff like that.
You know what the
I don't
difference?
think you should pivot to something you can get SIGs for.
Well, you know what the difference is between being live on YouTube and saying, "Hey, I'm about to get signatures," and actually getting signatures. You know what that difference is?
Big difference.
Yeah, I mean, so
Big difference.
anyways, I mean, what's the weather like outside? Hello?
It's kind of like 50 flat.
Saturday's supposed to be nice.
Can we talk about this BIS event? What are your thoughts about this story? Like, what are your thoughts? Does that change your opinion of BIS a little bit, or?
No,
he's communist piece of shit.
No, he's low IQ and he's got brain rot, bro.
He does. They all do, though.
Yeah, well, you can't cure him. He's completely gone, bro. That guy's gone. Yeah, well, great. I've met a lot of people that rep to felon, but I don't hear them making public speeches about arresting Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, Kennedy. He said that. I created videos. I have videos of him saying that.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, like, that's why it's hard to reconcile.
Are you kidding me? The guy is deranged, man. He's sitting there getting into a stare-off with Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino should have fucking arrested him. Been like, you could take a step.
How can I judge him when I did the same shit when I was doing? That was the photo op. That was mass communications. Look, I'm anti-ICE, and I'm tall, and he's small. That was theater. On both sides. That was the biggest theater bullshit on both sides.
It's so stupid. I mean, if I was the Border Patrol agent, I would have shoved him. I would have said, "Get the fuck out of my face."
I'm the Border Patrol agent. I'd be doing shit at night, secretly, small teams. They had their own camera crews. What the fuck were they doing?
Don't say that publicly, because that makes you sound like a Gestapo agent.
No, I'm not. I'm saying they had camera teams doing social media shit.
Well, you know what's amazing is right now
that's some waste. That's why they fired Christie. That was bullshit. Trump and all them, they know that. Fire their ass.
You know how
social media bullshit.
You know how
attracts attention.
You know how police all wear these body cams now?
Yeah.
Well, I have one. Well,
by the way, I don't want to be too disrespectful, because at the end of the day, it's a strategic difference. He wanted to be loud, so that you can then get kind of like almost like the art of the deal type stuff. Is make a lot of noise, so that you can kind of like sacrifice the middle. But I don't know. I think they kind of scared off.
Well, good news today is that Clubhouse is officially terminating and shutting down, and Clubhouse is over. It's finished. Dun dun. So people are gonna have to learn to live without Clubhouse. I'm excited to my new life without my Clubhouse prison.
You trying to act, or what are we trying to do?
Rabboni Shalom.
I think you'd be an actor.
I am an actor, and I'm about to get signatures, for public, school.
You're a political actor. I'm talking about a political comma actor.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, you're in my movie right now, Rabboni Shalom.
Of course, a documentary. I'm talking about a movie. I think you can play characters.
Well,
characters. You could be the friend. You could be the lead. You could be the villain. You could be somewhere in between. You could be just working at the Home Depot.
Well, why don't you ever do X? Why don't you do an X space? Illinois Record needs to start doing X spaces.
I do, because I could do the radio voice.
Yeah, well, what are you waiting for? Create an X space and send me the link.
I really don't like the format. I really don't. I think it's a waste of my creative energy.
Really?
I really do.
I would beg to disagree. You've never even done it. I mean, send me a link at least once. Hello?
Do you mean basically Illinois Records own X space?
Yeah. Do a nightly news broadcast.
I'm gonna do it on. It needs to be video.
You could do video or audio, but you should do a nightly. You should do a nightly news broadcast.
Maybe I can do both, where like the Twitter is just playing. Can I
can probably do that pretty easily, right?
Why don't you do the 5 o'clock news every day? That seems to work with Gary Baumgarten, but Clubhouse is over.
I'll see on Maxwell Mondays.
Yeah, well, you should do it every night at 5. You should do the Illinois Record at 5 p.m. every night.
No. So that's I don't want to be a chatty Cathy.
It's not Shady Cathy. You just read the news. You just read the local news.
Chatty Cathy.
Well, what else?
I want to write movies.
Got it. But anyways, it's my suggestion.
Well.
That's my suggestion.
By the way, you know what book I'm writing?
What?
I'm writing a book on energy.
Energy?
Yeah, I've made some real breakthroughs on energy. You know, like we're recording stuff, so I can't even say. But how much of a curveball is that? That's what I'm supposed to be about.
Well, you're a physicist on top of it, doctor.
I must be a statistician.
You're a statistician?
I'm about to be. I mean, technically, yeah. You know, honestly, I'm a junker obstetrician, and like AP Stats was like one of my favorite classes ever.
Did you do core numbers because of the other consulting firms? Like, was that your attempt to like compete with them?
No, kind of what I've already kind of built, and it's like it's in a very raw phase. So like it's now like real. I now see it, and I see also like it's like because of AI, I've been able to kind of test out my theory and like turn it into like a dashboarding type thing. Mm-hmm. And it's like everyone that's it's like almost like in Pulp Fiction, the briefcase. It is an absolute game changer for the way that people buy electricity. Actually, potentially every other commodity. It's a new way of thinking. That's what core numbers was. That's why I've always had this vision. And it's not real. And if we're in person, I can show it to you. I can show it to you. The physics.
Oh my God.
It's the briefcase. You laugh. It's the briefcase. You're gonna be because it's so simple. It's just so simple. It's so simple.
I've heard other people. I knew this guy that had a platform that I met in like a venture capital incubator.
No. It's not a platform. It's not a platform. The platform validates what it's a new way of thinking. It's a new way of measuring electricity.
Rabona Shalom. Well, how do we get off of gas? That's what I want to know because I hate having to pay for gas heating. It sucks.
Well, there's going to be a revolution in supply because of all these data centers and AI. So you're going to see the return of nuclear, which was supposed to be dead 10 years ago. Nuclear's coming back, baby.
How the hell is nuclear going to heat my house, though?
What?
I mean, if we get nuclear, that just means we need to cut the...
electric heating. A lot of states don't even have natural gas for heating at all. Yeah. You don't need natural gas for heating. Like, Florida doesn't do it.
Yeah. Well, those are all new builds. We live in like a network here. We live in the a natural gas network. Every house is connected.
No, and so, but like maybe the future is the connections will be for generators, because you can convert natural gas into electricity. That's like the number 1 or 2 source of electricity, depending on where the market's at. But so I think maybe natural gas isn't the way to heat houses.
I think electric is personally. I think gas sucks.
Yeah, me too. I know gas is plenty. It's like there's more issues.
Yeah.
Like, I literally, it wasn't a gas leak. I think.
Yeah.
I just called I forgot why. I think it was a pilot light. And I had to like evacuate my premises and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
Because natural gas is dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Downstairs on my first floor, I can like smell natural gas close to where the main line comes in. And I'm like, it would suck to like sleep down here and know that you're inhaling fucking like gas, And
in the future, regardless of whatever I do of energy, it's maybe, and it's 100% in some kind of way, is that natural gas line or whatever means necessary. People are able to generate energy, and it could just be using their Tesla cars to arbitrage, and they're going to be able to sell it back into the market. That's the future. You're going to have a generator in your house to either power your house or to just make money.
You know what I'm going to...
That's the next Bitcoin, yeah.
Wait, so did you launch that app with Google?
But that exists, I think, in maybe one state. I forgot what state. I think Texas, where you're able to sell back into the grid more easily. You can do a little bit here.
Yeah, it sucks.
Like on the capacity markets. But imagine that. If you're able to like have an electric car and just kind of have it give energy to the grid during the peak hours because you work from home. Then you just make like $200. I'm just making shit up.
Did you launch that app?
Yeah.
Did you launch that app?
What app?
You use like Google Cloud or whatever to like create an app. Did you submit it? Did you launch it?
No, because I gotta keep it secret. Because it's not an app, dude.
People can't see this shit, dude. They're just stealing.
Well, you know what I heard?
It exists. It privately exists. Other people have seen it. I've shared it with my brothers. I can show it to you in person, but I'm not publicly making it available because there's still a lot of kinks to be made. But it's so far in the right direction, and I feel like every other day it gets like exponentially better. Exponentially better. We're just like, wow, like no shit. How come I didn't think about that?
Have you ever heard a Democrat talking about like voting?
But it's not new. It is core numbers. It's the same idea I've had. It was actually came from like it didn't come from a mentor. I was saying like he got me kind of in the right direction of how to think about it because he's an accountant and just trades the S&P 500 and
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm stop position. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, claw's a big deal because it lets you kind of show shit. You know?
Yeah. I used Matu, which is the meta one.
Like, claw is not good because it makes you dumber. I have to unclaw it.
Well, you should download Matu. Have you seen this one?
No.
Oh, Manus is the name. MANUS. It's by Meta. You can build apps, websites, graphics, text, books, anything. It'll build anything for you.
Yeah. No, I need old school code. It's like Google knows it's AI. Your apps can be rank shitty. Use it to learn on Wikipedia.
It's really just for content. If I want to learn, I just open a book.
No, AI is a learning tool. It's not you should open the way in a dashboard format.
Well, Rabono Shalom.
And the dashboard format is the least important part. The math is the most important part. 100%. But with the dashboard, I was able to communicate to people. But eventually, I'll build like a real one or have someone. But, well, good talking to you. I might do karaoke tonight. We shall see.
What, online, or are you going to go somewhere?
I might go to Shenanigans if you're down.
No, man. I mean, it's all the way downtown, right?
Missing out, man. You want to see these pipes?
Yeah, I mean, just, if you get an AI wearable, you can save the audio and just send me the audio.
I'm an analog guy, man. You need the real experience. And it's not a big deal. You're my audience. But have a good one.
Okay, take care. Have a good night.
All right, bye. All right, ciao.
Okay, peace. Bye.
That's my man.
Rabono Shalom, is Clown House down for you?
No. Is it down for you?
Yeah, maybe they're deleting my accounts or something. I don't know, but I can't access it anymore.
Let me see.
Yeah, there was an error. Please try again. Shut down the app.
No. We're oh. Yeah, it might be down.
I think there's probably like an AWS server fucking issue. Let me see if there's a server issue.
The servers are struggling. Request failed. Please give a sec. All right, let me call you back.
Okay, bye.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on. You see this?
I mean, I gain 100 pounds on top of the 300 pounds that you're already dealing with. But anyways, it happens in Russia when you're stressed out. You want to come back to America.
But is she big?
What?
His new wife?
What?
Is his new wife big?
No. No.
Oh.
No, it's not even probably, but I'm just saying like.
Oh,
I'm just saying like.
yeah.
In general, like she wasn't married before. She didn't have any kids. I don't know if they have a huge age difference, but they still never had another baby together. So, which I find interesting because I would have popped one out in 15 minutes. Yeah. Anyways,
I'm still.
No, hold on. So, I just don't get like it's got to be. I mean, I know where she's at ideologically, and there's no way he was at that rate before. So.
No, he was.
Oh.
No, you know he was a full blown Democrat lefty in Washington, and then he altered and switched. So I have some more stuff too that's like went into all this I haven't talked to you about yet.
Okay.
No, like when he was in Washington, like so I've spoken to someone who's pretty close to like how the whole run went there in Washington. It was pretty far. He was pretty far left there. Didn't win. Then he switched to libertarian to try to like get a foothold in that area, and then that didn't work either. So then he moved to the like MAGA base, and then all of a sudden, after moving to the MAGA base, and with his career along with the death of his wife, he's in the Trump administration, like in a decently high position that he was 100% unqualified for. So there's a lot of there's a history of him being a far leftist. So that's another reason why, the woman thing could be part of it, but I think it's just part of who he was from the get-go.
Yeah, which is strange considering who his wife was and what they were doing. It's such a...
He's a first grouper, man, too, and I can't, if there's any first groupers listening, sorry, bro, but y'all are fucking weird. Like, we all know it, and everybody knows it. That's a normal SF thing. First groupers are weird. Like, seventh groupers all have second families. Get over it. I'm sorry. Third groupers got stuck in Afghanistan for almost 2 decades. So, like, we don't have any second families because no one's getting Durka fam. And then fifth group's like locked in like the worst parts of the Middle East, so they're not getting any Durka families. And then fifth group is like partying in Europe. So like we are like I understand the whole dynamics here, so. Yeah, he's first grouper, and like first groupers are like.
I have a very case, because I worked for like 20 years, and I was on like Triple Army base, working on different bases all over a hospital site, but still,
engineering
is not a phenomenon that was like known to me like that, and my husband is military as well, or was military as well. So, but I just did not, and my dad's special forces, but Israeli special forces, it's a whole different,
Yeah, there's a dynamic for sure. Like when we were in JBAD in 14, and third group was like my team, and really South Northeast was banging it all the time, like especially the third group teams that were there. Like we were on a period of darkness hit, or we were like going out at times. And I still remember we set up a 3-gun shoot at Fob 50 with all the like regular Army and like Air Force people, and we're like setting it up, like we were running it, but we were like it was like a competition between all the different units there. And these 10th group dudes show up fully kitted out, like they're about to just leave the wire and just smoke all the ragheads that are in their shirts, and we're just like kind of in the range. We're like, what are you guys doing? They're like, yeah, we just came for the 3-gun. Like, bro, y'all left the wire like 4 fucking times, all right? So
this is the best, like, there are. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temper of the water.
And the stories that guys would tell me, like that there were all these different units. Israeli guys do the exact same thing in America, or when they're traveling abroad, it's like a thing for them. But like just the guys that were around me, like every single one of them were like, like. Just,
that's funny.
Oh, it was really funny.
Yeah. Well, they were the rat team, so they were like the team that was like charged with the like exfil routes. Like all they were there to do was like to make sure that if all the shit, if we have to go fucking, like castle up, like hey, the rat team's here, they're gonna get you out. They know the way out. That's all they did. They didn't actually go on any ops or anything, do anything. So they're just like, plus they're right next to TF. I was like, Cam, I'm about to fucking call. I literally texted him like while we're on the show, and I was like, stop fucking calling me Sean.
Why?
Because it's
we were talking before I did a show with Cam Erickson. we were talking literally right before the show. Like we were on for 20 minutes going over like everything we were talking about, and we're like 2 minutes before the show starts, and he was like, real quick, what do you think about Sean Ryan? I was like, bro, I was like, I fucking think he's the douchiest person that's ever lived. And like, yeah. No, that wasn't me. I didn't do that in the woods. I have done that before, so. Oh God, no! I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit of what's that movie where Comey walking through the beach, the 764 or whatever.
I do remember. Yeah, I do remember that now.
To like go into the forest and like. Yes, that's what it is.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not so long ago about like showing. He's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Waffles Burger thing happened and he went with Shoemaker and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking Israel terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word. Yeah. And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor. I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit of what's that movie where Comey walking through the beach, the 764 or whatever.
I do remember. Yeah, I do remember that now.
To like go into the forest and like. Yes, that's what it is.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not so long ago about like showing it. But he's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Waffles Burger thing happened, he went with Shoemaker and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word. Yeah. And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate. You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor. Oh, God, no. I didn't see that. Oh, God, no. I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit.
Apologize to him not so long ago about like showing it, he's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Wagglesberger thing happened, he put that he went with Shoemake, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking, Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking, Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor. Oh, God, no. I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit of that movie where Cody walking through the 764 or whatever.
I do remember, yeah, I do remember that now.
Would you like go into the forest and like yes, that's what it is. I know
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not so long ago about like showing it. He's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Wagglesberger thing happened, he went with Shoemake, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking, Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. fucking Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor. Oh God, no! I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit of that movie where Comey walking through the or whatever.
I do remember, yeah, I do remember that now.
Like go into the forest and like that's what it is.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not so long ago about like showing it. But he's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Wildelsberger thing happened, he went with Shoemake, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor. Fell for it. She was like, magic if true. Like you dumb. I can't.
I love how 20th Century a postcard, and then you analyzed it. It was 20th Century actually sent Green Beret a postcard. It's hello.
Oh yeah, he sent it to my old work. Yeah, he sent
it
it to
says hello with a heart. Hope you're doing well, pal. He can't even write.
Post it in
I
his face.
retweeted it. It's the last thing on my feed. Go grab it, everybody. It's the last post on my feed. You can read along. It says so. He writes.
Sounds like you have an admirer.
Hello with a heart. This is back on like New Year's time. He posted it. It was sent to him on October 3rd, 2025. But you didn't get it for a while, right? Right? So he writes, hello, heart.
No, I had it for a long time. I just didn't post it because I was still working at a nonprofit, and I didn't. And I was trying to be a nice boy, but that just didn't. At the end of the day.
Comey walking through the
Every fuckery is a foot. You just can't be nice. So I don't know what to say.
So then it says, hello.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not too long ago about like showing it. But he's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Wildelsberger thing happened, he went with his two-make, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody.
And you're like, hey, Grok, can you please analyze? Hey, Grok, analyze this postcard and share with us the forensic handwriting analysis about the author, Tony Aguilar. That was the best Grok ever. And Grok says, based on the postcard's handwriting, inconsistent letter size and slant mixed with upright and right suggest emotional volatility or haste. Heavy pressure on the words like vile and insults indicates anger or Aguilar graphology has limits. It's not fully scientific. If you have more context.
Bro, how are we supposed to think that this is legitimate?
For example, I can refine it. That's your Grok.
It's so brilliant that you asked it.
Posting a text editor. Everybody can see it because it's a real thing. Like he sent it. Like so, what's hilarious is too. I just hired this job that I was in. I just hired a new girl to work the office. 2 days after she started, she gets this postcard to me from Tony, right? And we all knew everybody else who had been here. We knew the situation, so we knew that it was from Tony.
Tony went twice on Tucker's show and never corrected any of the statements, and then Tucker flies to Israel and gets faked Greta Thunberg. He's like a flotilla. It was very funny. He did a flotilla with his private plane, and he's like, "No, I'm not going in. No, I'm getting kidnapped. Actually, I'm getting kidnapped." He's like the Greta Thunberg. He puts his hands behind his back as if he's arrested, and there's no handcuffs there. All those reason the flotilla guys, they're hilarious. So he goes and he gets interviewed with Huckabee, and Huckabee is like, "Dude, you put a target on the back of this kid so Hamas could go kill them," and he hasn't even addressed it. This is what's good.
I interviewed Tony Aguilar, who claims that IDF soldiers killed a little boy in his presence. That didn't happen. Okay, it did not happen. Tony Aguilar, he comes to me standing there, and I put my arm on his left shoulder, and I look at him, and I can feel the bones in his shoulder. I can feel the weakness in his arm. I can feel the vulnerability. I can feel the desperation. And I look at him, and I got down on my knees, where I look at him in the eyes, and I say to him, I said, "People care. America cares. You're not going to be forgotten."
Dude, he's such a douchebag. No one talks like that. One, they don't even speak English. You stupid shit. Yeah, what are you're talking to this child who doesn't speak English, you fucking retard? No, you didn't say that. You didn't have an interpreter right next to you. You weren't touching his bony shoulder, and you're like, "Hey, listen here."
He was on his knees. I can't anyway.
Dude, he's such a douchebag. He knows everything he's saying. It's the most scripted, gayest nonsense I've ever heard in my whole life. Again, you don't talk to people. You can't talk to them. You don't know fucking Arabic, dude. You don't know what. I don't even know what the hell Palestinians fucking talk or whatever they do.
It turns out there's 17 of them in Gaza.
Yeah, dude, get out of here. You ain't speaking to this child. And even if you were, I'm not being an asshole, but every third world country has 1,000 damn children running around all over the damn place, and you know what they all do? They all look exactly the same. So I'm sorry if I couldn't recognize one of the emirs from one of the others, right? They all are in shitty clothing, they're running around carrying their little sister in a suitcase. It's it's just this is the life in the third world countries. And for all of you that are listening, posting a text editor. And you haven't ever seen this. I was in Africa, and legit, our base was in the see that.
It reminded me a little bit of that movie where Cody walking through the
He's also jumped on the fucking, Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word. Yeah. And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to, think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in, Proton Mail. You didn't post any of nothing. You posted it in a text editor. Oh, God, no. I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit of that movie where Cody walking through the
I do remember, yeah, I do remember that.
Go into the forest and yes, that's what it is.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I apologized to him not too long ago about showing it. He's a fag anyway. Whatever. He when the whole Wildesberger thing happened, he went with Shoemake, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes, okay. He's also jumped on the fucking, Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word. Yeah. And I was like, Proton Mail. You didn't post any of nothing. You posted it in a text editor.
see that. It reminded me a little bit of
what's that movie where
Cody walking through the
six four or whatever?
I do remember that now. Would you like go into the forest and like
Yes, that's what it is.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not too long ago about like showing it. But he's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Wagglesberger thing happened, and he went with Shoemake, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor. Oh God, no! I didn't see that.
It reminded me a little bit of
what's that movie where
Cody walking through the
six four or whatever?
I do remember that now.
Would you like go into the forest and like
Yes, that's what it is.
I'm actually pissed at myself because I like apologized to him not too long ago about like showing it. But he's a fag anyway. Like whatever. He when the whole Wagglesberger thing happened, and he went with Shoemake, and I like Sam. Well, Sam's shoes okay. He's also jumped on the fucking Israel's terrible bandwagon just like everybody. Fucking Microsoft Word.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, how are we supposed to like think that this is legitimate? You didn't post any of the data with it. You didn't post the actual screenshots of it in like Proton Mail. Like you didn't post any of nothing. Like you posted it in a text editor.
clip is disgusting and idiotic. Megan Kelly, what happens to Trump now? Tucker. Trump's going to be 80 next month and will be dead very soon. Things could be worse with someone like Gavin Newsom because unlike Trump, Gavin is not holy shit. He says,
and he did say those things. I listened to the whole episode. I tortured myself. And then Megan put on the challenger in the primaries for Lindsey Graham.
Megan?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
They're on onto all these grifters. Like they're pumping up Fishback, who's a whack job, who's a con man in Florida, is a criminal. I mean, they're all pumping them up. Tuck, Megyn Kelly. I mean, they have Thomas Massey was lying about his relationship with Trump, running ads that show him embracing Trump. It's just all a big grift. All these people.
Yeah, so if you go to Milk Bar TV, I cannot believe that this guy is doing this. This is fascinating to me. And they're the ones that are lying constantly lying. And now, what about the before and afters of
the world's total landmass? It is a huge country in a highly fractious country with a large and very restive Muslim population. So think this through just for 1 second. What are the chances that in the ensuing chaos, which we are forcing on Russia, in that chaos, what are the chances that one of those 6,200 nuclear weapons might wind up in the hands of someone who is truly crazy and dangerous to us and to the world? There is a kind of stability, as bad as nuclear weapons are, when rival nations possess them. India and Pakistan, which are countries with a long, almost 80-year history of hating each other and many wars in the interim, have managed to fight fairly bitter conflicts since 1947 without using nuclear weapons against each other. How is that possible? Well, the mutually assured destruction principle.
Literally, India would nuke Pakistan, and Trump did not intervene. Sorry, buddy. That's the actual truth. You want the truth? That's the truth. Trump has to literally call him on the phone, and then he calls the Pakistanis on the phone, and we control the nukes of Pakistan. That's the only way that it can happen. And then 15 Pakistani scientists disappear, motherfucker. You want to know the truth?
Also worth noting, India and Pakistan have not really had significant conflicts as wars go. Right. And every single time anything is boiled up, the United States and Europe and other countries have done their absolute best to bat it down and put out the fire as fast as possible. Frankly, we don't trust them not to do something stupid like that. So what he's saying is both untrue and stupid and philosophically stupid, because he said in the beginning, well, there's a lot of unstable people, and it's not crazy that one of them would get a hold of it, even if it wasn't the national policy. So he's just, I'm sorry, I don't even know what to do with this guy.
So I mean, the other thing is that this he's mad at the actual audio from the thing, Andrea. So is he mad at Nathan? Is he going to try to okay, January 2026 to May 2026. This is Megyn Kelly.
Correct. I mean, I'm sure that Islam is not consistent with the values of America, of the West. They should stay in countries that don't care about keeping church and state separated. They should stay in countries that don't care about protecting free speech. They should stay in countries that don't care about women's rights. That's where Islam can fester and grow. It's great. I mean, I'm sure that's your thing. You don't care about genital mutilation. You might really enjoy living in an Islamic country. If you don't mind living a life as a woman where you have to keep every inch of your body except for your eyeballs covered, yeah, it's someplace in the Middle East could be for you. It's not my thing. It's not America's thing. And it's not a thing that we should want or encourage in the West. And he's understanding there may be some new listeners over here. He's gotten very, very popular lately, I read, with Muslim viewers. Because he's been standing up for Islam. And I have to tell you, Mark, it's been something I've noticed just since I've gotten sort of more clear-eyed on Israel, that a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric that's put out there originates with people who are very, very pro-Israel, who kind of need us to demonize them. And I take a look recently at my own rhetoric on this to say, have I been manipulated? Or make sure I'm not getting manipulated. There's no such thing as Islamophobia. You are not only entitled to, quote, fear Islam, I would argue it's your duty as a Christian to stand up and fight against it. He's having a lot of Muslim viewers. And so while he may have lost some contingent of the Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel and pro-Trump, and he can't say anything about Trump, For every one of those who leaves,
our military that's sure, I don't know, you hit our fucking towers in New York and blew us the fuck up. You blew up embassies. You kidnapped our people. You do terrorist attacks all the time, trying to stab people all the time. You did, I don't know, the nightclub shooting. You did Bataclan. I think there's more people that are concerned around Islam than just the pro-Israel crowd. You fucking.
Speaking of Indians, I don't know if you ever talked to a Sikh or Punjabi or whatever Indian about Islam. They're very scared of Islam. Like they do not have a positive view of Islam in general. Much more than Jews, actually. If you ask Jews about Islam, like as a theology, they're
we just don't talk about it. Like we just don't talk about it. It's another thing. We don't talk about it.
If you ask Indians, like I happen to have some Indian cousins, like distant cousins, they're very strong and they cannot hold back when describing the problems of Islam.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because pretty much most Jews we never talk about it. Also because we never read I think maybe because we don't read other scripture and stuff like that, and we're not like we're an evangelical. Like we don't do evangelicalize them. Evangelizing. Oh my God, Candace Owens has literally made me retarded. Every time I read things now, like I think like at how she reads things, it's just so bad. She did a new word, tackle. What was her name she did yesterday? Anyways, I'm gonna post this video from under the guy. It's on my feed. By the way, also, what'd you say, Jack? Read what?
Burrow. The federal bureau of investigation.
Buried or Israel. My favorite one, Israel. Oh my God, so annoying. The Ami Kozak did a video about Megan, which was very funny. It was very funny.
You know, Tucker has some new viewers, new members of his audience that, from what I read, are Muslims. Fans and even some jihadis apparently are out there watching Tucker. And I mean, say what you want, but those are fans. So you can't discount that. Fans are fans, you know? So don't go writing them off just yet, that Tucker. He's getting fans. And so having watched him get fans, it's kind of made me think, like, kind of have to look at what I've been doing. And, you know, I come to realize that a lot of the people speaking out against radical Islamic terrorism also have to be very pro-Israel. Very pro-Israel. So it's kind of made me think a little bit, you know? I've also come to realize that a lot of these people in the conservative movement, especially the neocons, who are pro-life, are also very pro-Israel. So it's kind of made me have to take a look at my rhetoric on abortion. You know, because they're also pro-Israel, so I'm thinking, not so sure how I feel about abortion. Now that I find out all these pro-lifers are also very pro-Israel. Another thing that's come to my attention is a lot of these people who are very for gun rights are also very pro-Israel. So kind of made me have to take another look at the Second Amendment and kind of reevaluate, you know, my stance on the Second Amendment because, I don't know, you know, kind of taking a look at my whole political ideology, philosophy, principles, and kind of thinking if there's fans on the other side of those, might want to reevaluate everything I once believed and stood for. You know, because it's working for Tucker. So I have to think, am I being manipulated? And I refuse to be manipulated. Yeah, I will not be manipulated. I'd rather die than be manipulated. I'd rather die than do that. What else? Oh, where do we stand on trans kids? Depends what Tucker says. Does he have any new trans fans? We'll find out. Let me reach out to his team. All right. So update me on what he says. Yeah, we'll find out if he's changed on whatever Tucker says. We find out if Tucker has any trans fans? We'll wait to hear what Tucker says. Yep, stand by. We'll find out whatever Tucker says. Just keep in mind, you've already flipped on this one once, okay? So I will not be manipulated.
Oh boy, this is amazing. Oh, okay, ladies, you gotta see this video. It's so good. So this is, it's on my feed. You see that? So it's Ani Kozak, and he's wearing a blonde wig for those that don't want to go to the feed and grab that video. And he's in front of her red screen, which is great. And it says the Megyn Kelly Show, and it's Ani Kozak, and he's doing his skit. And it's very smart because she's like, oh, I need to reevaluate. He's so good. They're good. Wow.
I have bad news because actually the pro-Israel Zionists are usually like anti-gender bender transitioning kid stuff, so she's gonna have to flip.
But you want to.
Yeah, the Massey thing is I haven't fully. And then what else?
That's also because like people that are, if you want to call it Zionists, I just call it like, let's not have Muslims in the freaking Holy Land. How about that? We'll just call it that. Right. If that makes me a Zionist, then I'm fucking down. All right, 100%.
I'm on board with whatever that is. Sign me up.
Yeah, they did that post the other day, like about the patch on the IDF soldier. They're like, they want a greater Israel, and I'm like, you know what would be badass? if Jewish people were running all of that whole area, then all the Muslims are running right now. Like, why? Who the hell would think that's a bad idea? You like competent government, and like you don't like shit on your streets, and you don't like dudes who you can't even shake their left hands because they haven't invented toilet paper yet. Oh, okay, that sounds really terrible. Like, oh my god, how bad would that be?
Or at least have Israelis do the accounting for those countries, and like the educational system, because Jews have good, for the most part. Hey, Zainab, I'm glad you came. I wanted to ask you a question. We're going through Megan Kelly's producer wants to dock some people that are pointing out certain concerns or narrative shaping, because Tucker Carlson says because India and Pakistan both have nuclear weapons, Iran should therefore definitely have a nuclear weapon, and that's his rationale. But simultaneously, there's a consistent I guess it started yesterday, and Greenberg, we're going to find out from the either Congress or White House or something, where Israel, I guess 20 Democrats are asking for Israel to acknowledge the nuclear program.
It was Congress.
Congress, okay.
It was Representative Joaquin Castro, Democrat, Texas.
Oh yeah, he's a problem. Yeah, he's a big problem. So.
You realize Tucker's what happens when Oprah and Oppenheimer have a baby together?
I don't get that. But
everyone's gonna lose.
Okay.
It's a black nuclear bomb. So we're kind of.
Oh, I said okay.
Because like she would give out like cars to everybody in her audience, so just all of Tucker's new watchers all okay. This whole audience gets nuked.
I understand. Now I'm seeing it. Okay, so there's a whole narrative shaping. There's two narrative shapings, which is phenomenal. One is completely in reaction to me and my fault, and I'm willing to take responsibility, which is everybody's like, wait, Putin is nobody. He's not a big deal. Nobody listens to him. So there's a whole op by the Russian government right now, both domestically and then in Europe, to reframe Dugin as either not being important. It's very funny to me. And then regular like Marins on the woke rights, or Greenberg calls them halal rights, are on the opposite side saying, yeah, it's not a big deal. He's just like some crazy Rasputin philosopher. It's very funny. So that I can blame myself. But the other op is the nuclear program op. So which is interesting, which is Tucker's like, everybody gets a nuclear weapon, and it's not a problem, but Israel must acknowledge their nuclear weapons program. And every single country in the Middle East should get nukes. And these are people that are part of the anti-war non-proliferation movement group, right? So you have people, oh God. I pulled up some, I investigated the Rage Against the Machine. I don't know if you know about that event that occurred today. So it happened, the last time it happened, Jackson Hinkle was there as one of the keynote speakers, and also there was Tulsi Gabbard, and there was the whole LaRouchian thing, and there was all these people there. So somebody, a left-wing person who's very anti-Russia, because it was part of it was 2023, I think, 2024, part of the Ukraine energy stuff that was going on, so they're monitoring things. People that were at Charlottesville, which were from the SPLC, the Unite the Right rally, were there on the ground and were interviewed. And I didn't even know this. These are some of the key figures there. They're part of this SPLC thing. We're on the ground with Jackson Hinkle and the MAGA communist movement and the LaRouchians, and with Tulsi Gabbard, and with Jill Stein, and with, who else was there? It was very interesting. There was one of the keynote speakers. I got was it, not Pocahontas. What's the other one? What's the other one? The other woman's name? Oh gosh, I have to look it up. And it was such an unusual thing because there was video and footage I'd never seen before from that event, and how everybody was converging at the same time. So there was the anti-war movement with the anti-nuclear proliferation movement, the ones that were supporting Assad and supporting IRGC and supporting the MAGA communism and supporting Russia. And all of them were at the same event with all the same individuals that we're dealing with now on the woke right and the woke left. So it's like the Max Blumenthal crowd, meeting like the new woke right crowd, but really they're all of Dugin's influencers, but there's also like the LaRouchian ones, not yet the CCP-backed ones that we have now, the true Russian, pro-Russia ones. Then you had all these SPLC-funded groups that happened to be at Charlottesville, also on the ground. And then you have Tulsi Gabbard talking about war, and she was crying about the nuclear weapons stuff, and how, like, in Hawaii, everybody got a text message and was on alert. I don't know if you heard her speak at an event, that everybody's, in shock because they got an alert because there's, ballistic missiles rockets coming into Honolulu, and this emergency thing went off right before she came to her event, and she was sharing how nobody has any place to hide underground, and how we're so at risk, and really the warmongers and neocons in DC are pushing this escalation with Russia, and this is when Russia's already gone in, already in the Donbass and everything. So it was after that, and I was listening to that, and I was thinking to myself, this is phenomenal. We have now we have like the Green Party in the U.S. that are pro-Iran having a nuclear weapon, but anti-Israel and anti-America having nuclear weapons. It's fascinating to me. It's fascinating to me how the anti-war and the non-nuclear proliferation movement, which is really the conservative party, if you really think about it, we're like very anti-starting wars, and we're very anti-nuclear proliferation. But that's like our goal. It's kind of Trump's goal. And that's the convergence we have right now. And it's so funny. Oh, my friend's down here. It's very funny what's going on, Zainab. So I wanted to talk about that. And then I sent you something that I wrote up about Turkey. And there's probably too much information download for you, but I wanted to get everybody up to speed on this. So we're going to repeat the space, if you don't mind. I played an interview from Mike Duran regarding Turkey from, I guess, last year with Gadi Tog and with Dan Shiftan. And this was 16 months ago, let's say, because they did part 1 and part 2. I don't think there's been an update since Turkey's movements in Syria, because this was prior to the Syrian file situation changing. And they're talking about the KKP, PPK, and they're talking about how certain rhetoric out of Israel regarding Erdogan, which has increased since then, obviously, because Erdogan has increased his stance. And so it was about the deconfliction and how to kind of help look at why there's statements now that Turkey is now the new Iran, and Erdogan's statements have been so radicalized. Just so you know, for those of us, I've never been to Turkey. I don't travel to Islamic countries for many reasons that I'm not allowed to, but for safety and other stuff. But my point is the Israelis always traveled to Turkey. It was a very commonplace travel, plastic surgery. I know so many people in America travel there. Iranian Jews would travel to get their hair plugs put in. It's like a very common thing. And then there was a shift in Erdogan. And I was listening to the case that Mike Duran was making, and then that Dan Shiftan was making for his own reasons. And I understand the whole interesting PKK thing. What was more interesting is that after October 7th, Erdogan had called up the Vatican to speak to the Pope, which is really Cardinal Parolin. And me and Brie were covering it at the time after the war. And I made a whole list of things that occurred, and those are just a few of them in that post that I posted, which was him actively pursuing wanting to be the steward of Jerusalem and to kick out the Jordanians, and basically asking for support from the Vatican State Department, because there's ops that go on consistently in Jerusalem by the Russian Armenian Orthodox Church, even the Greek Orthodox Church, and even the Catholic Church there, in order to support the Jordanians to be kicked out and Turks to take over in that region. And then there's I guess a group of Christian women on the ground in Jerusalem that are part of one of the Orthodox churches that work with Turkey, with the Muslim Brotherhood, to actively run ops and go to the Vatican and say that Turkey should be the one in charge of Jerusalem. I know, it's the Middle East, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it is. But if you see the rhetoric that occurred and the back and forth with the Vatican and the UN and the Qataris and the Chinese lobbying for Turkey to take over Jerusalem, that's something that I think is severely missed in him. So I asked Duran to do a part 3 to that podcast that he did, because I'd like to see his thoughts and updates with Dan Shiftan. I have a couple other people that I would have on that show.
Yeah, I think it would be fun, honestly.
Yeah, ask him if he'd be willing to let me moderate, because he can edit it. It's fine. But there's certain things that I would guide and question that I think is sometimes avoided, and I understand there's different political reasons for Duran. He has his own reasons for that. But the idea and the thought process, I say this this often. Erdogan is one kidney infection away from no longer being an issue for us, right? I mean, I'm talking about natural kidney infection, nothing like, induced by, let's say, some agency. But I'm just saying, like, and I'm not joking when I'm saying that the Russians poison people all the time.
But you assume that whoever comes next will be better or malleable, and it's not the case. Turkey is very complicated. It's not.
I hear that about not wanting to go into Iran and remove Khomeini or not running to remove Nasrallah. Oh, you don't know who's coming next, and then we know whoever comes.
No, but I mean, yes, but those are proxies. But Turkey is just different, much more diverse.
Well,
and the thing is that whenever
he radicalized the population, it wasn't like that beforehand.
No, I know it wasn't, but I think here's how I see it. I think that the Palestinian question is just not actually that animating in the Turkish world. It's more of a tool so that you can assert power when you have Saudi Arabia liberalizing and, kind of liberalizing, and also Iran basically being weakened. There's like a battle of who is the leader of the Muslim world.
And Saudi Arabia is not liberalizing. They were always liberal in terms of their upper leadership people.
Yes,
but on the
what I mean is that the Muslim world no longer looks at Saudi Arabia alone as the gold standard. There's a battle. And Islam today is just so different. I mean, obviously in the West is something I don't even understand, but in the Middle East, it's less, I would say, combatant, and people are much more focused on business and stuff. So you have to find something.
Which countries are more focused on business? Syria, no. Lebanon, no.
All Gulf countries. I mean, even Syria.
Okay, all right. So they're focused in Turkey on their own business, but their general populations are still not getting educated and schooled. Like in terms of they're not opening up factories in Qatar. They're actual 350,000.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the average Middle Easterner, what he thinks of is really, is he going to have a roof? Is it security and stuff? So what is left of Islam is no longer this idea of taking things back or, the jihad and invading other countries. I mean, for the Iranians, yes. For the Islamic Republic, yes. But for a lot of the other Sunni world, it's just not the case. So you have to find something.
Well, except for the Islamic State. Except for the Islamic State of Syria. Except for the Islamic State of Syria. I mean,
yeah, but Syria, it's a crazy case. I mean, I'm talking about in general. The Palestinian question is the only way.
100 million Sunnis in Egypt. I mean,
this is my point. Islam is made of rituals and symbols and stuff. And one of the symbols today is the Palestine question. Because it's the only way through which you can animate a Muslim population.
I think ISIS animated and Al-Qaeda animates and on the terrorist attacks funded by...
Yes, but I am talking to you about Turks who are secular.
Zainab, I want to hear Zainab finish this, because I think what she's going to say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that the way people show their Islamic dedication is by supporting the Palestinian question.
Exactly.
Right? Because they don't want to do it in their regular life. They don't actually want to go to mosque 5 times a day or pray. They're more concerned about making money and da-da-da. But the way that they show it is by tithing, by posting on their social media, giving a speech about Palestine.
It's absolutely performative.
But it's not, though, because Turkey has a guy, a U.S. citizen, who was deported there.
Yes, okay, you have to just follow my logic. I am telling you that what Erdogan, I think...
He's a Muslim Brotherhood leader. He's spread
just
throughout Europe and America.
Look, we can't have a conversation without letting me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
To tell you. If you have Saudi Arabia, if you have Iran next to you, if you have Israel next to you, and you want to assert dominance over the Muslim world, the first thing you know is that the Palestinian question is very attractive. So you do that. That's like a given in the Muslim world, in the Sunni Muslim world. Which is why it's so hypnotizing. The idea, so this is the first thing that is very important to understand. And when a lot of U.S. foreign policy, when you have the Biden administration saying and poking and telling Saudi Arabia you have to put the Palestinian question, it's just bad. So that's one thing. The second about whether I think that Erdogan wants to be the next caliphate and ISIS and all of these things, it's a separate question because the Turkish society is just different. It's true that he radicalized and he sees the opportunity, but the thing is, the Europeans are rewarding him for that, and he senses that. No one from the United States told him to stop. So there's a problem there, and he sees the balance of power in that direction.
Well, what do you mean by the Europeans are rewarding him for that? You're talking about the Europeans that are backed by China and Qatar, and that are.
I mean, a lot of European countries have, I think, said that Palestine should exist and stuff like that. So he gets rewarded.
Oh, okay. When you're not talking about him radicalizing his own population, that's, I guess, like in other words, the radicalizing his own population doesn't benefit Europe because he literally he floods Europe whenever he wants with refugees. It's part of his sophisticated operation where he can manage those areas and the ships that go in and everything.
On the Palestine question, he gets rewarded. I mean, let's be honest.
Right, by supporting them. But you're saying, but that's different. That's different, though, than him calling the Vatican and being in touch with the Vatican State Department and regularly lobbying to be the one who takes over Jerusalem. That's different, right?
Yes.
But that's the trophy stuff. I think the word you once used before was validated, not supported.
I mean,
they validate him focusing on Palestine.
But also supported, I mean, in the sense that they come up with all these grants and packages and stuff, and they go, you think they're going to some people, but they end up in Hamas. I mean, and then you have Israelis literally dying, and then what Hamas gets? Oh, we're going to recognize a Palestinian state. I mean, is there anything more that is not supportive of what everything Erdogan says?
But Hamas doesn't want a Palestinian state. That's the thing everybody knows that, including everybody knew that they never wanted that.
We don't care. Okay, we don't care what Hamas wants, but the point is, they got something that weakens Israel. That's it. That's what Hamas wants.
So the way that they make money, and you know this, right? So the Zaka dollars are the UN right now has approved with the Saudis. It's a very complicated situation, but I'll try to simplify it. All money and donation has to go through Saudi Arabia for microfinancing through the UN, and the microfinancing has to be done under Sharia law standards. So if you're in African countries, or if you're in any of the countries in the Middle East, and you're not Muslim, you don't get access to the microfinancing, and unless you've converted to Islam, and you've taken the Shahada. They're doing this through Africa and through the Sudan and some parts of Africa, obviously, and through the Middle East, including all the different UN locations inside of all the different Middle Eastern countries and the Palestinian. There's no Palestinian camps. They live in actual neighborhoods and everything. They call them camps because we're perpetually funding a whole economy, of a non-refugee. They don't want the state because if they get a state, they will no longer get their refugee status and their perpetual financial structure that gets stolen. But the microfinancing component that's being put through the UN and money's being funneled through there goes directly into Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia then collects the interest on it, can invest in it, to increase their liquidity, and then they can also then apply their strong hand in the world. I mean, they hold Mecca and Medina, so there's no ability for Erdogan to project as he's the Islamic ruler in the middle.
You underestimate something very instinctive in the Sunni world, where you want to. It's fine to have Medina and Mecca. It's fine, but at the end of the day, who is talking about the geopolitical news? Who is asserting the honor of the Muslims? These things are things that Erdogan feels and he knows instinctively, and others see that. And for example, there was this problem when I was in Morocco. There we had a kind of a Muslim Brotherhood party. That party is totally an Islamist party. They actually had no ties to Erdogan at first, but then what Erdogan was doing was actually helping them sell themselves. And it's later on that Erdogan tries to help them and welcome them or something like that. But it just tells you that what he does, politically and in a I would say much more of a modern way, resonates. And that's that's why I'm saying that a lot of what he does are sometimes really just purely power plays in the world. That's something I think is very important because I think that that we have basically different visions of Islam competing. And the United States sometimes pushes the wrong one. Absolutely.
Well, in the U.S., they're pushing the Muslim Brotherhood. That's the whole movement behind the car of everybody is the Muslim Brotherhood. But your Shia and Muslim Brotherhood are working together on the Palestinian project. That's a very obvious thing. We know this. We know this from the right and from the left.
But Zainab, correct me if I'm wrong, that Turkey pushing the value of Jerusalem in Islam is good for them because they can't get Mecca and Medina right now. But if they can get Jerusalem and then they can elevate Jerusalem to a higher status in Islamic theology, then they can kind of be a counterbalance and they can have a trophy, they can have some symbol. And because Islam is all about symbols and traditions and all these things, that's why they're constantly working to undermine Israeli sovereignty and to push out the Jordanian wall.
The Saudi and the Gulf country spaces, sometimes I get the transcripts, and you hear them just like having arguments or fighting amongst themselves. They don't care at all about Al-Aqsa. They don't see it as anything. They don't. It's third in line. They don't care about it. They don't need to go visit it. They don't care. For them, it's another mosque. Really, it is in their minds. And you can hear it. I have the transcripts, and these are some of their big influencers.
Well, you're right, but understand why Turkey's trying to change that. It's because, like Sam said, they don't have Mecca Medina, fine, but if they can get something else that they can create as a symbol, right, and they can change, they can shift culture, which they have effectively done by putting the symbol of the Golden Dome and all these kinds of things in people's mind, right, and they by publishing books and printing posters and teaching kids in school, right, in a generation, they can shift the kind of value center from advocating for some other thing to advocating for the Palestinian question, from advocating to go on Hajj to Mecca and Medina to focus on Jerusalem.
I want to hear from Zainab on this, but Zainab, I want you to think about the fact that Erdogan took Hagia Sophia, and me and Bree talk about it often. It was the trip when the Pope came right after October 7th. The prior Pope came to Turkey, and they had come out with a sword, and they made this declaration. It was very dramatic for Catholics. They understood what it meant. I don't know. Hopefully, Bree can hear me. The space and the symbolism behind that, and the Pope coming to Hagia Sophia being turned into a mosque was very telling on the Vatican State Department's merging with China and Qatar, and there's extensive stuff about them and Iran. And this is a big project of theirs through the UN, and Turkey is part of it. So, I do think the Saudis support Turkey in many ways behind the scenes, without us even realizing, to maybe be the mouthpiece for things that they can't say. But the streets in Saudi Arabia are not like the leadership. That we know for sure. I know because there's a report that was put out, and I experienced it myself. There's a tremendous amount of influencers and everything from inside Saudi Arabia that are just extremely anti-Israel, very anti-Semitic, and we're doing a lot of damage. I think somebody just posted a report yesterday. Maybe it was Abu Bakr who listed what happened there. So I'll send it to you. But if you want to respond, then I'll go to G.
I don't know. I don't know what's the question.
The question is the desire to have Jerusalem, and the same way that he took over Hagia Sophia is just trying to show dominance. It's less about
but I actually disagree that Turkey and Saudi Arabia are best friends. They actually are aligned here and there, but they're constantly competing, and the Turks have a military, and they have huge assets, and they're part of NATO, and they don't just look at the Middle East. They're constantly thinking about Central Asia, and they have the Turkic organization, and they think about Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan and other places. They have a tradition that is just different. And most Central Asian countries are much more secular than people think, and so yeah, I think a lot of it is really just pure power play. Erdogan happens to have the Sultan obsessions. Whether he will succeed, I don't think so. I think he constantly underestimates Israel. Militarily, he just does, and it was very visible some of the reactions after the Patriots attack of Hezbollah. It actually shocked China as well. But just to tell you that, yeah, he can say things, he will do things, but a lot of that is either to get a seat at the table. Quite often he doesn't. Even on Ukraine, I think Turkey is much more well placed than so many others to do a lot of negotiations because of the Black Sea situation. But they're not as active as you would think. So anyway, I think it's a it's a great situation, but if you're worried that he will do that, I generally tell you, he actually, even if he wants to, he can.
And I'll go to Jane 1 second. Sorry, Jane. The statement that Mike Durham was talking about was doing activity in the Aegean Sea versus in the Mediterranean, and that the Turks are fine if they're in the Mediterranean doing, meaning the Israelis, if they're doing naval exercises. Military exercises. And they were not comfortable with the Mediterranean. I'm just very, very honest with it. I've been running a free Cyprus movement after I did free Cuba, and now I'm doing free for Ireland, and I'm getting what I want in many ways. But free Cyprus movement, you just saw 60 mosques were shut down in Greece, and they're going to start doing it in portions of Cyprus, and to remove them because they have seen a change in their infrastructure. You have Kimberly Guilfoyle, which is the Trump's ambassador in Greece, and you're seeing even the deals between Israel and the pipeline and Greece and Cyprus and other European countries and with the US and how that's panning out. That's that happened because of his aggression towards Netanyahu and Israel. That a lot of these things happen to cut out Erdogan's positioning over there because of his rhetoric. I mean, there is a price to his rhetoric. And he thinks that the Israelis are not going to respond. And Israel's not going to allow that to happen, especially with Turkey, because it is much closer than, Russia or other countries, right? Or even China, even in their crazy rhetoric. I guess that's my one thought is the free Cyprus movement. How I know it will piss off the Turks, but if they change their rhetoric and start just getting along a little bit nicer, it would make. They're still sending $35 billion worth of stuff into Israel. They're just doing it through a bypass. So he's still making the money. The country is strapped for cash, and he's not going to live forever. And I doubt his son is smart enough. His son seemed like quite a moron, actually. I don't think he's going to take over. Maybe he's got other people that he wants in position, but he's older. He's not going to. I don't know when their elections are due, but it's just not reasonable. So I think that he trends in a line of a movement that's running right now. I spoke to people from like CPAC and from TPOSA and some other individuals who are running this freedom movement across Europe. Might be easier, to do that in Cyprus, Ireland, and in Greece, because they want to do the anti-Islamification and get rid of all this, communist.
But that's where I disagree with you actually, because sometimes the Islamification or whatever the manifestations of Islam in mosques, getting rid of them will not get rid of, the Erdogan Turkish problem.
Well, it stops the radicalization for the mosque. He's radicalizing inside the country. There's organizations, groups, professors, teachers that came in with the mosque. It creates a base for radicalization. It's like they're there every day. So
yeah, I am. What I mean is that I am all for de-radicalization, but what I mean is that the biggest, I think, challenge is a U.S. foreign policy challenge. Because you can get rid of all of that, you can have it all nice. But it goes back to the Ottoman Empire, quite honestly. It goes in a certain way. It goes to Somalia. It goes to all these places.
Hey, so, yeah, are you seeing reports that the Iranians are dumping oil into the sea?
Did you see that? Is it confirmed?
Is it confirmed?
No, I'm seeing reports of it. There's one.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's so bad.
We have to save the dolphins.
Seriously.
We have to save the dolphins.
It means they just nuke their economy. That's what it means.
Yeah, but
it would follow that in order for them to continue to that they would do something.
You can jump in, G. Bree, did you hear me talking about Turkey and the Vatican and Hagia Sophia?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was calling for you. I didn't know if you heard. Okay, go ahead, G.
No, I was listening.
Go ahead, G.
Well, I'm not going to delve too much into the Turkey side of things, but I think the state of the lira is kind of influencing a lot of decisions there, and a little bit more of the aggressive posturing on behalf of Turkey. And I think Sineb is right. Erdogan is bad, but if you get someone like Furkan in there, that could be infinitely worse. But I just wanted to say, Stealth, I was going through the Chinese interwebs today, and what I gathered was...
You saw my name there, right?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, I'm just curious. I'm just teasing. Go ahead. Yeah.
I should see if I should look up my name and find the Mandarin.
singing. They had their own already kind of the way to heat up or sharing with my
Content.
military as well. You know, like. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, it was really funny.
They were the rat team, so they were like the team.
You know, like.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, it was really funny.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, the hammer team's got to stop at some point. I mean, America, we're going into summertime period. I mean, we all, America. So, I mean, at the end of the day,
Archer Avenue, by Midway on the south side, where due
tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20.
Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming.
With Henry Lee, he's a 20-year-old.
The legal profession as you know it ends May.
Elon spends $1 million a month on Clippers. Wow. That's why you see him everywhere when you scroll in.
Am I allowed to stand here? He just ran over. Look!
This is the moment students at Cornell University said the school's president. Can you protect your ass?
29. Your biggest client just.
based economy and pump those gasoline. I take pictures of the gasoline. I took pictures about senseless work. Yeah, so your title is Are We at the Senseless Work?
Remember? And so we're walking by the Washington Monument, and there's like 4 young Orthodox guys, and they're like, are you Jewish? Remember? And so.
Signature things are always pretty liberal, but yeah, I'll be talking about that on record. And I've never done that, on or off record. I've always did shit naturally. You always signature things are always, they have their own camera crews. What the fuck were they doing?
Don't say that publicly, because that makes you sound like a Gestapo agent.
No, I'm not. I'm saying they have their own camera crews. What the fuck were they doing? The honkies about.
Well, why don't you ever do Why don't you do an X space?
Already kind of built. And it's like, it's in the very raw phase, but like, it's not like real. I don't see it, and I see also, like, it's like, because of AI, I've been able to kind of the way the heat houses.
I think electric is personally. I think gas sucks.
I'm sharing with my brothers. I can show it to you in person.
Content. If I want to learn, I just open a book.
I just don't get, like, it's gotta be.
Someone who's pretty close to like how the whole run went there in Washington.
Military as well, or was military as well. So, but I not, like. So, yeah, it was really funny.
Wow. Wow, this looks freaking amazing.
How else do you want me to explain to you that?
He'll be, but believe me, by then he'll have taken some medication and he will be thinner.
He is so confident in himself. You employ people that are underemployed. He is so confident.
Or responsibility on the verbal threats of assault and psychotic homicidal ideation. We trust, and it's a 250-year anniversary arc of triumph. And he is our president. Meryl, you can't change history despite all your complaints. You'll never stop history.
Since you have been your shitty ass fucking Los Angeles out, since your fucking government officials selling off the
It's silent ideation.
too long.
Excuse me, Meryl.
Too long.
Excuse me, Meryl. I have a question for you. I've heard that it's rumored that hundreds of years from now, people will look back on Donald Trump with total awe and nostalgia and just aura. Like, how does it make you feel knowing that so many people in the future will look back on Trump and just view him as, like, the closest thing to God that has
I have a lot of friends.
He'll be.
And it's a 250-year anniversary arc.
I don't know if he ever actually tried it. Like, I don't even know if those definitely like so many
Strike the master chord, draw the flame. Strike the master chord. Draw the flame.
That's what he does for a living, ladies and gentlemen. He's an expert in denying claims. He's an expert in denying claims. That's not a career, denying claims for children, hurting children's lives by denying them.
Why do you see this on his little Instagram thing? Sexual today is any different than a transsexual in the year 26? A gay person today, are they any different than a gay person in the year 26? Is a black slave complaining about disproportionate rights and not getting, it's amazing when I look at a yearbook, Stan, from 1920 to 19.
Comedy is open a book on a Friday night and you take a glass of red wine and you drink the wine and read the book and then you masturbate and go to sleep. You will achieve this great spiritual unity and awakening that your body is looking for and that your mind can experience. Secret ways of love.
The Saudi guy was going to be like thinking about J words when they could be reading a book, going to the gym, making money, making love to a woman, doing something, gardening, woodworking, anything.
I so what would be the first of your stuff do I come in and
Everything copyrighted. So do you think Cash Patel is not the man to bring charges?
be on this event? What happened? Okay, this is my fucking mom. This is definitely
All your definitions, they actually use it.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, the hemorrhaging's got to stop at some point. I mean, Americans, we're going into the summertime period. I mean, we all know.
In manufacture, because when you pump those gasoline, senseless work.
Remember? And so we're walking by the Washington Monument, and there's
signature things are always pretty liberal. They have their own camera crews. What the fuck? The Home Depot.
about the state of what you say about the people there. You got the EJI, that's a big money maker for the area. The Equal Justice Initiative. They have museums. They have all this education built around the civil rights movement. Same thing in Mississippi. Same thing in northern Alabama and Georgia as well. Like, in my opinion, those 3 southern states do a really good job of speaking about the legacy of Black fight and the value and the importance of that. And I think for me, as a Black person that grew up in South Carolina, that is something that I know South Carolina and North Carolinians do not have. We do not have a community of leaders here in this area, or even monuments of Black fight and Black response to white supremacy. And so when Lil talks about like kids not knowing about these movements, it's because a lot of times kids in the Alabama, Georgia area, their parents had already told them about that stuff, so that when they got to school, they were able to enter into conversations at another level than our kids in our area, because our kids are not getting that information at home. Which is why, again, it is so important for families and Black families specifically to educate in the house along with the school. Because if you do not, you are leaving your child's education, their future, up to people that do not give a rat's ass about them. But go ahead.
Dolores, on that point, I'm from a really big part of that is because three reasons. One, the history lives with us. Like,
So depressed. Why is that?
Minor scale. I'm just putting a song that you don't want me to fun.
Okay,
They're not happy chords. Like, I'm just telling you, like, this shit is fucking metal as fuck.
Which one do you want to play, bro?
I just want to listen to some rap music.
This is now.com. Search for a web service to track a lie as we endure this crisis.
So Patricia was able to join, and I pinged her, and so was Brad, and then Kendo, you got a love letter in the chat. Do you want me to read it?
Sure, because I can't read it right now.
It's from Lisa.
Okay.
It says, Kendo sucks dick.
Oh, and thank you, sir. I'll be happy to glaze your pipes after you take mine out of your mouth. Thank you, sir. Fuck you, sir. Good to see you.
Anything to happen, you gotta double click. So the person doesn't let you have to read it right, and it will allow you.
Or you gotta press hold it.
That's what she said.
Man, when they have another town meeting, did they do anybody?
No, they're gonna have this. So no
Oh. There's Leafa. There's
okay, ain't no pause for all day. You know how I get down. Hey. You want some of this? Me, you, and Brad, right? Nah.
what? You guys
This ain't the right time.
a gay trio?
Yes. Gay trio.
No pause, right? Circle jerk. Let's get it.
That's a Normandy name. Gay trio.
Kendo, I'm gonna read you another love note.
Sure.
Because Kendo doesn't have a dick.
Yes, I don't have a dick. I have what they call a cock. Right? As a White Walker, we call them cocks because I am white adjacent. So you're actually absolutely correct.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'm just gonna. Well, it shows to invite friends. So I'm just gonna invite friends, see if they can find us.
And by all the Asians that you have, which is
Hello. You can't deal with that many Asians.
Yes, I can.
What's going on with the app?
I have before.
Everything bad.
Yes.
I'll post it in Telegram so Monica can get in here.
Oh no, she won't be able to get in now. I got that.
Oh yeah, bring Monica in here with Brad. I definitely I definitely want to see that.
Listen,
if we can get her in here, the queen of the white conservative party.
The stage is too full. We can't have that weight capacity.
Okay, oh damn. That'll knock us all out.
I just want to remind everybody in the room, including the people in the audience, do not, whatever you do, come up on stage and crash the fuck out knowing that they can't kick you out of the room or back to the audience.
Oh no, we can kick your ass off.
Do not fucking come up here and crash out and start screaming.
Listen, I will be Asian. I will support that shit and I will figure it out. So don't
yeah, we got Asian support. We got
I was able to invite friends, guys.
Well, you gotta stand up and suck it. Anyway, look, all I'm saying
I just sent out some invites. I don't know if they're gonna get them.
I sent out like as many as it would, and that's our servers are over.
Yeah, that's what it was telling me after every person that was sending out.
But I mean, we got 32 people in here. Now
we got a good crowd.
Now they don't feel lost.
Okay, so get a DUI.
Just say it's IRGC.
AK, this is the big one. When your mortgage is up, just make sure you say it's IRGC sponsor.
And if you're cheating on your husband or wife, it's also the IRGC.
It's the IRGC.
Yes, it is. So another website, just a quick clip, is isitdownrightnow.com. They have the top websites. You can see that there are a lot that are in the orange and in the red. Isitdownrightnow.com. Just like Leafa, he's down right now. He just doesn't know. Anyway, we're monitoring and tracking these events closely. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Night King, there's no more love notes for you in the audience in the chat.
Of course.
Maybe soon.
Maybe soon, but not right now. And we appreciate you listeners.
You know what I love about this room right now is that
you can do whatever you want.
No, I can do whatever I want whenever I want.
No, I mean anybody can do whatever they want.
No, what I love about this room right now is there are a lot of rooms open right now, and
I can do whatever I want.
I find such joy knowing that Monica
Cuban lady did say that you're on the download.
I find great joy that Monica can't join this room right now.
And you know what? Shout out to you.
Why did Monica?
There's a lot of people that just showed up, but I want to reiterate this point. Absolutely, by no means whatsoever. Do we want you to come up on stage and crash the fuck out, start screaming all kinds of obscenity?
So it's an interesting day for everybody.
Reporting is off, I think. Whatever you do not come on stage and start screaming like vulgarity, like bad words. Don't do it.
I have a question. Does anyone see a hallway? Is there?
Yes, I do see a hallway. My hallway is filled with clubs I've fucking never seen before in my fucking life.
You actually see rooms in a hallway?
Yes.
I don't see
6 clubs in total. 8 free rooms that are public.
But you know what room is popping right now? Hocus Pocus, 45th Rabbit Hole's got 68 people in it.
Yeah, I see an untitled 106 people. Okay. All right.
Everybody's
Shout out to that untitled.
Everybody's scrapping on that room like a bus.
Yeah. They're sucking some kind of dick in that room.
Like, you know what's the funny part is? Everybody's afraid to leave the app even for like for that second stick up this right now. Because they're afraid they're not going to be able to come back in.
Is this a good time to talk about Clubhouse addiction? Clubhouse addiction is you might be entitled to compensation for your Clubhouse addiction, and we're here for it. Please follow the mods. Share the room.
No, don't follow me.
Yes, follow it.
No, don't follow me. I don't want to.
Please, guys, don't be creeps and follow random girls.
You have to make Asians, you know.
Make Asian. Everybody needs to follow KK.
No.
She's Asian. She has a tight pussy. She's submissive.
Oh,
you need to follow her.
Rich, watch yourself.
Oh yeah, you better watch out. That's a strong man.
Rich, we can still drop you.
Oh damn. Oh, he disappeared. Oh, where did Rich go?
Rich got kicked.
Shit.
That wasn't me.
It wasn't me either.
See,
That wasn't me.
It was Clubhouse. It wasn't me either. It was the IRGC.
Asian. Spear fingers, yes. It's the IRGC fault.
It was the IRGC.
I was trying to click his profile and it just kept spinning.
Oh, okay, it might have been me. Anyway, look,
You did it? Oh my god.
We're watching the down tracker closely. It looked like it's building into the orange from the red right now for Amazon Web Services, which Clubhouse is connected to. Just giving a tech update right quick. Back to you, Kim.
No, it doesn't show that Rich was kicked from the room though. And the mod.
It won't show.
Oh.
Did we kick Rich?
No, I don't think they did. I think they did.
He'll be back.
I don't know.
I didn't kick Rich.
It's the IRGC fault. Doesn't matter. It's the IRGC fault.
Yeah, it's IRGC all the time. So we got Ali, Daniel, Leafa,
We
Eli,
got Dean
and
Martin in the
Ron
room.
in the undercar section. What are y'all thoughts?
Do you know?
Like you fuck you.
See, here we go.
Guys, Israel did it again, bro. Israel did it again. Oh, you think it's Israel? Yeah, man, it's Israel.
It is. It's technology. Way beyond your comprehension.
Mango juice, bro. I know they did.
Yeah. The juice.
This shit was a what's your substantiation, big bro?
It's the same thing that made the Phillies lose 12-1 tonight.
Oh.
I went to this game.
Guess what? The remove from room works. I just
damn. Oh shit. Oh.
Who did you try to?
Big bro, whatever person.
Oh man, you kicked my brother Sauce RIP though.
Came up here speaking that.
Who did we sacrifice to find out?
sacrificed.
We have to sacrifice somebody.
Human sacrifice.
It was a good call, though.
It was. Look, I want to hear it. We gotta hear people.
It was Big Bro who came up here and there's the Jews' fault.
Mr. IRG told me to.
No, this shit was coordinated. This shit was coordinated. Kendo and the motherfucking Jews did that shit.
No.
Jews, yeah?
It's the IRGC.
Did the Jews make the Phillies lose 12-1 tonight too?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Did the Jews just kick you out?
Amazing. Wait, Bieber? Did they work to get Bieber in?
Yeah,
Did we work to get Bieber in?
Well, that's what she said.
You've been cooking tonight with that. I ain't gonna lie.
It says he's joined the room, but I don't see him.
Well, we just have to wait for it to build. In the meantime, in between time, the down tracker is up. Again, I am monitoring this situation closely from the tech side. It looks like it is getting to restore service, but it's going up and down on the lower end of orange and red right now. So, hopefully we get it back.
Yeah, the moderator hit me.
App's already fixed. App's already fixed. It is? Yeah, it's already fixed. It's working perfect. Nice. But they're like 7 different accounts. When it a bunch of different.
Big shot. I can't see anything in the hallway. How did you see the hallway?
Mine's working out. So whoever kicked me, I signed out, then I signed back in, and then everything is working perfect.
I didn't kick you.
No, it's okay. I think it is working.
Oh, yeah, nobody kicked you.
Hold on,
Somebody definitely kicked you.
hold on. It is working because the reason why.
It says you have been removed from the room.
Yeah, you weren't removed from the room. Nobody did it to you.
It's
might
not in the
feel that way in
It's
your
not
heart,
even in
but
the
I'm
history.
telling you, nobody did it.
It's not.
Nobody did it, bro.
It's no longer available.
Well, that's because you're.
Wait, listen, Rich, this is what happened to me yesterday. I clicked on the profile and it removed me from the room. None of the mods did it.
He got 1,000 accounts, like, I don't know what. 100,000. 100,000.
Well, that happened to Abby in this room. She got removed. She couldn't come back until recently. And then some guy named Queso was the mod, and he got removed. And then Pepe. So that's just, it's been kicking people out of the room.
So I've been reloading the page, and it's actually quick response.
They're saying we're back. No, I'm seeing things
You
going
see
to
a
the green.
hallway?
Yes.
No, I'm seeing things going to the green. He might have a point.
I think we're back, guys.
I think we are back.
Well, I'll tell you 1 second. Let me open up my messages. 1 second. Yeah, we're back.
We're back.
We're back. Messages are opening. Let's see if we can send emojis to each other.
Let's send emojis. Let's see if we can like. Let's see if we can send dick pics to each other.
Okay.
Oh damn! What the fuck?
We're back. I told you guys I'm like IT. I would fix this shit. Nobody listened.
Come on, Ralph. You know some Indian dick pic.
Do I know what? Some Indian dick pic?
No, some Indian. Alright. Oh shit! Some Indian dick pics is crazy.
Not the Indian dick pic.
You wouldn't be able to see it. Can I hold? If you send a dick pic, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay.
I'd kill myself if I was Indian.
Yeah, Pro. It takes a while for the profiles to pop up.
Okay, I got the top bar. Okay. I mean, it might be, yeah, we're top barring it.
Lordness, you weren't here earlier. The app was, no one could get in the app, but if you could, and you were the top left person, the only mod, you got kicked out of the room, then the next person would be modded. So that happened to Adams, and then Abby, and then Pepe, and then Queso, and then it stopped at me. So yeah, that's what was happening.
No, I wasn't high. I've never done a drug in my life. Can you picture me on drugs? That would not end well.
How many times do I have to tell you fucking people, do not give meth, cocaine, or any fucking drugs to KK. We do not need that kind of hate in our lives.
Oh my God, shut your face in your butt. You smell like shit.
Listen, how do you know?
I can smell that hot air from here.
Woman. Just because I haven't showered today doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you did open your mouth though.
Gargled with deer urine. What's the matter with you?
Oh my God. That's so gross.
Not as gross as what William Wallace did.
Oh no. What did William Wallace do?
Go ahead, William. Come on stage. I mean, it's not really what William Wallace did. God, I just thought about if the app would have crashed, where would Necro more trainees to fuck on? Yeah, it's not really what William Wallace did. It's about what Mel Gibson made it into. Necro, do you think it makes you gay that you fucked a trainee? Necro?
Well, how was he able to do that unless they
fucked his butt?
Fluffed his butt. Oh.
They took turns, KK.
Oh, not the butt. Jesus.
It was a pre-op trainee, the way I understand it.
Oh my God. I don't even think Necro's gay.
You can't be gay if you're the pitcher.
Yeah.
If you're the pitcher, it's not gay.
You know, he sucked off the trainee too.
Oh my gosh. A lot of visuals tonight.
Necro's so, like, he's such a pussy too. You know, he's like limp wrist in it too.
Well, which is he?
Oh, I like.
Or is he a pussy?
So I've known Necro for going on 2 years now. He's a good dude. Don't agree with all his politics, but he's a good dude. Okay, Marshall, if you know, does it make him gay that he fucked a trainee?
Necro is my friend.
Wait, Marshall. Yeah, just.
Let's talk about
you
something
wanted
deeper.
to never have relations with a trainee.
Let's just go to
I'm
something.
on board with the trainee talk. It's like
I'm bored with you too, Brad. Brad,
So so Fannie Willis had something go on today, didn't she? It got
what happened?
She lost her appeal, right? So now Trump's got the $6 million lawsuit free and clear. Didn't that happen today?
I didn't see it. Let me look at it.
I remember seeing something earlier.
What other states redistricted today?
Tennessee just blew out. It's all red.
It's all red now. Wow.
Democrats fucked around and found out all that redistricting prior to that gerrymandering, cracking and packing things. And I know, Coco, you're going to go up and say it's all this and that. But to be fair, if you look at New York, you look at Indiana, you look at some of these places, cracking and packing's been going on for a long time. And redistricting and gerrymandering. And again, the Republicans picked a brilliant year, and didn't Vivek Ramaswamy just like sweep all of Ohio as well?
Yeah, and you can see like certain, political trajectories that have shifted from what we seen like 6 years ago, in the middle rounds. We're just talking about the middle rounds of locality. There's been a lot of changes, far as just like, what you're saying, these redistricting, they're not redistricting, my bad. That's the tequila. The redistricting, and the political, plays that have been, set in place. This time around it's going to be interesting.
Well, so here's my take on this. we're looking at Tennessee, but isn't on hold?
Virginia's still on hold.
Weirdest part of the whole thing, right? Virginia, like, so.
But because Virginia based their districts on race, though, that's the difference. Like there's the lawsuit to stay through, and they're saying that they just divided it based on race. I think it's part of the lawsuit. I'd have to dig it back out and read it again.
No, Louisiana was a claim over racial gerrymandering.
Yeah, I know. And I think Virginia did some fucking shit that was just weird.
They did some stuff during this past rise to do during the recession at all. Hey guys, guys in the gulag, if you can come up to the stage. So I'm trying to see your profile, and I can't see it when you're in the gulag because it tells me I'm unable to pull up the profile. So if you want to come up to the stage.
Wait, can we just go back to this for a sec? So Marshall, who else has announced it other than Tennessee? There was another state also, I feel like.
I thought Missouri was redistricted too.
Missouri.
Yeah, Texas, Missouri, Louisiana, Tennessee. Is Ohio going to jump in?
I don't know, it's a good question.
But, I was laughing the other day because I was in a room and someone told me that Trump was he was CEO because he talks about how he voted for Kamala. And then he says, Trump is just going to be a lame duck president. He's a lame duck president now. And I'm looking at his down ticket appeal in the primaries, and I'm going, doesn't seem like a lame duck president, really. He's getting literally everybody that he wants that supports him and endorsing. He seems to be trouncing any incumbent that opposes the Trump brand. It's weird. So what are we blaming the Jews? I don't think you can blame the Jews. I mean, what are you, 2% of the population here? I mean, you don't have a lot of Polish Americans.
In the first half an hour when Donald Trump was again, there was an attempt on him, the Jews were blamed for it. In the first half an hour, you can always blame the Jew.
Sorry, Dr. Peterson, for not being so politically correct, but it's now called the audience, not the gulag. Okay, thank you.
I prefer gulag. We're going to keep those terms. Just some things stay.
Well, I don't really mind gulag, but it's such a nice night out. It just seemed a little much.
Well, don't piss anybody up on stage, and then you won't have to worry about going to Siberia and mining fucking ice cubes.
Actually, what I want to test now is I want to test and see if I could put you back down to the audience, just for testing, okay?
But we don't promise you can come back up.
No, because you end up probably fucking him over. Just leave him be.
Don't do it to the show.
Just let it go.
We have sacrifice. No, Father, we have a sacrificial lamb on the stage. Let's bring up.
Just chill and relax. We're on stage. We're good.
No. Yeah, I know. I'm just testing. Testing out the bucket.
No, where did Rich go? You guys picked him again?
No, I did not touch Rich. No, we're not touching Rich.
No, I just realized it. Quiet.
But Father, did you know that Jordan Peterson is like having severe akathisia from his withdrawal from benzos, which is really like a terrifying thing.
Oh, really? I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry for my condolences, I guess.
Well, it's so painful. People often kill themselves when they experience it because it's like just so terrible.
Oh, wow.
I never knew the fascination with Jordan Peterson, a mid-level book writer, and a guy goes on stage and says, make your bed, and all of a sudden he's a wonder of the world. And I'm like, motherfucker, like, dude, have you been through the military? Do you know how you have to make a rack? Like, shit. Do you ever grow up with Irish parents, man? You know how you had to bounce a quarter off there? Shit, every day. Get up, make your bed.
Before you did anything else, you got out of bed, made it. But those fucking hospital corners, that shit better be flat.
Most to eat nothing but eat and drink nothing but water. This is mess.
I mean, not all of us can be KK and have, like, you know, a plethora of, what was it? Your pool boy and your yard guy, both named Watt, you know, shirtless in the yard, spraying garden hoses.
Oh my god.
You know them as Blonde 1 and Blonde 2.
No.
Hey, it's still not exactly back up because I just clicked on a profile of someone that we're in rooms with all the time, unable to load, and then she disappeared.
Look, there's Rich.
I just want to mention how happy I am that AJ doesn't frequent this app anymore.
And see, we didn't kick him. He's back up.
Oh yeah, probably gonna let the dogs out real quick. Sorry.
I'm gonna ping A-Truck in.
Thank God we can listen to him now.
Or no,
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Wait! Fucking stupid retards!
Yeah, I just gave him the house quote. That's all I gave him.
Him and Mr. Finley, they always have the same thing. It's just all trash. It's all trash. Just horrible people. Horrible things. Just
Horrible. It's terrible.
Oh my god.
Well, you can do whatever you want. So just land him.
You don't like that, huh?
wait, what did you call him?
Wait, what?
I heard her today there. I just want to say that. Brad did
If this video gets 5 likes, I will literally.
Since you have in your shitty ass fucking logo,
It's silent ideation. Save my people.
I was gonna pay Bob child support. Then I got
Dad, when
You know what?
Save my people.
He's still doing good.
Yeah, because when he made that Discord and cops and shit like that, that movie just got him back on, bro.
There was a guy who made a parody of that song called Because I'm White.
Yeah. Listen, rap music, bro. Y'all sleeping on niggas. We've helped stir political situations. I just want to remind all of you. I want to remind all of you around the country, it's $3.64 a gallon here. So enjoy being in California, New York, and paying $6. $2.69. Suck my dick.
Just
blame your legislature. Blame your legislature. I'll show you $2.69. I'll show you $2.69. Liar, unless you're using some kind of fucking discount. No, it's our legislature. $500 of the Our state is good. We're a swing state, buddy. Suck it. You separate. I'm gonna look up gas. You're somewhere where they want to separate. I'm on gas buddy right now. Okay, all right, cool.
He's in Texas.
He's in Texas, and they suck. Yeah, separate.
No, Texas is the best state.
No, Marshall. I know. You guys got a booming economy. You're opportunists. they've been slutting Texas out. It's going to be interesting to see y'all in the next 6 years, because of the people that who have came from California, all these other states, right, with their political ideologies, and going to be incorporating that into y'all system and fighting to the top. Good luck.
Well, your closest is in $3.99 a gallon.
Yeah, I would let Texas succeed if they make King of the Hill a team of their national anthem.
If they succeed, it'll be $10.99 a gallon. Good.
Yeah, how are those cowgirls doing there?
They suck.
They don't have cowgirls.
Pretty much, right? It's the last time they won.
The cowgirl blow.
Yeah.
As long as Jerry Jones owns that franchise, they will never win another Super Bowl.
Yep, they won't. Because you want to know why? Go Pack Go. Go Pack Go, motherfucker. Yeah, right? Our young ones are built to ass.
It's Go Birds,
yeah.
Baby. It's Go Birds. Sorry.
No. It can be Go Birds all you want.
It's Go
but y'all
Birds.
face them in the playoffs, and y'all don't fight them as much as we fight them. So, no.
Bullshit. You don't think we fight them as much as you fight them?
Yes.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Title Town, right here. Title Town. The original. Green and gold, baby. Love it. We filled a stadium up. Green and gold, whenever they face us, they be like, whoa, a lot of our fans are coming in here with Green Bay jerseys on. You should see how many Green Bay jerseys, right, sit on that front line. More than them. You can't talk to me about them. Because we've been kicking their ass last 10 years. Have a good night. Nike. Even my brother over here, Viking Brad, even though, if he was to go ask back home, who do they hate more? Green and gold? Or the Cowboys?
Cowboys.
The Cowboys.
Cowboys. Everybody hates the Cowboys.
Come on, brother.
You don't understand hatred till you're at an Eagles game.
I'm black.
Show
I
up.
understand hatred.
Not like you see when a Dallas person is within miles of the link.
Because both of y'all are unhinged.
It's evil.
Y'all both are unhinged. The Birds have a slow decline that is just unfortunate for how recent they won. And it sucks, you know. But this is why I don't talk to women about football.
Have you ever watched the Bill Burr thing when he was in Philadelphia?
Oh my God, he's so funny.
Yeah, but did you see him roasting all of Philadelphia?
Yeah. He was great.
They were making fun of the last two comedians, or the two comedians before him. So he's like, I'm just gonna go up here. He's like, I got 12 fucking minutes left. This is gonna roast you, disgusting, fat, fucking bald, fucking pimple neck, fucking piece of shit. He's fucking losing it. Oh, it was awesome.
He's really funny.
Oh my God, yeah.
Hey Rich, can you send me a message to the back channel?
Yeah.
Just
pause. Says what up? Did it work or no? It's a little 501 race.
So Brad, what primaries are coming up?
Oh, what current primaries? Hold on a second. I gotta pull them up. I don't remember off the top of them.
And I know ours in June. There's first couple of weeks of June. There's a bunch of. Michigan's going to be interesting.
redistricting going on there, so that'll be May 19th. May 26th is Texas runoff. June 2nd, California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota. June 9th, May, Nevada, North Dakota. June 16th, Oklahoma and Virginia. June 23rd, Colorado and Utah. August 4th is Tennessee. August 11th is Connecticut, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. August 18th is Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. And September 15th is New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Delaware.
God, it's amazing they have primaries as late as September.
Yeah. Drew, did it work? I know, right? The November 3rd was the election.
Yeah. Did you see my message?
Nah, I didn't see it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. We got Beeman in the building.
What's going on, everybody? We all survived. We all survived the bike.
It's okay, people.
You're in the designated survivor room.
You know what? What's the
Can we change the title? Can we make this a survivor room?
Does anybody remember the last time this happened?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
KK and I were
It was October 7th.
It was a couple months ago, and there was a whole bunch of people on stage, but KK and I were the only ones that could actually talk. Wait, there was another person? KK was so funny. But everyone was like frozen on stage. Yeah, that was wild.
Father, you sound like you could pass for Norm. Your voices sound a bit similar. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to describe it, but I could almost mistaken you guys.
Wow, that's interesting. I did, you know what? People have told me I sound like Trump, but never Norm. I don't know.
It's good. It should be a gorilla because they're big babies. So he was probably as terrified as she was, but it was interesting to watch.
This is a zoo employee that in the cage with the gorilla.
And that's always a nightmare, yeah. Because what happens is you're supposed to make sure the animals are cleared out, but you can imagine, like, it's so easy to accidentally thinking all the animals are inside when you go out to the close. So you bring them inside into their holding areas, whether it's a tiger or primates or big carnivores, and then you go and clean or do whatever you're doing, put food out, and then you let them back out. You do that every single morning. Sometimes you do it twice a day, maybe with the great apes. And so the chances of being stuck out there with an animal is higher than you think. And this woman was just so lucky. He didn't really. I think it was a silverback, and he looked like he was as alarmed as she was, but he also wants to look tough, right?
What's your zoo experience?
What's that?
Where do you get your zoo experience?
I was born in a zoo.
That's nice.
No, I worked as a zookeeper for many years.
Okay, my dad was too. So, like, what? Yeah, my dad was too. So I actually got a little zoo experience off of him. And what I know about great apes, well, they're omnivores and they're like chance opportunists when it comes to that. But if they actually get a hold of some meat, they definitely will devastatingly try to like fuck it up. I remember seeing a raccoon jump into like a bonobo pen, and they just like fucking rip that thing apart.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But when it comes to the keepers, the great apes might bite someone. Like I witnessed, I know at one facility I worked at, They got behind the scenes, which is not that uncommon either, and they bit a keeper. But the thing with great apes is actually attacking you. Like a tiger's going to kill you. You're right. The opportunistic omnivore is different than a strict carnivore like a tiger, and that's why I say if it's a gorilla, you might very likely would go unscathed. If it's a chimp or a bonobo or even an orangutan, you're more likely to get in an encounter. And I worked with everything because I started as a general relief keeper. When your dad was a keeper, you probably still had general relief keepers that rotated throughout.
Well, he started with small animals, and then he did like the aquarium because of the low staff. So he did like penguins and stuff like that, and I got to feed the penguins. You know what I'm saying? Like there was like to bring your, child to work days and stuff like that, and I got to pet cheetahs and stuff like that, which are like big ass house cats. Grew to understand. I have a foundational, like fundamental understanding of like wild animals versus domestic, right? And how skittish they are. So there's like the skittish nature because, like, of course, we're big, fucking intelligent beings and stuff like that. And they'll only try you in an opportunistic manner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so when I stopped working, I don't want to belabor the issue, but I worked in institutions that were not all AZA, so I could go in. For example, I used to be an exotic animal trainer for film and in places where they had restrictions.
Dream job.
And yeah, it was fun. But I'll tell you, the penguins, when I worked at the New England Aquarium in Boston and dealt with penguins every day, when they bite, they twist their beaks.
They twist, yeah. They got that turn. Yeah. It's fucking gripping because they'll take a little extra from you, and you just gotta kind of watch those guys, because their penguins are more mischievous than a lot of people think. Yeah, absolutely, brother. Well, good to see you, fellow animal brother.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I haven't done it in 10 years, but some things haven't changed.
Well, yeah. As an arborist, I used to have access to some of the like leaf cutting and stuff like that, and actually did some grounding for like the big animals and stuff like that, like rhinoceros, giraffes and shit like that. The way that they feed is very different, and they have certain fiber nutritious needs. I was privileged to come for it.
Yeah, I would say that the horticulturists probably know more about animal nutrition than the
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know it. That's my field. Thank you for your recognition, because a lot of people don't even know that. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I tried to friend you, but it's not letting me connect.
Well, I just don't worry about it later. We'll see each other, but of course, I'll add you because it lets me, because I'm a night king and I am a king on this app. Just have me with it.
Well, Kendo, you should just buy Dr. Jordan's books and just read them.
I don't need to. I have actual, like my dad actually wrote a book because that is a doctor, okay? And thank you, but no thanks.
Wow, Dr. Jordan, you really did it in your face, didn't he?
Well, I mean, Dr. Jordan is cool.
He just shot in your face. You know?
No.
Like a fucking bonobo.
No, he understands.
Yeah.
He understands.
You hear that? Dr. Jordan?
One of the key elements is that there aren't, like, I was a zookeeper well before I moved up the ranks. And unfortunately today, a lot of curators are appointed who may have certain credentials but don't have the hands-on experience, and that's the way that
They're a real piece of shit.
the world has changed.
No, disrespect that man.
I got a cousin that
A doctor, that's expert.
He was a fucking bear trainer.
Yeah.
He was a bear trainer for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan used to train bears.
It's so cool that everybody is just.
I used to eat bears. How you doing?
Everybody has all this zoo experience. So do I.
What's the bear name, Eva?
I've been a frequenter of the Bronx Zoo for many, many years. So.
The Bronx Zoo's fucking suck. It's one of the worst. It's one of the fucking. I wouldn't tell everybody that. You know that, right?
Dr. Jordan, have you ever been to the Singapore Zoo?
It was more like cultural.
Right? Yeah, it's completely like they look like they're just right there in front of you, and you're like, "Fuck, I can reach out, touch these things."
See, my dad was a proponent of natural settings, so they're like that free range that you're talking about. Yeah. Like there's certain animals that you're supposed to have them have more free space and stuff like that. Like the red panda, right? A lot of them died. During preservation, people didn't understand what type of animal that they were because of their classification.
Right. The German zoo, so there's a great, your dad may know this book, but there's a book about the Hagenbeck Zoo. Henry Hyder was like a zoo director who kind of was a pioneer in the cage.
The Oregon's house. With the house, which was their real name, but
but then also the University of Michigan used to have a zoo with a landscape architecture program that was designed for zoo, future zoo architects. And unfortunately, I mean, it's such an interesting field, but there aren't that many zoo architecture firms because some institutions do things in-house. Some contract with some of the few that are out there. So, there's not a huge market for it, but it's a really interesting field because it incorporates your work as in horticulture with, animal well-being, enrichment, behavioral enrichment, and all those factors that influence the well-being of animals.
Absolutely. This is why we're big, because most of those come from the University of Wisconsin, which they actually contract through, because, these universities share information. One of the biggest information hubs come from the University of Wisconsin. And the preservation of the bald eagle. Because the UP. Was that? Preservation of the bald eagle, yeah. So that's one of the things, even though I hate birds and shit like that, our bald eagle study passes everybody in the nation and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got a friend who does environmental work and looks for eagles' nests.
Yep, it's really cool. So I do forestry.
It's ranked as the second dumbest animal.
Yeah, and that's cool, but it's our national
Owls are
bird.
number one.
So suck my dick. Even though, I do love eagles. Well, owl are one of my favorite birds. Barn owls, horned owls, all that.
They measure the intellect of an animal is the humility.
All you can see is it's a train.
But we can't keep the crows off the owls because there's so many crows.
Ravens and bonobos.
I don't know if you
No, they're not.
Back in here, Dr. Jordan.
That's not his study.
Yesterday,
You don't know what you're talking about.
Reintroduction, and he
also did Grey Wolf. Wolf reintroduction.
Yeah, they reintroduced the ferrets too.
Yeah, the black foot ferret.
Yeah, and then the prairie dogs.
They sharpen their hind nails, and then they grab the prairie dog in the neck, and then they fucking take their hind nails and they run them up and down the stomach belly of the prairie dog, and then they eat it.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, the Blackfoot ferret, which could be a domestic animal, has so much elusive nature. So when I go to these residents and stuff like that on the flatlands, I'm talking to my native brothers to actually help preservation.
Yeah, that's because you said you did forestry management, right?
Yeah, I did. I do. Did.
That's badass, bro.
Yeah, I'm a bad motherfucker off this app. I'm a bad motherfucker. I'm a wild animal expert. And hopefully I can get back to it. Once I situate my family needs the right way, I will be back into my territory. I have a good, close connection with the DNR. And a lot of different indigenous tribes that actually help with the preservation and extinction prevention.
I would imagine the indigenous cultures would be particularly helpful to extinction preservation.
Absolutely. Without giving too much information away.
Yeah, of course.
There's been donation drives and actual festivals that's been held to actually get people to rally. So some of these animals that we as humans have did logging and all that kind of stuff for our own contractual societal needs. It's kind of disgusting in a way that we forget about the environment because of our commercialization industry and stuff like that. And these big companies forget about natural settings a lot of times until they build the shit and then they have a rolling infestation. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
You're good.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yep. With that shit. No,
I'll pass it through the phone.
Marshall, bro, let me find out you into shit like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna pull up on you, bro, one time, bro. It ain't gonna be on no other shit, bro. We just gonna hang out, bro, because
you are always welcome.
You already know, bro. I fuck with you, bro, the whole way, bro.
Yeah, dude. You are always welcome down in South Texas.
Yeah, when I come to San Antonio and all that shit, I make my way around this. I'm on Brad visit too. It's hey, bro. Look, y'all my brothers over here, bro. We clubhouse OGs in this bitch. Nah, it's good to be able to talk about this because I really don't get a chance to talk about this with everybody, bro.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, I got a friend. He does bald eagle work. And he does bat monitoring work.
Bro, I hate bats. Bro, bats. Bro. Because my dad did bats and he's just not scared of them, bro. He's just not scared. He just think they like flies. And I'm like, bro, how can you just stand with an erratic creature like that? They fly their little rats.
So, they are specifically on environmental impact for, windmills, specifically in Texas. Rick Perry, as big of a gas state as Texas is, Rick Perry invested into windmills in his governorship and was able to provide 30% of Texas's power in the windy months through the wind energy. And so they do these wildlife surveys. One of the things they survey for are bats. Apparently, bats have these particular mating calls. They talk to each other. They signal when they're about to hunt. They signal when apparently there's a noise for when a bat is zeroed in on its prey, and then a particular noise the bat makes when it's caught its prey. And so they do that kind of shit. They fucking love it, man. They love wildlife conservation.
Yeah, because they come from them that make, like they have a, migration path, just like birds and shit like migratory. Only they do they're migratory. And if it's like a lot of bugs, like it's good that they come through and like fucking smash them. Do you think they make a certain sound when they hit the fan blades?
They probably do, but that's part of the reason for the wildlife survey. Like they're determining whether it's a bat corridor or not. If it's a bat corridor or like an eagle corridor, they don't mess with it. But if it's like clean of those animals and other endangered species that they watch out for, then they can build a windmill. Like, I appreciate conservation because the family's got some land. It's not a ton of land, but it's enough to, get lost in for an hour or so.